All right, good morning, everybody. If we could please come to order. Good morning. I know a lot of you have not seen each other in person for a very long time, and that's exciting. Good morning. If we could please come to order. Thank you. I know a lot of you have not seen each other in person for quite some time, and so you're excited to see one another, and we certainly encourage you to continue that fellowship after you leave our chambers. And we also have a room downstairs open. It's live streaming the meeting. There's plenty of seating in there, and you will still have a chance to speak if you want to come up, and we'll get you just so you're comfortable. Before we start the meeting and adopt our agenda, I just want to remind folks, and I was sort of asked to remind folks that we want to encourage vibrant participation in our meetings. We also know that the best way to do that is that everybody come into these chambers with an attitude of treating each other civilly and exhibiting a certain decorum. The rules of the commission do direct that, and it is my responsibility to enforce the rules of the commission that the commission has adopted. So I will do so to the best of my ability. We ask that everybody do their part and be respectful to one another and observe those basic rules of decorum. If you would like to speak to any items today, there are sign-up cards. They're located on the small tables near both entryways or exits, depending on which way you're coming or going. And so if you'll just fill one of those out, if you'd like to speak, list the issue that you'd like to speak on, and then turn it into our clerk, Ms. Gainey, down here at the end in the blue suit. She will make sure that you get called when it's your turn. We also do have an opportunity for early public comment. That is different than general public comment. So for early public comment, if you would like to speak to any issue on our agenda later today, you can do so now at our 1 o'clock calling to order in our depending this evening, whenever we come to order this evening. By commenting during early public comment, you forego your opportunity to comment later, but it is the purpose of that is for you to come, share your thoughts with us on items that are on our agenda, and then go on about your day because we know you are all busy. So just kind of a few housekeeping items there to take care of. So with that, this is the April 21st, 2022 meeting of the Gainesville City Commission, our regular meeting. And Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Our first order of business is the adoption of the agenda with a few updates. File 211117, resignation of James Hutchison from the Fire Safety Adjustment Board, added item. File 211076, approval of affordable housing workshop dates, added item. File 211098, resolution authorizing the issuance of variable rate subordinated utilities system revenue bonds, revised backup. File 211112, the Energy Authority, backup added. File 201008, downtown strategic plan, update, revised backup.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I also meant to mention that Commissioner Ward is with us virtually today out of an abundance of caution. He is staying home, but he will, well, we can see him right there. Commissioner Ward, hello, welcome. We see that you're with us and looking well. And so Ms. Gainey will monitor him, and if he has any questions, she'll make sure I'm aware. Ms. Gainey?
If we can have the broadcast team please unmute the audio for the Zoom meeting. I've just been informed that they cannot hear us this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Which is fine because we haven't actually started our meeting, so that was a good heads up. Commissioner Ward has signed the affidavit that allows him to participate because of extraordinary circumstances. All right, so with that, I will turn to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular, or the agendas as modified. Also would like to add commission comment in the morning at the end if we have enough time. So,
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt the agenda with these modifications, and also adding commission comment at the end of our morning session, if we have time. Do I get to decide the if? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to ask that we remove CA 4-4 from the consent agenda and put it on a continuing agenda to be offered in the near future. And that is the memorandum from the interim city manager regarding general government financial services update and the status of the general government external financial statement audit.
Okay, so perhaps continuing that till our next regular meeting?
Correct.
Sound reasonable,
That would be
Commissioner? And second, are you okay with that?
I have some concerns because that addresses some of the financial issues that we have in our city and delaying that. I don't know if that's a good idea. Maybe having it for discussion, but
I'll just point out, there's no action
Okay.
for that. It's just an update.
Okay.
So anybody can see what the update is if they read the item, but we just have such a busy agenda today that it would be late tonight before we got to it. So are you okay with that modification? Continuing it to our next meeting?
I'm fine if the charters don't need it to happen. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we do not. It is an update,
All
no
right.
action
Okay. Thank you.
required. We're doing.
I'm fine removing that.
Okay,
Continuation to put on the regular agenda for our next meeting?
yes.
Yes, pardon me?
The seconder does not agree. We'll do we'll follow up with you for another motion after we do this. Commissioner Sacco?
I was going to say, as you said, Mr. Mayor, it's just a memo. We talked about it at the audit committee. Those are open to the public. Those are open to every commissioner. It is literally a memo that we accept, that we have acknowledged we've received. I don't see why it needs to be put on the regular agenda or continued for that matter. We have all been informed. We have all met. We have had a public meeting. Accept it and move on, and we will have our regularly quarterly updates on the situation and progress. There is no reason we shouldn't just put it on consent today and let our staff continue their work.
Okay, thank you. I'm fine with putting on the regular agenda at our next meeting. Part of our effort here is to be as open and transparent as possible with the progress we're making, and so you're right, folks can go in and read it now and get a lot of information, but if any of the commissioners that weren't part of the audit committee want to have a further discussion on that, that's fine too. Commissioner Ariola, welcome. The motion on the floor is to adopt our agenda with these modifications that we see up there, and then I believe Commissioner Chestnut's going to make a follow-up motion.
I am, thank you.
Commission comment in the morning.
Oh, yeah, commission comment at the end of the morning agenda, if time allows. And then we'll come up with another, I'll come back to Commissioner Chestnut for the consent item. We'll, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody sign up to speak to adoption of the consent agenda or regular agenda?
Mr. Nathan Scott?
Yes, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I do support taking CA4 off the consent agenda, moving it to the next regular agenda. It's very important for the edification of Commissioner Sacco. The mayor and the city commission have a fiduciary duty to provide effective management oversight of city government. You've breached that duty negligently. What we see here is this is a very important item that you just want to bury on the consent agenda and not discuss in the public. The memo that was not presented as backup, the 13-page memo that I took the courtesy of sending to the state auditor general, basically states, quote, "There is no ability to determine budget to actuals for the last 17 months. The risk of overspending budget is extremely high." That should come to concern to this commission. Secondly, quote, "The FY 2020 financial records do not match the audited financial statements." Quote, end quote. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. That should come to a concern to this commission. So what we have here is a systemic excuse-making by the mayor and city commission who refuse to accept any responsibility for failing to provide effective management oversight of city government. Mayor Poe, yesterday you tried to blame me for blaming staff. I didn't blame staff. I didn't blame you. I didn't attack anyone. I blame the commission for your negligence. So I fully support removing that item. For the remaining items, I would note that after you terminated on CA1, I would ask that there be some discussion on that. After you terminated Mr. Belarski, suddenly the CO2 emissions for Deerhaven Renewable, which is burns wood, were emitted. We're back to doing that and trying to withhold information. Deerhaven Renewables emits more tons of CO2 per megawatt hour than burning coal in your coal plant. I guess you don't want the public to know about that. CA2 award of $413,700 on the consent agenda for the renovation of the Marketplace laundry room at Grace Marketplace on the consent agenda. No discussion, no nothing. On top of the $1.7 million the city funds Grace, which does great work, we're going to give them $700,000 in the ARP money, and now we're giving them another almost $500,000. Not even talking about it. CA3 release lien. That's nice. Code enforcement, but what are you going to do for code enforcement at St. Michael's? It looks like a trash dump with all the litter, the debris, the squatting. Our city's being destroyed by your failed policies, Mayor Poe. With respect to the remaining items, I do have two additional ones on BD4. I hope we have some discussion on that because the rental fee for the permits now increasing to $155 due to your failed policy. And BD6, the zero fee transfer, you can't just take an asset the GRU customers have paid for and transfer it with no fee. I support the transfer because the city's going to pay for it, but customers need to get consideration of that. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Anybody else? Okay, and just for clarification, we did have a public meeting yesterday to discuss the item CA4. That was a fully noticed meeting open to the public, which folks did participate in. Okay, so all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Chestnut, you want to follow up motion?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move that we remove item CA4 from the consent agenda and continue it to the next regular city commission meeting. And that is the memorandum from the interim city manager regarding general government financial services update and the status of the general government external financial statement audit. Now, Mr. Mayor, while any citizen can follow this up by reading it, it is very important that we be as transparent as possible with the public. We were cited by the auditor, and I think as much as we can bring this information to the public, it is better. I'm not a member of the audit committee, but I attended the audit committee meeting yesterday, and I was impressed with the information that was shared, and I think that we need to share that information on a regular agenda with the public. There's nothing to hide. We need to bring this forward as much as possible so that people follow it and know what's going on and how we are moving vigorously to address the auditor's comments.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second to continue CA4? Okay, motion is second to continue CA4 to the next regular meeting, which I believe is May 5th. Is my date right in my head? Okay. Any comment on that? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-1. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ward. Was that an aye or I got to get your, that was an aye. Okay, the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Sacco in dissent. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next item is early public comment.
Okay, you have anybody signed up for early public comment? All right, on up to our next discussion item.
Our next item is BD1, American Rescue Plan Act, Aid to Nonprofit Organizations Program. With the recommendation that the commission accept the Community Foundation of North Central Florida's recommendation of funding for the city's ARPA Aid to Nonprofit Organizations Program, as shown in attachment G.
Okay, a lot of work getting here. First of all, want to thank the U.S. Congress and President for taking this really unprecedented step to direct relief money specifically to cities. That is not something that we have seen, especially all cities, whether you're Hawthorne or Micanopy or you're New York or Los Angeles. All cities got a part of the rescue plan funds, and the city of Gainesville is incredibly appreciative to have those funds and have the ability to figure out what local solutions are priorities for us, which could be different from any other city. I want to thank our staff, specifically the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the City Manager's Office, but really all of our charter officers who worked incredibly hard on this process, really starting last summer. And we wanted to make sure that however these monies got distributed, they went through our equity toolkit, and they also went through an evaluation of the Treasury guidelines to make sure that these were going to be allowable expenditures under the legislation as it was passed. And so city staff, and it's more than enough names that I could mention right now, but thank you. And then finally, the Community Foundation. The foundation was selected in a competitive process to oversee the distribution of a $7 million set-aside the commission made. It was a priority of this commission that money be distributed directly to our local nonprofit agencies because they have a relationship and a proven track record with serving folks in our community that need it most, and B, there are things that they can do that the city simply cannot. And so it was important for the city to set aside nearly a third of the money that we received to go directly to our nonprofit agencies. The Community Foundation has an established relationship with those. They have built trust over a long period of time because of the incredible work that they do. I would be negligent in my duties if I did not mention today also happens to be the Amazing Give, once a year opportunity for all the local nonprofit agencies to raise money sort of under one collective banner. Barzilla, how many agencies participating this year? 110 agencies that you have an opportunity to donate to. Just go to theamazinggive.org. You can find your agency, or if you're feeling generous, you just can give to all of them. And so that the foundation has been able to establish a relationship of trust with all of these agencies that I think allowed for a objective and unbiased process. I think that the team that reviewed all of the applications was exceptional, and the criteria were in alignment with both the city's goals and the Treasury guidelines. And so those are very important things. And so here we are today. There were over $19 million in applications submitted. It shows the great need in our community, but also the great capacity for doing work. These folks would not have submitted those if they didn't know that they could put those dollars to good use. And so the review committee had a very difficult job to whittle that down to the $7 million that was eligible. So here we are today. There was a significant amount of information included in our backup, including every applicant's application, so we could see those, as well as the criteria, the rankings, and the ultimate recommendations. I use this term more often than I probably like, but it is important, I think, to not make perfect the enemy of the good. If we had $19 million, it's a different story, but we had to, the collective, we had to make tough decisions. And I think we've gotten to a place today where we have a incredibly well-reasoned and exhaustively analyzed set of recommendations that have come back to our consideration. And so with that, Madam Manager, if you'd like to introduce this, and then I know that we're probably going to hear from our folks that helped with this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the commission, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that there is an introduction beyond what you've stated already on the record. It has been a wonderfully collaborative process working with the Community Foundation. As you stated, the board set aside $7 million for our not-for-profit community to apply for services that fit within the ARPA guidelines. And the Community Foundation took that responsibility very seriously, working with staff, working with the community in terms of putting the applications together. And they are here today, represented initially by Ms. Barzella Papa, who leads the Community Foundation. She will take us through the process and introduce other members of the team.
Wonderful, thank you. Ms. Papa, welcome. I really want to thank you for being here on the Amazing Give Day. I cannot believe how stressed you must be right now. But that's amazing that you are actually here in person.
Thank you. I'm going to sleep all day tomorrow.
I'm sure you will,
when we
yes.
get through this.
Well earned.
Good morning, Mayor Poe, members of the commission, and city staff. I'm Barzella Papa, President and CEO of the Community Foundation of North Central Florida. And on behalf of the foundation, I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to present to you today the list of recommended nonprofit organizations for the City of Gainesville's ARPA Aid to Nonprofits program. But before I start, I would like to acknowledge what an incredible day today is for our entire community. Not only will we be presenting the recommendations for $7 million in funding to the nonprofit community, but as you know, today is our 7th annual Amazing Give event, our community's only online giving day that has raised more than $5.5 million in support for local organizations doing incredible work in our community. Today, we have the opportunity to truly do something amazing for our community. In January, our organization was selected as the consultant to the city to provide the recommendations for the $7 million in American Rescue Plan funding for our local nonprofits. Since 1998, the Community Foundation has provided more than $35 million in support for our nonprofits. In addition to our grant making, we have raised more than $45 million in funds, both currently under management and planned gifts to come, that will be permanent resources for our community forever. I have had the great opportunity to serve as the first CEO of the organization for almost 16 years. And during my tenure, we have provided not only funding to the community, but we have also worked to build the capacity and the sustainability of our local nonprofit sector through such programs as our Center for Nonprofit Excellence, our Board Academy trainings, the Philanthropy Hub, our Equity Task Force, and of course, the Amazing Give. One of the unique features of community foundations is the fact that we monitor all the needs in the community. We are not focused on one particular subsector. Our mission is to promote and sustain philanthropy in North Central Florida. We are also led by a 27-member board of directors composed of local leaders with incredible expertise to guide the continued growth of the foundation. Now, while I could spend hours discussing the foundation, let's get to the business at hand. Once selected in January to provide recommendations to you today, we immediately got to work to meet today's deadline. Working with the city, we formed an evaluation committee comprised of 4 representatives appointed by the foundation and 3 representatives appointed by the city. Members of the committee are here today, and I want to personally thank them for the countless hours they spent on this process. Their diverse experiences, skills, and expertise were absolutely critical to this effort. The committee was chaired by Esther Tibbs, who has extensive experience in board leadership in our community and who currently serves on our board of directors. Other members include Hutch Hutchinson, Carrie Lee, Ed Popple, and from the city, Zariah Folston, Yvette Carter, and Cynthia Ramos. It was an absolute pleasure working with this group through this process. Following federal guidelines with input from the city, the committee worked to develop the eligibility, application, and evaluation for this process. There was a focus on human services per federal guidelines with the greatest impact for those communities of city residents disproportionately affected by the pandemic. We also wanted to ensure a cross-section of small, medium, and large nonprofits for a fair and equitable distribution of funds. Throughout the process, we strongly encouraged that requests be proportional to organizational capacity to ensure that the funds could be put to use immediately and, more importantly, expended during the time frame set forth by the Department of Treasury. The application incorporated elements of the city's equity toolkit and also incorporated verification in our philanthropy hub to ensure transparency of recipients of these funds. When we launched the call for applications, we cast a wide net to capture as many 501c3 organizations in Alachua County working within this space. We pulled directly from the IRS all registered 501c3 organizations, which was approximately about 3,000 registered here in Alachua County. And we fine-tuned that list based on the focus area for a direct mail campaign to nearly 1,000 organizations who were invited to apply and learn more about the ARPA program. We kicked off with a virtual information session and hosted weekly Q&As in partnership with GSG, the other consultant for the city and its ARPA funding. Our Director of Programs, Leslie Banas, provided one-on-one support to organizations who needed assistance with the hub, while our ARPA coordinator, Kristen Young, provided one-on-one support for organizations who needed assistance going through the application process. In total, we received 46 applications, as you said, totaling more than $19 million in requested funds. With only $7 million available, the evaluation committee had a daunting task before them. Once applications were complete, Kristen would check for completion and verify their eligibility, then forward each application to GSG for compliance review, who you will hear from next. Once GSG completed their evaluation, the application was then forwarded to each individual member of the committee to begin their evaluation. In total, 37 applications are being recommended to you today for a total of $6,981,322 in ARPA awards. 9 applications are being recommended for the full amount requested, 14 for partial funding, 9 are being recommended for a $20,000 award, and 5 are being recommended for a $10,000 award. 9 are not being recommended because of either ineligible expenses or scoring below 65% out of 100. It's important to note that only 9 of the applicants requested the full award amount available, which was capped at $750,000. Before I turn it over to Chris, he's going to come speak next from GSG, followed by Ed Popple from our evaluation committee. I want to thank you again for entrusting this process to the foundation. It has been an incredible experience for the foundation to continue our work with local nonprofits through this process. Thank you again, and let's make today amazing. You knew I was going to say that. I have to plug it. Is Chris here? GSG? Oh. Oh, you want to come next?
Thank you, Ms. Pop.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. Chris Polishchuk with Government Services Group, GSG. Before I make a couple of brief comments regarding our process, what we did, I'd like to make a comment regarding your process. We have worked with several cities and counties in Florida on the ARPA project. And I have to tell you, the city of Gainesville, their level of scrutiny and rigor, if you will, regarding examination of the project applications is far and away more involved than any other government entity that we worked with. We were a part of that process, and 2 comments regarding our part of the process. We did not examine or opine on the merits or the benefits of any of the programs. That was not our job. Our job was to see if we could fit the project, quite literally, into the taxonomy given us by Treasury in the final rule. We did not take what I would call an auditor approach. How can we disqualify this project? On the contrary, we looked at any way possible, given what we had to work with in the final rule, to declare a project eligible. I don't think there was any project that we said is ineligible. There were a few that we needed more information because it wasn't clear from the application whether we could fit it into the final rule regulations. In some cases, even if the project itself did not have a clear fit, if the agency demonstrated a loss of income on the spreadsheet that was enclosed in the application, they were deemed qualified under, I think, expenditure category 2.10, aid to nonprofit organizations. So we wanted to give the city all the information, every available opportunity to find the project eligible without pushing the envelope and incurring undue risk for the city. So, question?
Well, thank you. Thank you for your assistance with this. I know it was incredibly helpful both to the city and to all the organizations that applied.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Mr. Popple, the most retired guy I know. Appreciate you being with us.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Ed Popple. Today I represent the Community Foundation of North Central Florida, but more important, I represent the evaluation team. Yeah, some 5 years ago, Mayor, I thought I would never be back here in front of this group where I spent a lot of quality time. First of all, I'd like to thank the Commission and in particular the City Manager for including us in this process. It was enjoyable. I think most of my fellow committee members are here today. They worked extremely hard. They took this project serious, and I think we're proud of the product we're recommending to you today. First of all, I think it's very important that we remind everyone that each of the nonprofits in this community contribute greatly. What they do for us on a volunteer basis and on a committed basis is very, very important. And so our scoring of these proposals should not reflect on the job they do, but on what we saw as a very difficult project to say, you know, we want to make an impact in this community. We want to make a difference. We don't get these funds very often. Let's hit the focus groups that are most important. And that's what the committee focused its attention on. When you have $19 million in request and only $7 million to allocate, it did make it a hard task. That translated into us focusing on 3 areas. That was our attention. They were shelter, food, and health. And under health, both mental and physical health. Our committee spent a long time dealing with how to establish criteria. We spent a lot of time with that criteria tool, and I think we even had a practice session where we took a nonprofit that was not eligible for funding, and we had them fill out our application. And we scored them so that we could calibrate ourselves to make sure we're all on the same page in assessment. We maintained objectivity throughout the process, and even today, if I looked at the 7 evaluators, I could not identify myself. I could not identify other evaluation members either, just because the clustering and the togetherness we had in this process worked so well. These clusters created 4 tiers within our evaluation. The first tier, we awarded 100% funding, and that was by the criteria. The second tier was awarded, I think, 60%, but with a max of $500,000. With that, I think we as committee members all agreed that the way the scoring turned out was near perfect, that we all agreed on and had very few discussions, or very few discussions were even needed on the various tiers. Barzella's already covered how many were in the top tier and the second tier and then on the fixed allocation, so I won't go into that. Again, I think it's important that each of the nonprofits who applied are critical to the Gainesville community. We had to make tough decisions, but we believe our recommendations will best serve Gainesville and positively impact the most people. Funding like this does not come around often, and we believe our allocation recommendations will make a huge difference in the community. With that, I'll open it up for any questions you have of the evaluation team. I think most all of the evaluation team is here, so we can respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Popple. And if you were on the evaluation team, would you mind just standing so we can acknowledge you and thank you for your work? All right, thank you. And thanks for taking time out of your morning to be with us today as well. All right, I appreciate it, Mr. Popple, Ms. Papa. We also have Mr. Folston here from the Office of Equity and Inclusion. So there may be some questions. We just ask you to sort of stick around and help me figure out who they are most appropriately directed towards. With this, we will start with Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor.
Be fine?
All right, thank you. First, I'd like to express a deep sense of gratitude to President Biden and the Congress for providing over $33 million to the city of Gainesville for one-time support of its citizens. Thank you to the Community Foundation of North Central Florida and its evaluation team for reviewing all applications received and providing support to the applicants. I move the following. The City Commission accept the Community Foundation of North Central Florida's recommendation of funding for the city's American Rescue Plan Act, APA, aid to nonprofit organizations program as shown in attachment G. 2, with the remaining $18,000, the Community Foundation of North Florida will provide a series of in-person training workshops to the 9 applicants awarded $20,000, the 4 applicants awarded $10,000, and the 10 applicants not funded. 3, over the next year, the foundation will provide periodic updates to the City Commission on the training sessions held and culminating with the final in-person report to the City Commission on the success of the training sessions, particularly noting any successful grant awards to the 23 trainees enrolled in the training program.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second. I'd like to add an element to the motion.
Okay, sure. And go ahead. Commissioner
And
Chestnut.
I know the city manager would like to discuss my item too.
Yes, and real quick, because I don't know if it'll affect what you add or don't, Commissioner Ariola. First of all, I support the motion, absolutely. Second, I like the way you're thinking with item 2 and 3, the sort of what we do with the remaining $18,000. I'm wondering if you would be willing to refer that to our GPC meeting this coming week, so we can have a little bit deeper discussion of what that would be, and just I'd like a little bit of staff input on that too,
Okay.
Just so I know more about it, because that's not something I'd thought about or talked about yet.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, and you know, we could maybe add my element to that as well. First of all, I want to reiterate the sentiments that the mayor and Commissioner Chestnut said. I think it's really fantastic, the work that was done. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Usually, as the mayor said, federal dollars do not come directly to cities in this way, and so it was really a priority for the commission to make some of these funds available to the community, because ultimately you all are the ones that are closest to people doing the work, and we wanted to empower you with that sense. I am supportive of the motion. I would like to add that there were two projects that were not recommended funding that I would like to get additional staff consideration on. One of them the city's already been working with very closely, the Community ID project. That was something that the city had joined in partnership with many years ago and has been really successful, particularly in helping a most marginalized and most vulnerable community. And I think we could find funding partners through Alachua County to assist with that as well. So really the element that I'd like to add is that we request charter officers to identify alternative funding sources, including partnerships for the GNV for All Empowerment Center, and they're addressing systemic challenges with our education system, and the Human Rights Coalition and Rural Women's Health Project, the Community ID. And I'd like for sort of all options to be on the table, including funding it out of our next fiscal year.
Okay, can we then,
Add that to the GPC meeting. Yes.
yeah, just refer discussion of those to the GPC meeting, okay? You okay with that, Commissioner Chestnut?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I believe that's you, Madam Manager, even though, oh no, it's you, Mr. Ward, okay, yeah, Commissioner Ward, thank you. Bear with me, Commissioner
Mr.
Ward, today,
Mayor.
I'm gonna do my best, but I'm I'm a little rusty on the whole hybrid Zoom meeting, so I know that you'll be patient with me. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will try to keep my comments to a minimum throughout the day. Thank you to everyone involved in this, to, as Commissioner Chestnut said, to the President and the Congress for making this an opportunity, to everyone who applied and had interest, to every staff member, both at the city and in the community who has been a part of moving this forward. I am so pleased that we're finally at this step. Having been a part of the nonprofit community in Gainesville for a very long time myself, I am thrilled to see this move forward. And the motion absolutely has my support. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm gonna, this is just an omission, because we know you want, but because it's a motion, I want to make sure it's very clear. In number 2, where it says, with the remaining $18,000, Community Foundation of North Florida, I'm sure that is supposed to be North Central Florida. We don't want to give, if there is, and there probably is a Community Foundation of North Florida, that we don't want to send them this work. We'll do it ourselves. So we'll just make that one modification. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. On the number 2 item, I don't know if the Commissioner Chestnut be open to just opening up to any nonprofits to do business in the city of Gainesville to help train them too if they're interested in, and not just kind of keep it just to that small section, but there might be ones who be interested in doing it and it's not having it so restrictive.
Yeah, we can just figure that out at the GPC meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
As for the Commissioner Ariola and funding the other items, we can't fund everything. We're spending $7 million and then more money on top of that. I think if we want to fund nonprofits, we need to take it from another nonprofit. The windows falling out of our city hall. Like we can't fund everything, and I think if we have the $7 million, and that's what we should fund out of. If you want to move things around, I mean, I think it's open discussion, but I don't support that we can't fund everything, and I won't support that last part motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do appreciate that. I want to be clear as to why I'm offering this. Number one, I'm not asking that we fund everything. I was very clear about which projects I'd like to add. Number two, it was a request from the CUNY Foundation that if we had differences of funding opinion from the commission, that rather than take funding from the recommendations and reallocating and doing that from the dais, that we do it in an alternative way. So I'd like to thank them for their work. They've done a fantastic job. I'm ready to accept the recommendations, ready to accept the work. I just wanted to add these 2 particular projects. And I've mentioned, I do think it achieves the goals of the commission, particularly since the Community ID project was something that, for years we've been a part of, and really, without our help, wouldn't have probably gotten standing. So I think that it's just something that I'd like to see from the dais. I respect your opinions, and hope that we can move forward with the motion as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Mr. Mayor, in regards to Commissioner Ariola's motion, what I was thinking was that if we brought this back to GPC, that's the General Policy Committee, because we're using these acronyms, that we would have the opportunity not to adjust what is recommended here by the North Central Florida Foundation, but perhaps to look to ways to steer these two organizations to other funding. But I do not want to tamper with the funding or the report that is presented here. So there may be other opportunities that we can refer the organizations to within the community and other funding organizations within the city. But I do not want to tamper with the report as it is presented.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree and endorse that position. The Gainesville for All Early Learning Empowerment Center, we just need to have a discussion about that because there's been a lot of work on that. We've had conversations, but not really as a commission, and they need to know whether we're going to be able to help them really launch that because they're getting close and they need to know what their budget is and whether they're going to have the capacity or not. To editorialize just a little bit, ahead of that discussion next week, I think it's a lot of work's gone into it. It's a phenomenal project and idea that I think can add a lot of value. It didn't qualify for this. They weren't qualified for this because they've been figuring out as they go. But their office PO box was Mr. Lawrence's home address in Live Oak. Because they don't have an office here in Gainesville. So right there, they were ineligible. So I think it's important that we have that discussion as a commission soon for their sake. And if it's something the majority of us are not willing to support, they need to know that. They need to know that really quickly. So I think next week is a great time to talk about it. Community ID we're well familiar with, and I think it's just a matter of whether we want to sort of add to that investment or not. So we're in good shape there. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to say I support those projects. We can move all around and fund it out of these dollars. There are ways to move some of this in the structure of it. It can't be spent through this, but it can be spent through moving it to that $10 million that we have separated out of this. If we want to fund those things, we should use the $7 million we have right now, and we should fund it out of that, not new dollars. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Let me try to simplify this as much as possible. The motion is to accept the recommendations as presented by the evaluation committee with an additional referral of the remaining $18,000 to be discussed at our General Policy Committee meeting a week from today. That will essentially be training for nonprofit agencies in our community, a follow-up sort of evaluation of the effectiveness of that training, and then discussing the Community ID and the Gainesville for All Early Learning Empowerment Center item. So with that, we'd love to invite any members of the public to share their thoughts with us. Madam Clerk.
Okay, our first speaker is Nathan Scott.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I'll keep this brief. I think it's good to support our nonprofits. I think it's subject to debate as to whether the $7 million would be better spent on nonprofits versus affordable housing in terms of addressing the best use of the money. But certainly, I think some of the money should have gone to nonprofits to help them. I think the travesty of this is it's taking over a year to disperse the money to the people. And I think that just shows the dysfunction and inefficiency of city government in terms of being able to effectively provide and focus on helping the community and prioritization of money. You had a pot of money, you couldn't decide how to spend it, and then there's continued infighting over how you will spend it, even on discussion of this item, you want to spend more. And I mean, there's a lot of other challenges facing the city up to and including affordable housing. And so with respect to the ARP funding, I think a valid question to ask is you guys are constantly saying you have an affordable housing crisis, and how much affordable housing could have been built with $32 million of federal money? You could have done a lot of good. I'm not saying that the nonprofit shouldn't benefit and receive some of that, but I mean, $7 million is a big chunk of the $32 million. And so when you ask taxpayers to tax ourselves for affordable housing on this commingled initiative that's being kind of commingled with wild spaces and public places, I can't really support that in good faith, because you had $32 million of federal money, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to address a critical issue facing the city of Gainesville, and you want to put $9 million to broadband, you want to give $7 million to nonprofits. How much affordable housing could have been built with $32 million of federal money? And I think that's the valid point. It's not that the nonprofits are not worthy, because I would certainly allocate a good chunk of money to them. I'm not sure I would, if I were in your shoes, allocate $7 million, because that doesn't seem to be the biggest priority and challenge facing the city of Gainesville, as you guys constantly remind us of. We have an affordable housing crisis. We have affordable housing crisis. It's like said at every meeting. But when you have a gift from the federal government, it's almost like patronages instead of addressing the crisis that you claim. So that's the issue, and thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is John DeCarmine.
You're becoming a regular, Mr. DeCarmine.
I'm working on not becoming a
It's
regular.
good to have
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. John DeCarmine, Executive Director of GRACE. I want to start first by thanking you for setting aside these funds for the nonprofit community, and then going through such an outstanding process to make sure that this is going to groups who can address some of the fallout from the affordable housing crisis, some of the preventative work that will keep that from getting worse, and so many other great projects. So this was not something that every city has done. It's not something that many cities have done. And so we appreciate the opportunity to do this work. Appreciate the work of the Community Foundation as well, and everybody who was involved in reviewing it. And I do support the recommendation. I think the idea of using the remaining funds to support other nonprofits to become better and more competitive is absolutely outstanding. I wasn't sure that we would get to this point in the process when we first started, and I'm glad to have seen some order come from the chaos. I did want to end with a recommendation that we ensure that these funds are not distributed on a reimbursement basis. Many of these organizations will be doing transformative work. It is nearly impossible for this to be both capacity building and done on a reimbursement basis. So thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to showing you all the great work that we're all able to do collectively. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Teresa Beachy.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, staff. Again, I would like to reiterate what John said, and thank you so much for allowing this great opportunity for those nonprofits in town who have been so dramatically impacted by COVID, and more importantly, the vulnerable populations that we serve. We do see a lot of collaboration in this process, and that will continue moving forward. I also like the recommendation that John made that these not be reimbursed-based contracts, and also that these contracts can come quicker rather than later. All of us are in the process of planning for this and have been doing so for well over a year. So we're looking forward to the opportunity to get started on this. And I also encourage anyone who wants to see how these dollars are being spent to come out and take tours. A lot of us are doing some really, as John said, transformative capacity building, and there will be some great work on the ground that you'll be able to see as fruits of this labor. So thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Andrew Miles.
Mr. Miles, good to see you again.
Good to see y'all. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak with y'all today. And I too like to thank the commission for allocating that money and for the hard work that the foundation did on this. But I just have a couple of things I just want to speak on some of the decision that was made on it. One of the points I want to speak is from a statistical point of per capita of funding to people serving it, and the increase of service to some of our city's most vulnerable people who could be served. Some of the larger organizations do not reach. So I was wondering, did they really consider the actual statistical capacity of funding that's being spent? Also, I applaud the larger organizations, but during the COVID-19, larger organizations were able to fund, whereas we garnish more funding to reach more, but we have no funding to shift or sustain our new COVID-19 efforts. And many of our community citizens is going to be impacted because of that lack of continued services that we were once provided. I'm trying to make this other part really quick here. I really don't see why the score varies so much with each evaluator. The criteria has some quantitative scoring, but most of it seems subjective for each evaluator. Our proposal I thought shows substance and how we move forward to be a viable source of assistance for our community. This grant could have been the catalyst to assist us to continue to contribute and increase our local government efforts to assure residents self-reliance, increase access to some of the Gainesville most vulnerable residents for food access, transportation, education, home ownership, and becoming whole. With the increase of capacity, we would be able to sustain, acquire, and acquire so much more for the residents of Gainesville. I reviewed some of the other apps, and I felt had a viable plan, and I felt we had a viable plan that shows how we will be able to sustain and increase our outreach to our most vulnerable residents who were affected during COVID-19. Some of my thoughts after my look, and this grant is not equitable. Many of those who receive the grant has pain over capacity, does not work, but also do great work with far less capacity. I mean, a lot of who received it has far greater capacity, but some of us who are not receiving it have far less capacity and still do great work in the community and far-reaching positive results. If I could just have just a couple more minutes during the pandemic.
I'm afraid I have to be equal to everybody. I appreciate it. But I think you made your points well, and we'll hopefully be able to.
Okay, because I feel like we like David and Goliath a little bit,
yeah,
along with a lot of other.
I hear you, and I know that was a tough consideration for the group as they were weighing those things. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Stephanie Bales.
Good morning, Mayor Poe, commissioners, and staff. I'm Stephanie Bales. I'm the president and CEO of the Cade Museum for Creativity and Invention, and I want to thank you for your time. I recognize that very worthy programs have been proposed funding through the ARPA grant. I know the evaluators assumed their roles with great responsibility and that there is no way everyone can get all they want or all they need. However, after 3 years of doing everything imaginable to keep the Cade Museum open, to keep our staff employed, and to continue serving the underserved in our community through all the hell of COVID, I had a moment of clarity. The leaders in our community either have a misperception that the Cade has no need of funding, or they see no value in the Cade and its mission. You should all know that we do not get donations from Gatorade. We do not get donations from University of Florida. The Cade family is not a primary funder for the museum. We are not a family foundation. The Cade Museum Foundation and the Cade Creativity Labs are public charities. 54% of our operating revenues should come from grants and major gift fundraising. 20% comes from museum operations, 14% of our income comes from a partial unit of a Gatorade share gifted to the museum from the Cade family. That amount covers 3.5 months of payroll. The Cade needs broad local support. If we do not have it, we will not be able to serve the children who need our educational services the most, the ones who are unfunded. Where do you find our staff on a given day? Working with Gainesville Housing Authority, SWAG, Head Start classrooms, Alachua County schools. We have over 900 children in 2nd through 5th grades coming to the museum through our Operation Full Steam program, and we provide over 900 families community memberships through that program. We've made a 5-year commitment to junior achievement so that they can bring every 5th grader through their BizTown. We've established a policy that any individual who comes from specific communities in town are eligible for no-cost community memberships. We host free classes at YMCA and Gainesville Community Centers. We do graduations for PACE, family events for Head Start, and the list goes on and on. We did this all believing that if we offered services and ourselves, that the funding would come. We are extremely grateful for a very small number of generous local donors who have given us again and again because they believe in our mission and they believe in us. But their resources are not unlimited and they can't support us all the time. Unfortunately, outside of federal funding and these few local philanthropists, we have little unrestricted local support. For almost 3 years, we have been operating with an 8 to 12 week runway of cash. Until last week, when our federal employee tax credit, payroll tax credit was received, we were planning as if we would have to significantly modify our operations to make it through next week's payroll. At the moment, we have cash on hand to get us through June.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Our next speaker is Ed Jennings.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. It's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of being before you in any capacity. I'm ecstatic to be here just as a son of East Gainesville and a partner in the project in particular. I must say, as Commissioner Chestnut said, that we have great thanks for our President, the 46th President of the United States, and Congress for having allocated these monies to the country. We support the members of Congress, and particularly in Florida, the Florida delegation, for seeing fit to not block them any more than those that did do that. But I have to say thank you, Mr. Mayor, and more than those just 2 words, to a few people that are here and to my partners in this particular effort. One, I have to say thank you to the daughter of East Gainesville, our District 1 Commissioner, and being the advocate that she has been all of her life for these type of programs, particularly for those programs that support Black and brown children in our community. To Commissioner Chestnut, who is the godmother of all politics in this town, and that what she has accomplished and what she stands. And I start with them because I stand here today, Mr. Mayor, looking at Vice President Kamala Harris and soon-to-be Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who young little Black and brown girls look and say they want to be one day at that national level. But we also have extraordinary women of color here in this community they want to be like, including our new interim city manager, City Manager Curry, to Commissioner Ward and the mayor for having come to see the project around the funding for Head Start, a program that at its beginnings in this community was founded at Bartley Temple United Methodist Church, that I happen to be an attendee of at age 4, despite their failure with me, that their program is still going. We're glad to see that. To the commissioners who I've had a chance to meet this at the dais, thank you for your support for these programs. To my friends that I didn't even know were involved in this, Mr. Popple, Ms. Tibbs, and former Commissioner Hutchinson, I say thank you. But I'm so excited as the son of a former mayor and a retired educator that the priority of this focus is for the next generation and generations to come. And the idea that this one-time funding will not be a one-time benefit to the community, but be one that will reap benefits for generations to come. I'm thankful to stand here as a supporter of the Episcopal Children's Services as a new appropriator of the Head Start program in Alachua County in the city, and just look forward to being a partner with that and thanking you in advance for what you're about to do in your vote and what it can mean and do in this community. They can swoop up and grab so many different new partners to assist these kids. As a father of a 9-year-old, I'm ecstatic when I see opportunities for that. And the greatest word, respectful to the ladies in the room, to me, is still daddy. And the idea that we can be involved and invest in those programs, we say thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brett Buell. Buell?
Brett Huell, yeah. Some. Who's that? There we go.
Feverishly running to the.
Welcome.
Thank you for letting me be here today. Thank you for making these tough decisions. I know that it's difficult, and we really appreciate the opportunity. The Gainesville Opportunity Center helps adults living with mental illness reintegrate into the community, find jobs, and keep them. Mental illness is a leading cause of unemployment in the United States, costing $100 billion a year in lost wages. At the GFC, we not only help people find jobs, but we support them in those jobs. In doing so, it keeps them from needing more high-cost crisis services. COVID has changed the landscape, including the employment landscape. This ARPA funding will fund a position for us and help us support members in the community. We submitted our application, and we were funded after what we think was a very fair and thorough evaluation process. We do support the funding findings as is, and just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ethan Mejia de Nadel.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Ethan Maya Denidel, and I work at the Rural Women's Health Project, one of the nonprofits that's hopefully receiving a portion of the ARPA funding. I wanted to thank the Commission for their decision to provide funding for so many of our other communities' critical organizations, and I look forward to continue our work together on immigrant issues. And it's my hope that one such project, which is critical for our immigrant communities, which unfortunately was not included in the Community Foundation's recommendations, will also receive funding and support from both the city and the county. This project was the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County's Community ID program. The funding of such a project has gone a long way to officially recognize the presence of many of our most vulnerable and at risk, as it serves as both proof of residence and identity, something you need to access many critical services such as healthcare. During my work with the Rural Women's Health Project, which helps connect many of our Latino immigrant neighbors with health services, I've encountered many of our clients who were turned away and unable to receive something like a COVID vaccine for not having an ID. And it is not only our immigrant neighbors who would benefit from such a program. Having a community ID would also be critical for those recently released from incarceration, our snowbird community, and many in the trans community. Such a program is already in practice with funding from local government in cities across the nation, and it is our hope that Gainesville and Alachua will continue to be next. Thank you again, and I look forward to all the progress we're going to make. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Veronica Robledo.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Veronica Robledo. I'm a member of the Gainesville Immigrant Neighbor Inclusion Initiative Steering Committee and have worked with the Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County Community ID Program since the first ID drive, first as legal support through a local legal nonprofit, and more recently as a core volunteer. I'm here today because although I'm very pleased that the city is moving forward with awarding ARPA funds to local nonprofits serving the hardest hit by COVID-19, I'm disappointed and frankly pretty shocked that the community ID was not included in that list. I fear the evaluators at the Community Foundation did not fully understand the impact of the program because it's not just about an ID. It is about having what having the ID can do for some of the most vulnerable members in our community. It breaks down barriers to access to COVID testing, vaccines, healthcare, city and county services, and even housing assistance. Over the last 2 years during pandemic, many individuals from different sectors of the community we had not yet worked with, as well as community partners, turned to the Human Rights Coalition asking for the ID because of urgent needs exacerbated by the pandemic, where lack of photo ID was prohibiting access to basic needs like housing and other social services. Last month, we hosted a successful drive at Grace Marketplace and are looking forward to see how the ID removes barriers for those guests to housing programs. We are also collaborating with Partnership for Strong Families at their upcoming re-entry conference for those re-entering the workplace, the Health Department at their Boost Your Community Minority Health Fair event later this month, and SWAG has contacted us again requesting for a second ID. As the previous speaker mentioned, at the Rural Women's Health Project, just in the last few weeks, they've encountered individuals that have been denied COVID vaccines and testing due to a lack of identification. This highlights the fact that the need is urgent and current. This program has been 100% volunteer run. Nobody has been paid to do this work. Throughout the state, the community ID programs are funded by local governments through their general funds. Some are doing it with ARPA or a combination. So we have Tallahassee, West Palm Beach, Broward County, and Miami-Dade, and soon to be Key West. Those that have been volunteering to make this happen. We have a very dedicated core group of volunteers, but it is a limited capacity to develop the program and meet the growing need for the ID and really be able to make the impact. It's imperative for the city and county to join together to fund the HRC Community ID. If not with the ARPA funding, then through finding other forms of funding in partnership with the county. We've already been speaking with the county, and we believe we have support over there so that we can make a greater impact on those suffering in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Our next speaker is Jane Morosky.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Echo some of the sentiments of folks who have spoken previously. My name is Jane Morosky. I'm the Executive Director of Family Promise of Gainesville, and we are working to end childhood homelessness in our community. In the last year, we had 6,000 shelter nights, 215 people, predominantly children and single mothers who are still housed today with a 95% success rate, all with a staff of 6 people. We want you to know how thankful we are for you, how much the project that we've proposed within ARPA matters, and how we've partnered with public, private, volunteers, Google, IT companies, Family Promise nationally, pinching, scraping for every single dollar that we've identified so far. How devastated our shelter system was during the pandemic and still is. We are still not back to the rotational model that we had, and that we are doing this to build affordable housing opportunities for local families with children, and how much we appreciate you for taking this set aside and really thinking about the local nonprofits who do amazing work. I'm asking you to please vote to accept as is the recommendations of the evaluation team. Thank you very much for your time and for all that you're doing for the community.
Okay, our next speaker is Armando Grundy Gomez.
He's out in the hall, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to thank you all for improving a lot of this, but it also would be good. I don't know if you all as a city commission have talked about working with the school board with the ESSER funds and building synergies, and I think Commissioner Duncan Walker is working heavily with Duval Elementary and a lot of the good programs that are over there, whether it be ACEs in Motion and a lot of programs, and I believe Mr. Miles is also a part of that. But a lot of those, that community is, we talk about good synergies of folks working together is important, especially when you have limited dollars, limited resources when it comes to the federal government, and we may not see these again, and we don't know. But I think it is good to have folks that are doing wraparound services to help people and to maximize those. And so especially we want to look at those when it comes to equity issues as well, especially in this community when it comes to our dollars. Sometimes we talk about that word, and a lot of that is performative when we talk about the issues of equity. But when it comes to it, it comes down to when the dollars and who they go to and who they are affecting most. And that is a lot of times when it comes to our folks that are wanting to get these monies to help the community, we don't necessarily see them as effectively. We hear about them talked about, but it's another thing when you see them actually funded. So I think that this is good. And I think when it came to capacity building, what you saw effective was the Ginny grant. When that capacity was built, they weren't asking for $1 million, but they were talking about affecting communities of people that were speaking multi-different languages. And it's not a question of how we can do either or. We can do both at the same time. It doesn't have to be an either or. It should be both. So we should be caring about the people who elect you. We elect you all the time, and being folks that may not speak languages or are wanting to be able to communicate with the government. So I think this is not a question of can we do this or not do this. We can do both, and we should. We should. So kudos to those of you that are supporting it. And when we're looking at capacity, look at a good place of how that was worked and built when it came to capacity was that Ginny grant. They worked together as a good team to build an effective way to build capacity. And I'm hearing that from a lot of folks today that are doing. So, if that is the goal, is how do we affect and impact people and make meaningful and effective change, that's how we do it. We don't have to, do either or. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Addison Staples.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor Poe. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Addison Staples, and I'm the Executive Director of ACES in Motion. I echo many of the sentiments said before you this morning, made about the great work of the Community Foundation and all of the extremely difficult work of this committee placed before them for judging all of the criteria. So I am in full support of this process and the integrity of this process. So I just wanted to make sure I state that. While we are deeply grateful to have the opportunity to apply for and be awarded a portion of this American Rescue Plan funding, and it's really heartening to see so many organizations doing so much critical and crucial work addressing the most pressing needs in our community. And while I'm grateful, I believe that the funding could have been allocated more broadly to serve and cover the essential needs of each organization that applied. I respectfully submit to you to consider altering the percentage of each funding request to be awarded. In this way, the top tier could come down to 90 or 95%, which would free up considerable funds to be spread out among the bottom two tiers. As executive directors and organizations, I don't think I've ever heard of 100% funding of a grant organization to their application. I would also like to acknowledge that there will likely be unused funds as this process proceeds. I would advocate that these funds be considered to be applied to the bottom two tiers of those who receive $20,000 and $10,000 to increase those amounts. We applied for a mental health counselor and support of our staff for our youth, which I believe falls in the health category mentioned by previous speakers. That is a growing need for equity in this community. As you know, funding for nonprofits is critical to our survival, and we are grateful for anything we receive of this funding. I just want to submit to you some advocation to help, and please, my other nonprofit friends, please don't be mad at me for this advocation on the top tier, but I did want to advocate for all of those receiving $20,000 or $10,000 and have you consider that as part of your motion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you everybody who gave testimony. Really helpful and valuable. Again, so many incredible organizations doing great work. Our community would not be as strong as it is without everything that you do. Commissioner Chestnut, I think you hit your light really to the item of reimbursable versus upfront. So I'd love to get some follow-up on that if you have anything else too. I don't know what the Treasury guidelines say about that either. So that's something I think we need to get some input on, maybe from GSG. But go ahead with your comments.
Yes, my question was on reimbursable. As I read the grant, I thought that the funds would be awarded directly, but not on a reimbursable basis. And so if the...
Madam Manager?
Who can clarify for us?
Yes, ma'am. GSG can come forward, but it is up to the city. We wanted to meet with each organization one-on-one, determine the needs, just make sure we reduce the risk, in our evaluation on a one-on-one basis. But we can do advance or reimbursable, but I'll let GSG either correct me or confirm what I said.
Sure. Hi, Dave Jahosky, Government Services Group. So one of the things that we see with a lot of our clients, we're working with 30 clients nationally, and what we see most typically with something like this is what we call a hybrid model, where there is some allocation of funds up front, and then the remaining portion is based on a reimbursement basis. However, the decision whether or not you do it on a reimbursement basis or an allocation up front is a policy decision that the city could elect to implement.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Mayor, I certainly hope that we would not look at a reimbursable basis for those with $20,000 and $10,000. I think that we would spend more time creating havoc for ourselves. So is this something we need to take up at GPC as well?
Or we could do it now.
Okay.
My initial, I guess my question would be, if we give the money up front, then we are going to have some sort of verification process that the services that they applied and said they would do were actually completed. And if they weren't, then they would have to reimburse us. They'd have to give that money back. So that can be a challenge to them. I mean, it's easy for us to cut a check and give it out, right? That's very clean. But we're going to have to make sure the money was spent in the way that it was intended, and then that can be very difficult if they don't do those and give them back. So I think a little bit of a sort of analysis of the trade-off of those at our meeting would be helpful to me. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have one word, and that's grateful. From the beginning of this process, I have been overwhelmed. And I am sure that the agency that came in to do this work for us can probably identify with that. But I want to use the word grateful today because it is not lost on me the tremendous, life-changing, life-altering, life-saving work that every organization who had the opportunity to apply for these funds, and some who did not, do for the neighbors in Gainesville. I'm overwhelmed. It's hard for me really to get through things that I want to say today without coming to tears because I'm familiar with most of the projects on this list. And I want to kind of jump without belaboring my points. I want to kind of jump to a question in my acknowledgement of the greatness and the wonderful things that these organizations are doing. And I wonder if Barzola, you might be able to help me here. So we have several organizations that were ineligible because of expenses, ineligible expenses, I guess, and those that were low scoring. And I thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, for your motion stating that we do something to build capacity, which I completely support. Barzola, I know that there are some future grant-making opportunities at the foundation. I wonder if there is a plan or an opportunity that may be available that kind of helps to steer these organizations who would do this capacity building to these grants. Because I think it's wonderful for us to say we're going to build capacity, but I also want to be able to push them into being able to get money, not trying to influence you, but I really want to make sure we're creating a meaningful opportunity to yes, build the capacity, and then certainly be able to have them realize that capacity and get them some funding. So I'm just curious as to what may be available that you already know, so they can kind of start thinking in that way, et cetera. But I want to just say that we're grateful again. We'll never see monies like this again. So grateful to the president and everyone who made this possible. Obviously, everyone has already stated it, but there's a reason I usually reserve my comments for after you speak, because it's important for me to hear from you. I think this whole process has allowed us to center you, and that is always important. So Barzola, would you mind speaking to that for me briefly, please?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So going through this process, first of all, going through the philanthropy hub verification process is, for some of the shops, it's pretty overwhelming. There's 100 reporting requirements through the hub. Financials are pulled directly from the IRS. But at the end of it, once an organization is verified, they can, first of all, accept donations through their hub profile. We are partnering with the Children's Trust. We are partnering with the county as well, that through the hub, if you're verified, then you're eligible to apply for trust. And like I said, we're talking to the county as well through that portal. Through this process, we rolled out with an online grants portal, grants management tool. And now that everyone had to create a profile in there. And so any funding opportunities that are open at the Community Foundation, they will be able to see that. So I know we just closed our Women's Giving Circle grant application. And there's some finalists there, I can't say yet, but there's some of the organizations that applied for ARPA are in that mix as well. This summer, our Children's Fund, that grant application will open, and then later this fall, our newly established Racial Equity Fund, that we've had a generous donation, and actually that's on the Amazing Give right now that we have a match. We're going to begin the grant making from that fund as well. So there is definitely more opportunity, more funding opportunities, and as I said, we work with pretty much all the nonprofits, trying to help them build that capacity, build that sustainability. So anything that we can do for their development efforts as well, we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just would like to conclude my statements and my sentiments once again today by just expressing a great sense of thanks. I'm looking out into the crowd here and I'm seeing all of these familiar faces. Not just familiar because you come and you sit in these seats to point fingers and tell us what we need to do and do better, but because you're actually out in the trenches and you're doing the hard work. We see you, and we're grateful, and I certainly look forward to continuing to work hand in hand and make sure that you have the resources to continue this work. So I know as we go into the next GPC meeting where we actually flesh this out, I'm going to be particularly concerned with making sure that we are able to provide capacity to the organizations who are not funded in a myriad of ways. But I'm grateful, and I thank you all for being a part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hayes-Tempest.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Concerning the reimbursement, hybrid or upfront, I think we should let staff kind of do that on a case-by-case basis and looking at each one and looking at the risk. I think that's, if we give out all the money in a huge amount, definitely a larger one, I mean, it could give a significant risk because then if they don't spend it correctly, then we owe the federal government money back again. So I think letting the staff do it. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. And so if there's no objection, if we could just add to the motion for a staff sort of analysis, a high-level analysis of the sort of trade-offs of those at our meeting, that would be helpful. I mean, I think I am inclined to agree with your initial thought of the very, the $10,000 and $20,000 amount seem pretty straightforward, right? For larger ones, it bears a discussion. We need to make sure we understand our risk that we're being exposed, that we're exposing ourselves to, versus any any way we might inhibit the good work that the organization might do if we insist on a reimbursement model. Okay. Thank you again for everybody that there was no blueprint for doing this. You know, we all of a sudden got informed that cities were going to get an allocation, and frankly, there were easy ways to do this. The city could have just said, here's 3 categories, and we're going to put, you know, $10 million in each one, and they're going to go to these organizations, and that's it. And it would have been very clean and over done with. We chose a more difficult path, as we often do, because we're Gainesville. And so that meant that, you know, really was meant to empower and activate our incredible nonprofit community that we have here. We wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for all of you and what you do. So thank you for showing us that we made the right call in choosing to allocate our money in this manner. And now all that's left is the great work. I mean, that's what we have left to do. And we're here to be your partners as that happens. One last time, theamazinggive.org. We don't have to stop at these $7 million. There is so much more money that you can give. You might want to even pay special attention to some of those organizations that did not get as much of this ARPA money, and direct your donations towards them, because they need your help more than ever. So with that, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and move to a vote. Just one last reminder of what we're voting on. The motion is to award the recommendations as put forth by the Community Foundation's Evaluation Committee, that we refer to our General Policy Committee next week. The remaining $18,000 to be used in a variety of capacity building ways for the folks that receive $20,000 and less, and including groups that aren't even in that cohort. Periodic updates from the foundation, a discussion of the Community ID program and the Gainesville for All Empowerment Center, as well as the reimbursement versus direct payment sort of analysis. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. We heard you. So that was 5 ayes, 1 more emphatic aye over Zoom, and we had Commissioner Sacco absent. We very much appreciate it. Thank you all. That motion passes unanimously, and what we're going to do, Madam Clerk, is just take a brief recess to allow all these good people to go enjoy their fellowship outside, and go shake pockets for the Amazing Give. And then once the room is cleared, we'll call back to order. I know we have the item. We are in recess. Okay, if we could come back to order, please. We won't be long. There's just, I believe one thing that Commissioner Santos wants to bring up. Okay, so we're going to come back to order, and Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I saw a call come forward for the meeting next week that's going to be a workshop on constituent services and intern support. I was talking with the clerk. That's a relatively short, like 45. I don't think there's a lot of discussion to it, and I think we just put that on a city commission meeting. It costs a lot for us to have separate meetings and all of that, and I think that's just something that could just be a discussion item in the morning and of a commission or on a GPC, but I don't think we need a separate workshop for what's in there. So it's the 27th. So
the day before city commission meeting.
Yeah, I would move that we cancel the workshop for April 27th and we place that item on a future agenda.
Okay, motion second that we cancel that meeting, and we can place that on the May 5th agenda. I don't, without objection. Okay. Okay, that's administrative. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, that motion passes. Okay, we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Again, this is the regular City Commission meeting, April 21st, 2022. Glad that you're all with us. And Madam Clerk, our first order of business, please.
Okay, our first item of business is early public comment, and we do have Ms. Sheila Payne as our first speaker.
Okay, Ms. Payne, welcome. Ms. Payne, you're aware this is early public comment, not general public comment, right?
Yes, sir.
Right on, just checking.
That's agenda item, right?
You got it.
Okay, so I'm speaking about 21 rental housing.
Right on, yep.
So I represent the Alachua County Labor Coalition, who helped push through the renters' rights. So I sent e-comment. I'm not further prepared than that, but so I want to know, what is the city doing to capture the 8,500 units that did not respond to the city inquiry about non-homesteaded property? I also think that self-inspections should be done at least before every new tenant, and they should be given, that information should be given to the tenant. I don't think it should be thrown away. Why did the contractors, I realized that was kind of a mess, only bring in $376,000? Was it because they only inspected 400 units, or because the city did not capture the licensing fee? Landlords had a year to respond to it, and there were a lot of meetings. Landlords know about it. So the ACLC always advocated for in-house inspections, so I'm glad y'all are going to try to get that in-house. I think it will run a lot more smoothly. And the cost of the code enforcement, having to hire and get cars, that was many meetings that was talked about. So who is making sure landlords are applying for permits? We are really concerned that there's a lot of landlords out there who are not partaking of the program, and the whole point is that just what I learned again was that code enforcement is one of the only complaints filed that the person's name and address has to be given. The whole point of having random inspections is because people, the testimony we heard with a lot of people when we were meeting with neighborhoods early on, very fearful. We still get those calls of people living in terrible conditions, and they're afraid to call in. There has been retaliation, so I'm hoping y'all can ramp up the inspection program more quickly. And also, I didn't see anything in the backup materials about the water and energy efficiencies. That wasn't addressed, so I am interested in hearing how that went during those inspections. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is a great program. Hope y'all keep on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tana Silva.
Thank you. Just tell us which item or items you're speaking on, Ms. Silva.
Yes, the downtown strategic plan.
Great.
Thank you. I don't know the number.
Okay, it's next one up, so BD2, thank you.
All right. It's kind of impromptu, but UF ran up enrollment roughly 20,000 in 20 years without providing housing or even adequate faculty. And now it's drawing on-campus enrollment down 10,000, but adding parking and demolishing 44 low-rent brick family apartment buildings. I think this would be a good time to kind of review the UF City partnership and find out what accountability UF is being held to. I understand that UF had a big part in this downtown redevelopment, downtown development strategic plan, and I questioned that from the beginning, but it is what it is. At the same time, the city and county have given UF $4.5 million of ARPA funds and an unknown amount of CARES funding, and large amounts have been spent of city public money on infrastructure and so forth for the UF Innovate. The plan itself seems pretty UF-centric. I've asked about what is the purpose of including that Argos triangle south of Porter's, in the strategic planning area and the dotted lines, and I got no real answer of why that is. But, I'm hearing about supposedly a UF village for people who graduate from the university, and that was suggested as a possible place for it. So I don't know what that's doing in there. The accountability for the innovation district seems to be a little lacking. I noticed one, wow, 3 minutes goes fast. The market rate housing is supposed to go on UF Innovate, but UF Innovate, the innovation district, plus a big swath of 6th Street and all the way to Northwest 8th Avenue and of University Avenue are all a commercial and residential dead zone that are owned by government only. And I think that's not being taken into consideration on these maps and on the future of the innovation district as really a burden on the public taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nathan Scott.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to speak on multiple items, so I'm going to exercise my 5 minutes, please.
Sure, which items?
BD4, BD5, BD6, and RE2, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to talk about BD4 first, which is the Residential Rental Unit Permit and Inspection Program Update. If you read the staff narrative, paragraph 2 in that talks about the current contract with CAP government and how it's posed some logistical challenges, and as well as the permit fee now increasing to $155 per year versus what you told everyone it would be, $122. Again, irrespective, I mean, I'm all for energy improvements and conservation to help people save money on their excessive GRU bills. But this program has an unintended consequence, which the commission acknowledged right before it approved this ordinance, that it's going to further exacerbate affordable housing prices because the landlords are going to pass these costs and the cost of compliance onto their tenants. And the commission acknowledges by saying, oh, well, we're going to have to dedicate some taxpayer money for rental assistance. That's just a prima facie example of a failed policy before it was enacted. And here we go, fees are going up and there's problems with the inspections, and I'll just leave it at that on that particular item. But I mean, what you're going to have here is property owners just selling their property, and you're further exacerbating the problem that existed. I mean, you used to have a healthy rental community, and I think that's starting to change with the housing market. But it's the idea is well intended, but government mandates are not the solution to a free market economy. And I mean, GRU does things to help increase the efficiency of low-income households so they can save money on their electric bills and what have you. But no other utility in the state of Florida blames housing stock as the basis for having excessive high electric rates. I mean, so I'll just leave it at that. But I think that the commission was short-sighted to implement that policy, no matter how well intended. BD5, Energy Authority guarantee increase from $15 million to $20 million now. We don't get much benefit from that. Contrary to what you say, if you look at the economics, we get less payments from them in terms of distributions than we give them money. So I really think it's time to reevaluate that relationship, because we don't sell a lot of electricity through them. BD6, Bulaware Springs. Again, I support the transfer to the city because the city will bear the cost of future maintenance. That's a good deal for GRU customers because it's not really affiliated with the utility. The problem here is you're taking assets on GRU's regulatory books that's been paid for by GRU customers, that has some value, whether it be $5,000, $1, a penny, a peppercorn, and you're just transferring it off GRU's books and giving it to the city as a no-fee transfer. That's poor governance and inappropriate rate making, because it disadvantaged GRU customers who aren't getting the benefit of what they've been forced to pay for. So I really think y'all need to reconsider that, and whether it be consideration paid for $1. I mean, nothing's transferred without consideration. Any legal agreement, you'll see some nominal value for consideration, but at least the book value. I mean, I don't know if it's I think when I checked last time, it was $5,000. That's, you're taking an asset from GRU that's already financially distressed and just giving it to the city. At least give them some nominal value for what it's worth, and be, honest with the process from financial record keeping standpoint. And then finally, RE2, which is a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2022 Series B bonds and refunding the outstanding bonds. That's long overdue. You're converting variable rate bonds with swap agreements and all kinds of financial nonsense to fixed rate bonds. And we should have been doing that when interest rates were at an all-time low, and now that interest rates are going up, they're starting to understand that this may not work for us. And so I do commend GRU for doing that. I think it's long overdue. I don't think I would have financed the purchase of the biomass contract with a mix. It should have just been fixed rates and lock in. When rates are low, just lock in like any prudent person would be. But I think that's pretty much what I had to say. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I do have one speaker that would like to speak to the ARPA item, but she is aware that we already took that item up. I'm not sure if you want to do that during early public comment or general public comment.
Yeah, unfortunately, if an item is on our agenda, we need to speak to it at that time. So it wouldn't be appropriate at this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Got to try to follow our rules here.
That's the end of early public comment speakers.
Okay.
From mine.
So general comment? General public comment?
Yep, general public comment. We have Nathan Scott.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I wanted to speak on a couple issues. First and foremost, code enforcement for the St. Michael's property. It's littered with trash. It's in plain sight. There's squatting. Apparently, there's the property owner has a trespass thing, so people could be trespassed. Again, no one's unsympathetic to the less fortunate, but I think it's a reasonable expectation that if you're going to walk across the street and bring Circle K cups over or whatever, alcohol, whatever, that you need to pick up your garbage and throw it away, not just leave it all over the city. And so this is becoming a systemic problem. Code enforcement exists to address these problems, and it's incumbent upon the city commission to address a problem that's in plain sight, notorious blight on the city. It's very unpretty to look at, as noticed by many people in the multiple code enforcement complaints. So I think we need to get some commission attention, particularly Commissioner Areolas from that district. I think we need some action because the people are not happy. Also want to speak about the commission in general. I mean, I think civility is very important, but this commission, I'm tired of the commission gaslighting citizens, trying to discredit citizens, trying to marginalize citizens. How dare a citizen question of expenditure of taxpayer money and they're labeled anti-immigrant or they're labeled some other like anti-development just because they stand up for their neighborhood against the assault on neighborhoods by the city commission. This needs to stop. You need to treat all people with civility and respect, and you should get that in return. And unfortunately, we had an incident yesterday where I took exception because things were being said from the dais by the mayor that were completely untrue. I did not attack staff. I did not attack you. I stated facts that the commission has a fiduciary duty to provide effective management oversight of city government. And you guys have negligently failed to uphold that effective management oversight of city government, as evidenced by the audit report saying there's, quote, no ability to determine budget actuals for the last 17 months. The risk of overspending budget is extremely high, end quote. And then, quote, the FY20 financial records do not match the audited financial statements, end quote. Those should be eye-opening the commission, but we have the commission basically systemic excuse-making by the mayor and city commission who refuse to accept any responsibility for failing to provide this effective management oversight of city government. You have Commissioner Ward gaslighting on Facebook saying, a temporal reset, let's not worry about the negligence, let's just fix the problem. That's great, but the whole time you've been blaming the citizens, and that's not fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janice Gary.
My name is Janice Gary. I live in Oakview neighborhood. Good afternoon. I'm here to share a fun update with you. As some of you know, I am an enthusiastic beekeeper, which explains why 2 years ago, when a local resident, Linda Katrisky, wanted to donate $50,000 for the purpose of Gainesville becoming a Bee City USA designee, folks who know me asked me to help. Bee City USA is a program to encourage planting of native plants for native bees and pollinators and to educate the public on the importance of pollinators. The structure of Bee City is a collaboration between a nonprofit organization and a city or university. For Gainesville, Florida Wildflower Foundation has taken on the primary role for the work of Bee City. In fact, the $50,000 donation was deposited into a Florida Wildflower Foundation account on January 19, 2021. I am grateful to Commissioner Harvey Ward for, who spearheaded the city's requirements for Bee City. On November 4th, 21, the commission unanimously passed a resolution for Bee City and Mayor Poe signed it. Unfortunately, we noted that the resolution had been edited somewhere in the legal morass, and it did not meet Bee City requirements. Fortunately, Carissa Raskin, who works in the Department of Strategic Initiatives, recognized the errors in the resolution and has persistently and consistently worked towards finding a solution with the support of interim manager Cynthia Curry. Here's the great news about this initiative. The project will be largely funded through the donation. The work will be largely completed by the Florida Wildflower Foundation and volunteers. The project can add sustainability and biodiversity to public, private, and residential areas in our city. There are experts who are eager to participate. For example, Dr. Amy Vu in the UF Honeybee Research and Extension Lab is eager to help. Dr. Jarrett Daniels, professor of Lepidoptera and Biodiversity, has been working towards making UF a Bee City Campus USA. He is eager to collaborate with the city on creating pollinator corridors. Master gardeners are interested in helping. In the near future, a resolution addendum for Bee City will come your way. Please celebrate it joyfully, discuss it briefly, and pass it promptly. This is truly a gift from one of our residents to enhance the beauty and livability of Gainesville. As always, I thank you for your work for our city.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tana Silva.
Hello again. Next week, the commission has a workshop at Ironwood about college interns. A new 5-commissioner committee met this month. The commission has endless meetings, but none on housing. In nearly 4 years, not one. Yet housing is such an urgent priority that it requires rezoning the entire city by June. The commission's town hall in July 2018 was billed as the start of strategizing about policies of greatest impact. At that summit, the Schimberg Center for Housing Studies and Florida Housing Coalition had 2 key data findings which still apply. The greatest gap is for rental units that households below 50% area median income can afford. And Gainesville's stock of relatively affordable single-family homes is an asset. This asset needs protection to improve quality and ensure long-term affordability. But somehow, the commission got stuck on basically blaming homeowners as the villains and repeating the terms inclusionary and exclusionary zoning as gospel truth and doctrine with new apartments as the solution. Like the ADU ordinance, further deregulation would happen for nothing in exchange. No amount of reason, asking, evidence, experience, or expertise has gotten the commission back to a single open forum on the real world of housing in Gainesville, Florida, where homeownership is low and dwindling and corporate interests are taking over. A New York consultant got nearly $500,000 to justify enshrining that doctrine in city code and policies. And even that easy, icy report says the idea could backfire. Still, the commission is pushing staff to promote huge changes and city boards to rubber stamp them, even embedding them in UF's downtown plan, with no actual public participation or chance for future commissions to undo them. They favor corporate interest and more market rate apartments. Among other disparities, the city demolished market rate hundreds of lower income units and is spending millions on pricey, low density, suburban single-family HOA with heavy subsidies for middle-income buyers. This is happening fast with no checks and balances and basically no news coverage. The commission has endless meetings of all kinds and sends staff and interns in circles and spends millions on consultants without addressing what matters most. A speaker yesterday called the disarray a dumpster fire. We get our little 3 minutes here and there, and the mayor spends that. The housing meetings in May are not the anticipated commission town halls to strategize on housing, much less what the plan board is asking to publicly review a flawed comp plan update before voting on it. Please give these changes the time and careful attention that they need with real meetings, with real town hall meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. And just an update, Ms. Silva, you might not have seen earlier, we did cancel that meeting next Wednesday and put it on a regular agenda, and then we also approved 3 meetings on housing over the next 4 weeks. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Armando Grandi Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I wanted to talk about was, one thing we're talking about is when it comes to, I always hear from folks in the community that talk about we have an affordable housing crisis. And I want to give the interim city manager kudos on her housing strategist of Corey Harris. I think that'll be a great asset for the city. I think it will also help in addressing much of the affordable, quote unquote, affordable housing crisis. The problem with Gainesville is everybody looks at one side of our town as just having a quote unquote affordable housing problem. And I guess I want to reframe that and say, is it an affordable housing crisis, or is it a lack of, we're not looking at growing our economy and bringing good paying jobs here so people can choose where they want to live? And not what we say, well, we think you can afford a 2-block, 2-bedroom home built for 1941. Are we determining where people live? So we have this de jure redlining of where people can afford to live or how they live. Because it's interesting that we do a lot of great things in certain segments of our town and not so much on many other sides of the town. And then when everybody's running for office, we all want to come to East Gainesville, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Everybody does it. It's like the thing you can readily do when it comes to that. Just for an example, when it comes to the 8th and Waldo, when we came to discussion, we have folks that are in staff sometimes, and staff does a lot of great work, but wanting to put a facade and build a soccer stadium is not the idea of innovation and what we want to do at our best. And sometimes, it's painful when I hear commissioners say, well, what does one demographic look like and what do they want? Well, people that look like Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Duncan Walker, we're human beings. We're not disposable. We want, great shopping amenities, just like some of you all enjoy in your districts. Instead of saying, well, what do black people want? We're not some monolithic, disposable bunch of people. We want equity, which is severely not something you could do performative. And I know yesterday you want to say we're picking at it, but the facts are what meet the road. When the facts are, we can just look at Waldo Road. What have you done in your tenure? It looks the same in many of you all. So kudos for someone who wanted to not be performative and actually do something. The one thing I wanted to do, Commissioner Duncan Walker, or excuse me, to the mayor, to Commissioner Duncan Walker, we're not supposed to speak to him. When it comes to Heartwood, there's some things that have happened prior to your previous interim city manager of $600,000 that was given to the general fund. The other thing that could be done, and I know this has been given to some of you and to the interim city manager, we could absolutely buy, and this has been done since when I was working there on the board, where we could buy a lot of those needed necessities and take down the upward rate pressure on the buyers to where we could move people into affordable housing. It can be done. So it's not something that it has to be and or, it's what we should do. And not all black people are poor and not all white folks are wealthy. So let's stop this performative stuff and get stuff done and get to work. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. Thanks to y'all for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate that. We will now move on to our next business discussion item.
Our next item is B. Oh, I apologize. I don't know what I did with your card. I'm sorry, Mr.
Oh, okay. Go right ahead.
Okay, I'm also going to try to cover multiple things real quickly. On May 14th, a community fundraiser for Ukraine called Ukes for Ukraine. It's on the overhead. It's at the 4th Avenue Food Park, 11A to 3P on May 14th. Come and bring your wallet and your ukulele. I also want to mention something about transportation service in Gainesville. I had the occasion to try out the service called FlixBus. Wonderful going down to Orlando area, but coming back notified me within a couple hours that my bus would simply not be running on the same day of, with no explanation, no alternative, and no way through their website to find out how to contact anyone directly except a little chat that no one answers. After 3 days, no answer on that. So that got me stranded in Orlando for a day, missed a nursing shift. I warn all my neighbors, do not use FlixBus. Now, the major thing I want to mention is in a lot of discussion about housing, I've heard the idea of establishing a fund so that developers can pay instead of building affordable housing. This makes goal one of our housing issue, super goal one, the maximum number of affordable units, no matter where they are. That is a problem. The problem of our housing issue is not just the supply of affordable housing, but our housing pattern, and economically segregated housing that is proxy for racial segregation, that makes possible the tiering of service delivery, that you can have one type of policing in one neighborhood and the true officer friendly in another neighborhood, that you can have underfunded schools in one area and schools flush with money in another area because of housing values, that you can have garbage trucks run over your can in one neighborhood and sweep up every little spill in the other neighborhood. We have to end this segregation. Baby step number one of the civil rights movement was to desegregate schools so that the two major groups could get accustomed to each other's company, aware of each other's humanity. The big piece is housing desegregation, and now it happens through mixed income housing. Do not have a fund where areas can opt out of having mixed income housing, because you continue the same pattern. If you're going to have an area of all McMansions, then you're going to have an area of all poor housing. It's time to deconcentrate poverty along with creating affordable housing. The two must not be separated.
Thank you. Is that it, Ms. Kenny? Okay, very good, thank you. All right, next item, please. Then.
Our next item is BD2, Downtown Strategic Plan Project Update, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation, provide input and feedback, and direct as deemed appropriate.
All right, Madam Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. This is an item to be presented by initially Mr. Eric Brettville with the Department of Sustainable Development.
Mr. Brettville, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. We are here today to present the latest update on the Downtown Strategic Plan. And I'd like it if Marie could bring up my PowerPoint, would be great. Or I can put it on the overhead, either way.
No, I think they have it.
Just as some background and some preface, we've had our consultant in town this week, MKSK, and they've been in for 3 days. We had a meeting with the GCRA board on Tuesday night. Last evening, we had a downtown community meeting right here at the Bo Diddley Plaza. And then today, thank you, we're here before the commission. So I wanted to share a couple of introductory slides, and then my colleague Sarit's going to do same, and then we're going to move right into the SK presentation. Just as a reminder, the city of Gainesville recognized the need to develop a strategic plan for the downtown area, to develop a vibrant, alive downtown with expanded residential and commercial opportunities. This is a top priority in the city's strategic plan. And the staff was authorized by the commission to go out, do a solicitation, an RFP evaluation, and then enter into a contract with MKSK, and we did that in November of 2020. And this is a co-funded effort between the GCRA, upon whose behalf we're doing some of the staff work, or have been for the last year, and then the University of Florida. And myself and Sarit Sila in the Department of Sustainable Development have been the lead on this project. Could I have the next slide, please? The project timeline has roughly been split into thirds, and we are at the end of task 2. We've been doing a lot of engagement in the community the last year. Sarit's going to share some of that with you, and then we've gotten a generation of many ideas and takeaways that we're going to share with the commission today. And we are in task 3, or the final phase, which is to get some recommendations on next steps towards the implementation on this. And today is really a opportunity for the City Commission to provide some feedback and give us a check on our key takeaways and our 16 big ideas, basically. And then the idea would be that we would come back to the commission in the summer with a final project that had some implementing framework in it. And with that, I'm going to just hand it over to Sarit briefly so she can go over some of the engagement.
Hi everyone, Sarit Sela. Happy to be here. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the engagement brief was approved by the General Policy Committee last year in April, and since then we have done a lot of engagement. And we've heard from more than 700 voices in Gainesville community through a wide variety of in-person and online tools. Last night we had our second community meeting here at the Downtown Plaza. And we had more than 70 attendees at each of the engagement events. We also had downtown businesses and organizations table at the event, including the Rural Women's Health Project with the Immigrant Inclusion Initiative, the Indian Cultural and Education Center, the Hippodrome, the Matheson History Museum in Sweetwater Greenway, the Chamber of Commerce, Visit Gainesville, and GCRA staff, and representation from Decade. The meeting was published and posted through newsletters, social media, door-to-door invitation, direct emails, and on-site advertisement. We also have a neighbor advisory group, which is our steering committee. It's a group of 15 stakeholders, a very diverse group, which includes representation from Alachua County, Chamber of Commerce, UF Innovates, GCRA Advisory Board.
If you just pause for a second, I want to sort that out. Is it us? Is it our system?
Charles.
Might be somebody in the Zoom. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
It might be coming through Zoom, so everyone needs to mute their mic.
Yeah, sounds like over there.
Yeah. I don't hear it anymore, so thank you, Scott. Thank you, I stay alive. It's just a
In
little
that
distracting.
group, we also have neighbors from Porters, Spring Hill, Duck Pond, and Pleasant Street, business and property owners in downtown, and young leaders. We have overall 15 members, which has been a great sounding board for us. We've been to the GCRA Advisory Board 3 times for feedback, and we have a cross-departmental collaboration of staff meetings, including GCRA and Parks and Recreation staff and external volunteers helping out at the events. We had 15 focus groups focusing on a variety of topics, from social services to former business owners, current business owners, residents, arts and culture, hospitality, development, young leaders, and more. In addition, we had small group one-on-ones with key stakeholders from Santa Fe, UF, the county, school board, the Judge Miko family, the Cades, neighbors, and commissioners. We have had in-person conversations, paper surveys, and door-to-door invitations online surveys and comments. And we specifically reached out to East Gainesville neighborhood associations and leaders, including Duval, Cedar Grove, Spring Hill, Lincoln Estates, and initiated conversations and received some feedback. We presented at the Cedar Grove 2 homeowner association meeting and came down to community events at Bodie Plaza, such as the lively Smooth Flava dance group at the plaza to hand out surveys and have conversations. We had 2 one-on-one meetings with the Miko family, and which was very informative. And we're continuing this month. We were at the GCRA Advisory Board on Tuesday, met with some UF folks on Tuesday. We're out at the community yesterday and here today with you. And in the coming months, we are going to continue until the plan is adopted. Next slide, please. So as Eric mentioned today, this is a draft, an interim plan. So interim document is presented to you today, and we are seeking feedback. We're seeking feedback on the takeaways. You will hear about what we've heard from the community, what are the main takeaways, and how we are suggesting to move forward on those with ideas. So, and potential implementation mechanism. So we would like to have a conversation about that, and then, next slide, please. And then come back in the summer for endorsement and full final document. And next slide, please. Okay, so this summer, come back to you for final adoption, and the recommendation is on the next slide. So we would like you to provide us feedback about the takeaways from the community engagement and our ideas and implementation considerations. With that, I would invite Andrew Overback, our consultant with MKSK, to deliver the main presentation. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Overbeck, welcome. Glad you're with us.
Thank you. Great to be here this afternoon. Thank you to Eric and Sarit, and it was great to see some of you last night. I think we've got another slide deck, Ms. Gainey. I'm going to be saying next slide a lot, so I apologize in advance for that. I'm working together, a large team of folks behind me that's been really helping from the city, and obviously our neighbor advisory group that has been so instrumental in putting this work together. And a lot of community voices that Sarit sort of went through this afternoon, but also a large team that works with me. So MKSK is a team of landscape architects, urban designers, urban planners. We were also working together here in Gainesville with EDA, so I'm sure you all know Clay and Stephanie. They're working with us as well. And then on the line today is Brian Licari. He'll probably help with any questions and answers, but he's with Development Strategies. They're doing our market economic analysis work as part of this plan. So Sarit gave a really good rundown of all the engagement work that we've done. So I'm going to ask you to go forward to the slide that has sort of the green circles on it. It's probably several slides in. If you go right to that, we'll start there. Had a lot of great folks again out. I think the next slide. Out last night to have some conversations with us. We've had a lot of great meetings this week. Eric and Sarit will be continuing to take this out to the community. We've got a lot of paper surveys and other things left behind. We'll also have everything up on the website this week so people can continue to interact. So we're really at a stage where we're pulling all this together. The 16 ideas we'll talk about this afternoon are really representative of that community conversation that's happened to this point. But we asked people, what were their favorite things about downtown? And you've got a lot of great assets, a lot of community gathering places. This should be the common ground for the entire community. And that's the role that downtowns play in our city structures. So a lot of things that people like to do. Obviously, coming downtown for food and restaurants. Last couple nights have been pretty vibrant. A lot of people out and about, and that's how a lot of people spend their time in downtown. But it's walkable. There's parks and trees. There's a lot of great things going on. You can see the sort of areas that people told us they like to go to, whether it's Depot Park or Bo Diddley Plaza, Hippodrome, Thomas Center. Those are the things that pull people together. And I think we can do a lot more to connect those dots, and we'll talk about that as one of our key themes this afternoon. Go to the next slide, though. Things that people want to sort of see more of, and what are the things we ought to address? More businesses. So as vibrant as it might have been last night walking around, there are a lot of there's a lot of first floor vacancy, and why is that? And that's some of the things that we know we need to address. We'll talk a lot about that. We'll talk a little bit about affordable housing that's come up in a lot of recent community conversations you all have been having and other planning work that's gone on. We'll talk about housing writ large. And then also pedestrian and bike connectivity. How do we sort of fill in some of those gaps and make downtown more connected to the neighborhoods that surround it? So a lot of great ideas there in terms of opportunities and things that as a community we need to work on. If you can go to the next slide. And just a lot of great voices, right? We saw this over and over again in our work, in our conversations with people very willing to sort of talk through all of these issues. If you can go to the next slide. Really boils down into these 6 themes. So we took all of those, thousands of comments and really boil it down to these 6 items. And these are the things we'll talk about this afternoon. So first and foremost, becoming a destination. Why do people want to come to downtown in the first place? Why aren't they coming to downtown? How can we make downtown more of a destination? So we'll talk about that. Connecting the dots. You've got a lot of great assets. They're maybe not as interconnected as they could be, maybe not as accessible as they could be. We need to strengthen the relationships with the surrounding neighborhoods that are directly around downtown. Those are historic, existing communities that need to be part of this conversation. We've had great privilege to have each of those neighborhoods represented on the neighbor advisory group, and we've got some thoughts there as well. Increasing housing opportunities. We'll talk about this in greater depth, but how can we get more housing in downtown? You'll see in a moment very little has been built in the last 12 years. And that's something that has ramifications that we need to understand. A supportive local business environment, another key strategy, looking at how do we start to fill some of this first floor space, how do we diversify the amount of jobs that are downtown. This is more than 50% of the jobs in downtown are government jobs. So we need to diversify the economy, diversify who's sort of in downtown on a daily basis. There's an opportunity there. And then enhancing and maintaining downtown. This is really about implementation. How do we do these things? These ideas that we've gathered from the community, some of them are new ideas. A lot of them have been around for quite a while. Why haven't they been acted upon? And so that's a question we have, and we'll bring some thoughts there on how you might go forward with implementing this plan. We'll go ahead to the next slide. Each of these 6 themes have ideas connected to them. So that's why we get through to 16. We'll go through each of these here, and I'll try and move with some pace. So we have time for some conversation. So let's go to the first one about becoming a destination. Really got challenged by the neighbor advisory group on the next slide to think through this a little bit and why, what is downtown? What's its identity? How do people interact with downtown? What brings people here? So if you go to the next slide. The first thing we really think about are what are the assets in downtown? We've sort of got a map of these. It's a very diverse, set of institutional, cultural amenities, open spaces, and you can see there's some clustering going on, but maybe they're not as connected as they could be. So these are the valuable things that are in your downtown. How do we start to leverage that, build on those assets that you have? So you go to the next slide. Starting to think through how do we sort of cluster some of these things together? Where do we start? Because downtown, as you define it, can be rather large. So certain parts of downtown have different character than others in terms of the types of things that might work. You might have more innovation going on around UF Innovate and Santa Fe. In the historic core, it's where we have restaurants, entertainment, and culture. Down toward Depot Park, it's a little bit of a arts creative, galleries, art performance, a little bit of a different flavor. So what are the strategies that we maybe would apply to each of those, maybe a little bit differently? And the other reason we think about this in terms of sort of districts within downtown, if you go to the next slide, you'll see, there's a sort of a finite, market demand, and where do we put that energy? Where do things evolve? In what part of downtown and when? So we want to make sure that when we're doing this, we're clustering those activities and really bringing these parts of downtown to life. So you go to the next slide. Talk a little bit about the identity of downtown, and I think this sort of gets sometimes boiled down into a brand or a catchphrase or a logo. And it really is more than that. It's what's the story of downtown? How do you tell that authentically to bring people into downtown, have an experience that's universal, and it's something that people feel when they're here. It's not just a tagline. It's just not social media. It's something you see when you're here. You see it reflected in the programming, in the events, in the experiences, in the storefronts that are in downtown. We think that's extremely important. So if you go through, maybe click ahead to our third idea here. how do all of these things pull together? And you'll see here, Sweetwater Branch Creek is something that we're very interested in. It's a great asset, but we think it's an underappreciated one. As you sort of walk toward it from where we are in downtown today, the fabric of downtown turns into surface parking lots and some larger government buildings. And then you get to the creek. There's cultural assets. We have the Matheson and the library. All of these things sort of are next to it, but they don't really open onto it. You can't really get across University. It's not a safe crossing. So how can we start to use this great green space to sort of connect to the neighborhoods to the east, for that matter as well? So we think there's a lot of opportunities here to explore this. There's some work we'll talk about in terms of creating that greenway loop throughout downtown. But this is, I think, a place that we can start. It's a great piece of green space in your downtown already. How do we make it something more than it is? So if you go to the next slide, you start to see some of those ideas coming together, the things you might be able to do in that space. There's an environmental sustainability component to it. There's a recreation component, but there's the culture and the history and the chance to have educational and historical markers and things like that really tell the story of that space. So we think that's really important. The next slide then shows where are some opportunities that really could help to energize this side of downtown and make that seamless connection through to the surrounding neighborhoods. Sort of identified in red or places where there's surface parking lots today. Could those be something different? Could we have something there that helps to bring this part of downtown to life and tie these pieces together? So we really think that's an early opportunity for some success. So we'll move ahead to the next big idea, and that is looking at these connections. We talk a lot about sort of walkability in downtown, and you can see here sort of the 5-6 minute walk sheds, so something that's pretty comfortable, something you can do in 5 or 10 minutes. And you can see a lot of downtown technically is pretty walkable. These overlap with each other. We sort of picked a couple destination points in downtown we think people might walk between. We know, from walking around and being here, living here, that isn't necessarily the case. Things aren't walkable if they don't feel like they are. So if you go to the next slide, sort of see where we have some gaps or maybe some things to work on. A little bit faint on the slide, but those red areas are areas that don't have sidewalks. So it's hard to be walkable, especially as we get into the neighborhoods that surround downtown, to be able to sort of connect those things together, connect not just neighborhoods to downtown and vice versa, but also to some of those destinations. So we think this is a key piece to work on. And that walkability, if you go to the next slide, really translates into the issue of parking, which we know you all have had some conversations about and will continue to through the rest of the year here. But if we can create a user-friendly, easy to understand, clear system, people can get out of their car and walk to multiple destinations. They're not maybe as concerned of parking right in front of where it is that they're going if they feel like it's safe and walkable, right? So that's the environment we'd like to create in downtown. Again, on-street parking should be something that's turning over. It's convenience parking for those that are coming downtown for a visit. But we've got to make downtown walkable if that's really going to be something that's going to be successful. So all these things work together. And the next slide will show, you have pieces in your code that talk about what streets ought to look like. It's a really great work that you already have. Now it's a question of how do you maybe implement that a little bit more widely. So these are streets in downtown in blue. Go to the next slide that meet the city standard. But then there's streets that don't have the same streetscape, don't have street trees, don't have that sort of comfortable pedestrian environment, and we need to start to connect those dots. And you'll see in a minute how that starts to mesh together with connecting into the neighborhoods as well and making sure that those connections are there. The next slide talks then about that Sweetwater corridor. So it's not just that piece of the park that we were talking about earlier, but it really does run all the way from Spring Hill and Depot Park all the way through to the Thomas Center and sort of the north side of downtown. And then how do we connect that to other neighborhoods? If you go to the next slide, looking at 6th and the sort of cycle track that runs along that edge, you have the ability to take stuff you've already done, connect those things together, and have a true greenway loop around downtown that starts to connect into all the neighborhoods, Fifth Avenue and areas to the west as well. And those connections are incredibly important. So you have a couple legs of these already. You've got a couple missing pieces, and we think there's an opportunity to really create this strong greenway loop throughout downtown. So we go to the next idea, next sort of series of slides, is that relationship with the surrounding neighborhoods. And as I mentioned, the neighbor advisor group was really embedded with some of those neighborhood leaders, and we recognize that there are things that are happening in those neighborhoods that are related to downtown, but also separate from downtown, and we need those identities. The identities neighborhoods have need to be protected, and we look at sort of your historic neighborhood map. If you go to the next slide, sort of shows where those neighborhoods are. But I think downtown's also a neighborhood, right? So if you go to the next slide, you see in red these are your zoning classifications for different types of residential and other land uses. Downtown's sort of shown in red. This is sort of your densest zoning category. We're really interested in, when we talk about downtown development, that's happening in that red area. How does that transition back into the neighborhoods? What does that look like? What are those seams? What are those edges? What are some design considerations there? So starting to think through as we get to the next slide, please. What can that start to look like? So we've talked a little bit about streets and connectivity, where we need to invest. Some of those streets that we identified in red without sidewalks and red that don't have the streetscape improvements, Fourth being one of them. There's just some priority corridors we think you might start with that are really on those neighborhood edges, so that connectivity begins to exist. And then the next slide, looking at how you might start to transition any kind of new development to mesh in with those neighborhoods that already exist. And it's not to say that infill development won't happen, but what does it look like and how does it interface between the two is really, really, really important. We heard that loud and clear from almost everyone that we've talked to. So we'll talk a little bit more here next about housing in general and how that both relates to downtown and to the neighborhoods that are around it. So if we go forward to the next series of slides, it's really about housing opportunity. So we look at this in three ways. How do we attract investment without displacement? That's important. It's something you all have been talking about at great lengths with other planning work, other community conversations. How do we make downtown more inclusive as it evolves? And then how do we leverage investment and create an overall strategy, a holistic strategy? What does that toolkit look like? And I think we really want to, if I could say one thing about this, we want to take it away from having these conversations about individual developments, create a holistic policy that can be applied across the board, do some things you're talking about with a housing fund potentially that provides that economic undergirding that can help to support these things. That makes it a lot easier than having to have this conversation every time a development site comes up in terms of conversation. So this toolkit, some sort of tool we'll leave behind, it's something that we think can be greatly beneficial in downtown, and maybe it's something that you're talking about community-wide as well. We think that's really important. So you go forward to the next slide, and we'll talk about each of these, but we'll talk about each of these characteristics. So you have existing neighborhood housing that we need to support and uplift. We have affordable housing that we know is a need in the community. We have market rate housing, which you haven't seen any of in 10 years in downtown. And then there's the student housing, which is ubiquitous and really does, it's happening. We don't need to, really do anything there from the standpoint of downtown. It's something we need to see market rate, we need to see the neighborhood, and we need to see the affordable. That's where we need to spend our time, working on things. So we'll talk more about those pieces. So go ahead to the next slide. You'll see downtown in the blue area here. So we looked at all the development that's sort of taken place citywide. All of it is really outside of downtown. Very little development inside of that blue area in the last 12 years. And that's a problem. I think when we think about development, that's what people are thinking about. They're thinking about things that are happening off to the west, and they're not happening in the downtown. So the next slide sort of talks a little bit more about what those price points are, what are the demand pieces, how much do you need to make in order to afford certain these categories. So we're thinking about that, really markedly. How do we address each of these categories, because they're all needed, in the community. So we look to the next slide. These are some of the things we're starting to think about. How do you create a fund that allows existing neighborhoods to invest in their homes and stay in their homes? That's this naturally occurring affordable housing. is your most efficient way of addressing that need. So again, that's neighborhood focused. Then there'll be tools we'll talk about for affordable housing and, incentives that are necessary, for market rate. We've got to have that as well. And I think the next slide will really show, what some of these, keep going to the next one, what some of these issues are. We look at the challenge community-wide. There's 16,000 households over the age of 25 that qualify for affordable housing. And we're looking at that as earning below 60% AMI. So that's the sort of cutoff point. That's a need. You know that. You're working on that already. You're knowledgeable of it in any case with the work that you've been doing outside the downtown plan. But the other number here on the talent side is really important. You're talking about the next generation of people that are going to be investing. There'll be entrepreneurs that are young professionals that are the sort of next wave of the residents of Gainesville. Your growth in early workforce is projected at 0 right now, going ahead. And part of that is because we don't have, there's certainly a jobs piece to that, but part of it is the availability of housing of a certain type and kind, and that needs to be addressed as well. So there's a potential talent gap if we're not investing in our sort of downtown area. Let's go to the next slide. Talk a little bit about the impact of just going piecemeal. So one of the policies, you could do a 15% set aside for affordable housing. We just sort of played that out, looked at a couple sites. It's not going to get you a lot of units. It's certainly part of the puzzle. But if you go to the next slide, really looking at other pieces to that as well. So if we can do things that help neighbors invest in their existing homes, that has a much bigger impact potentially than looking at a development by development scenario, right? And then the other piece certainly can be the LIHTC housing and other affordable measures that you can take. Again, layering all those things together, we can have a lot more impact than just going project by project. So that would be, I think, our sort of main takeaway from the housing recommendation. So we want to be able to address this at scale because we're not going to solve it one development at a time. The next piece then talks about what some of where some of these pieces might fit. You obviously have existing neighborhoods that we want to invest in. We have the opportunity to have mixed income housing as part of a LIHTC project. And then we need to have more market rate. We need to have more market rate housing in downtown. There really has been very few projects. So how do we do that? The next idea really runs through from an affordable housing standpoint. I won't go into all of these, but there's a large toolkit of things that you can do. I think this idea of a housing fund is a fantastic one. It really does help to open some doors. So we'll have a lot of detail here in recommendations to support affordable housing. And then the traditional toolkit really for the next idea, which is looking at market rate housing, tax abatements, things of that nature. We really think in a lot of communities we worked in, you need to do this for maybe the first few years and prove the market. And once that happens, you don't need to have that incentive in place. And so we've seen a lot of these be in place for 5-10 years and then sunset as the community matures, as the market evolves, as that market's been proven. So really think it's important to get the ball rolling on some of this because, again, you're not seeing it happen. It's happening elsewhere. It's why students might, instead of staying in Gainesville, are moving to Orlando or Tampa. It's why some people are not staying in the region and they're going to other places where there's more opportunity. So we need to sort of hit both spectrums from the housing perspective. The next piece, if you go ahead, is how do we really encourage a more vibrant business environment. We heard from the community they want more things to do downtown. They want more businesses downtown. We know there's an opportunity to fill in some of these storefronts, support entrepreneurs, and align all these things together. And then we'll talk here in a minute about how do we make these things happen. So if you go to the next slide, it really is, we talked about a little bit about the housing ecosystem. There's a business ecosystem as well. So there are a lot of things that we see as problematic. You have vacant storefronts at the moment. You have a lot of government workers, public sector workers in downtown. There are a lot of things that are sort of keeping the sort of stasis you have right now in place. And so we've got to do something to overcome that. And we've got a few ideas there. So go ahead to the next slide. We sort of look at the supported business environment being something that invests in the built environment, invests in human capital, and invests in prosperity. So we're looking at the sort of diversification of the types of businesses you have downtown, the types of jobs you have downtown, and then what are the tools you need to support that. So go ahead to the next slide. We look at the competition that's happened, right? A lot of vacant storefronts you have in downtown have moved out to Butler North and Celebration Point, right? Maybe it's not growing the number of businesses, but they've just transferred themselves somewhere else. And why have they left? We actually had a session with downtown business owners who had left downtown and gone to other locations to really understand why they weren't in downtown anymore. So we know there's a lot of competition regionally. The authentic experience, though, is your downtown, the place where you can have local business and that culture and history is in your downtown. So we know we want to get that back. It's what people are looking for when they come downtown. So if you go to the next slide, we really want to think through what is the regional story, what's the regional picture. Go ahead to the next one. And what are the types of retail that we think can really work in downtown? So you have neighborhood scale things that are serving residents. We need to have that. We need to have that prime retail, that destination retail, the restaurant, the entertainment, those things that bring people to a place and it's only in downtown. And then the opportunity for creative endeavors. We see a lot of that in little pockets of downtown today, but we think there could be a lot more of it. So if you go ahead to the next one, you'll start to see what those types of businesses could be, and then where could they be located. Again, remember we talked about clustering in those 3 areas. We really think that some of these work a little bit better in certain parts of downtown than another, and that really gets to sort of starting to think about retail in a way that you're curating content in a sense. So go ahead to the next slide. Really creating that ecosystem. Everything that we've talked about today, whether it's walkability, the ease of parking, how do we market downtown, what's the brand, all of that goes towards supporting that local business environment. So this is how all these things start to fit together. Go to the next slide. And the 2 sort of big ideas here is how do we curate a broader mix of ground floor uses in the downtown? How do we repurpose obsolete space? And how do we activate storefronts? We need to create a system there that supports all 3 of those things. And then how do we invest in small business support? I think it's really important to start to think about, how do we support a small business owner, someone that's got a great idea, that local entrepreneurial support is necessary, perhaps creating a startup grant program and working together with small business to give them an opportunity in downtown that maybe doesn't exist anywhere else. A lot of people came over and had great ideas for maybe how to do that when we had our meeting last night. So we'll work on that together. Got some good feedback yesterday evening on that front. But it really boils down to this last piece is how do we do this? As I said in the beginning, there are a lot of great ideas. Some of these ideas are new. Some of them have been around for a while. If you go to the next slide, how do we move forward? Who's going to work on this? How do we do it? Yeah, go keep going to the end here, the next section. Yeah, go to the next. There we go. Great. So we've had a great pleasure of working with a number of different downtown organizations in a lot of different downtowns across the country. One of the charges we had from our stakeholders, from the community, from our advisory group was we can't let this plan sit on a shelf. We have to have a way to get this done. And one of the things that we've seen in successful downtowns that we've worked in is that there is an organization that is uniquely suited to doing this. And this is really important that there's an implementation entity that is thinking about downtown from the minute they get up to the minute they go to sleep at night. And so what form that takes, in Atlanta, it's investment corporations. Other places, it's a downtown development corporation. Other places, it's a business improvement district. There's lots of different, forms these folks take, but they become the facilitator, not only of this plan, but ideas that fall out of it, conversations that occur after this is done, and they're laser focused on implementing and focusing on downtown. So go to the next slide. There's a lot of different roles that these organizations play, and when you look at this slide, really from left to right, there's sort of an increase in the level of sophistication from left to right, both top and bottom. And these are all organizations we've worked with, whether it's Atlanta or Cincinnati, Louisville, Cleveland. We've worked with all these organizations. They all have a bit of a different, they're at a different sort of set of expertise and things that they work on. But all of them do the very first one, which is clean and safe, taking care of what you have, making sure that things look good. People know what's going on downtown. They feel safe. They feel welcome. They have ambassadors that sort of let people know what's happening and are there as resources. So The clean and safe is really the first step. You know, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the thing that all of these organizations do, and they do well. As you go toward the right, some of them have got, get more involved in marketing and branding, putting on programs and events, starting to invest in place. And then you get to the bottom, a lot more sophistication. So retail tenanting, being that sort of matchmaker between those that are looking for opportunities and those that maybe have the space where that could exist. Investing in parks and open space, so actual built projects, improving streetscapes. Those groups are starting to invest in public realm spaces. And then finally, 3CDC and others, the 3CDC in Cincinnati, has really gotten involved in the actual development. So if there's a vacant parcel, vacant building, they've actually acquired and controlled the property and are the ones that are going through the development process, and in some cases doing affordable housing projects as a result of that, having that sort of control of property. So again, this is something that varies in every community, but we really think if you go to the next slide, probably skip the one, skip ahead. Go to the next slide. We really think you start with the sort of low, go back one. Start with that low-hanging fruit. Focus on the clean and safe, get that right. The second idea, 16, is to continue to build capacity. When we did our work in both Akron and Toledo, we connected them with organizations that were like them, their size, their scale, their needs, to talk to them about what worked, what sort of people do you need on staff, what is the next step. And so continuing to build capacity, get more sophisticated as time goes on, and build that program up is sort of the next step in terms of implementation. So go to the next slide here. I think I'll probably pause here. These are the 16 ideas, the 6 big themes. Pause here for any conversation, question. Happy to go back and forth to anything else that you have questions about. And Brian from Development Strategies is on the Zoom as well if we need to ask him any questions. So happy to take any thoughts and comments.
Okay, thank you very much for the overview and all the work that's gone into this up to this point. We really do appreciate it. It's good to get this in front of the commission and the rest of our community. So we'll start off with Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the work that you've done. I think it's a good overall plan. One thing I have a few different things I'd like to discuss. One of them is I think it'd be good to, as we're getting more community engagement, is reaching out at our busiest time of downtown is probably 11, 12, 1 in the morning. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if we have reached out to those people or gone out and tried to gather information from, I know that might be difficult at times, but I mean, that is the busiest time of our whole entire downtown, and getting their feedback on what they see for downtown. Kind of looking at, I guess, idea 1, whatever that slide is, talking about density and kind of, I guess it's kind of a nomenclature? Is that right? Nomenclature? Nomenclature. We talk about maximum density of existing downtown core, and then like neighborhood scale density. Right. Downtown is a neighborhood. I mean, I don't think the heights dictate if it's a neighborhood or not. It's really people. Yeah. And I think I see that kind of throughout here and kind of how stuff is named. And I think I'd like for kind of looking at it and not just saying single family neighborhoods are neighborhoods, but like, I guess so that'd be my one request looking at this, is trying to
That's a good point.
Make sure that we're not, the neighborhood just doesn't mean small scale neighborhood. It could mean many different things. On the price point slide, looking at the last 3 years, I think that gives somewhat of a skewed picture of the real estate market in those areas. I don't think you can buy a single property at the low end for what's on the average for those 3 years in any of those neighborhoods. So I think looking at the last 12 months as well, maybe having 3 years and 12 months would give a more realistic look at what today's market is, because that average price is you can't buy a house for that in any of those neighborhoods. Yeah. I think I was looking just the last house that sold in Porter's was $220,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and $80,000 there. Yeah. Looking at transition into neighborhoods and affordable housing, I think 2 things to point out. The Oak Park building on 8th Avenue, which is about, we really only have two in that our study area, two actual like affordable housing buildings, Oak Park on 8th Avenue in Maine, and then 400 apartments on Northwest 2nd Avenue. That's a 6-story building. It's a 7-story building. Both are illegal to build today because they're within 100 feet of a historic district. And I think that's one of the things to consider as our transition is we're making the affordable housing illegal and we can't build it. And then that's so, and trying to get, so that's one of the things too, in kind of looking at it. And then I think your last point, or you were talking about having someone at the city who's focused on it. I strongly believe that we should have someone who is at the city who's focused on downtown every day and working to make it a better place. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you all for all the work that's gone into this. I want to talk about three things that you mentioned here, and it's not the first time we've talked about them. I'm hopeful that we can take action this time as we move forward. Number one, it's got to be somebody's responsibility to keep downtown top of mind. If we don't have a person whose job it is, it doesn't need to be an enormous office full of people, but at least a person whose job it is to wake up in the morning worried about downtown being vibrant, we're not going to succeed on a consistent basis. We might have, a year or 2 years of good things happening. But if we're going to keep it vibrant, if we're going to create something good and keep it that way, it's got to be a person, an office whose job it is to get that done. I really believe that, and I'm hopeful that we can get it done. Clean and safe. We've talked about this a lot of times. If it doesn't feel safe, if it doesn't look clean, we're not going to attract people from other parts of town to come downtown. You will work and do your 8 to 10 hours downtown, and you will go somewhere else to go to dinner, and you will go somewhere else to do your shopping. All the other things we do really don't work if we don't make sure that we're cleaning up, the streets, that we're not on top of the clean and safe angle. It has to be well lit. It has to be regularly maintained. All that is the baseline. So a positive in all this is that things like a grocery store and some housing look like they're happening. At Lot 10, it looks like we're moving forward there. It looks like, certainly in the near term, very short near term, the Hyatt will be opening. That should add some retail downstairs, so some opportunity there. I'm hopeful for both Lot 10 and for the Hyatt, but if we don't stay on top of how it looks and feels to be downtown, we're not going to succeed on a consistent basis. And that only happens if it is somebody's job. And yeah, I know that it's the city manager's position job to do that in the macro, but in the micro, no matter what else is going on in the city, this person wakes up and thinks, I got to make sure downtown's in good shape today. We're not going to have a consistent success. So thank you for what you've put forward here. I really appreciate it. And I'm really hopeful that we can focus on those basics of making sure that it's the responsibility of one city worker or one team of city workers, and that we are really focused on the look and feel of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the detailed presentation and all of the work that's gone into reaching out to people. I understand that it is a lot of legwork. It is a lot of hours to try and really curate this information, and so I'm very appreciative of it. I want to give some feedback for what I think would be good ideas to include. I was having a conversation this week with some of the business owners along I believe it's the 2nd Avenue, right across from the Lot 10, where the road's been closed really since COVID has began the streetery project. And a lot of those business owners are interested in having that outside space be permanent for them. And that would require the city to really close the road permanently. And I think it would look fantastic if, we could, some of the road closure signs, I think it's appropriate to have them there just so that cars don't mistakenly think they can drive around, security blocks or whatever. But if we could really design that area and really make it look inviting to walking pedestrians, that would really enhance the walkability. And I know business owners are interested in that area. I think sometimes we have to be very, very careful. This goes back to one of the other points about creating a supportive local business environment. We want to make sure that the business owners are supportive of the ideas that we're talking about. But that doesn't mean necessarily that we don't come up with new ideas as well. Because really one of my other big concerns about downtown's walkability is some of the sidewalks are just, they're not really walkable at all. The space in between either restaurant outdoor seating and trees, both of which are fantastic, but there's so much space that could be used that is currently taken up by the on-street parking that we could reutilize for more walkability and really cleaner streets, to be honest with you. There is space there that we can utilize, but it would take that vision and it would take that intentional communication about exactly what areas we're talking about to re-envision and ultimately change the infrastructure. I want to encourage you to reach out to Andrew Tejas, who is really in charge of the UF and Gainesville City Partnership, because the University of Florida had a very, very intriguing idea many, many years ago, and it hasn't really been talked about since. Both of our institutions have somewhat had other priorities come up in the last few years. But the idea of a downtown art walk and really focusing on Main Street as a piece of that. You even mentioned that downtown is an attraction for creatives, and really highlighting that I think would be a really fantastic idea. And I will close my comments talking about two really amazing green infrastructure projects. One of them, as you mentioned, the Sweetwater Greenway. I think that could be a really fantastic addition to the area. We would need to do a feasibility, I think, as a city to really look into what sort of costs that would incur. But I think it's a fantastic idea. Folks in Gainesville, if you go to any park, whether it's passive or active, on any weekend, it's always packed. Mm-hmm. So people are always appreciating those things here, and they're voting to fund it at the ballot. So that would be another really appropriate thing. And last on that, the second green infrastructure project is really taking advantage of our cycling trails. Depot Park is sort of like the nexus for so many different bicycle trails, and really highlighting that as a destination, highlighting that as something to really not just have, okay, this is, because if you go there now, you just sort of see these trails come together, but there's not even like an acknowledgement of the intersection of these really vibrant trails that people are using. It's not just the Gainesville Hawthorne Trail, it's 6th Street, it's going up to Waldo. And that's part of a larger vision called the Infinity Line, which is bigger than downtown. So for this purposes, it would be better served at another conversation. But really highlighting those two green infrastructure pieces that are good for the environment, and really would be attractive destinations for people in Gainesville and really people outside of the area. But again, thank you for your work. Very appreciative.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I was very intrigued with the slide on existing housing ecosystem funding, 16,000 plus the talent and the lack thereof. Here, could you expound on that some more? Do you have any ideas, thoughts, partnerships there where we can build success? A few years ago, we had the, I think they call themselves the
Friendship 7.
Friendship 7, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that they addressed was talent.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't heard anything else from the Friendship 7 in about 7 years. So, do you have more comments there?
Yeah, that's a great question. That slide with the 16,000 sort of, it's really showing the scale of the affordability, issue here in Gainesville, and then correspondingly the lack of talent growth that's happened. So we intended for those to open your eyes a little bit. One of the things we want to do there, again, talking through that holistic policy as we look at the housing toolkit, so that there's something for every sector of the housing market that needs to be served. And so that's why we're talking about not just looking at a development by development basis, but having a holistic toolkit that you can apply. And I think some of the things you're talking about with the housing fund is a great a great tool to be able to make those investments in the existing housing products. When it comes to talent attraction, sort of that next level of entrepreneurs, who's going to sort of start up the next business? How are you going to grow that local economy? When we see a number like 0, we get pretty concerned. And I think you look at what's the mix of things. In fact, as I was flying here, I was sitting next to someone who was coming back for graduation from a doctorate program, and I said, where are you gonna move? Where are your people in your program? Some of them are staying around, some of them aren't. The ones that are staying are the ones that have had a great internship, made a local connection. And we see that time and time again in communities like this. If we can sort of embed those folks in the local ecosystem, they stick around, they stay to do things. So I think that's a piece of it. We also look at where people are looking at, whether that's talent attraction from outside or keeping the talent you have here. They're looking for certain things. They're moving to a place, not necessarily to where there might be a job. So they're looking for certain community amenities. You talk about the regional bike system. Those are things that attract people to place. Having unique arts and cultural events in a downtown. That's what makes people want to be in a place. So all of these things, I think, work together to start to change the narrative of the downtown and your city, so that number is no longer 0. We sort of turn that around.
Right, okay. Then my next issue, for me, I'd like to see a diversity of businesses downtown. I think that we had one new African-American business, a salon, to move downtown last year. A couple of restaurants have been tried, but they've closed. But I think you have to have that diversity, and something that we really, really need to work on. And the third thing is that while I think it's important to have the student population, we have to appeal to more than the student population in trying to build a thriving downtown.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll bring, Commissioner Ward made a good point. I know we had a downtown owners association a few years ago. We don't have that anymore, do we?
No,
Kinda
they sort of quit being active. Two things: COVID, and then Terry Fleming was sort of the driving organizer of that.
Yeah.
So his passing sort of hurt that.
So
So it's trying to be reconstituted.
I think if we can reconstitute that, that would be a beginning too, to help us. So thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if, in looking at this, seeing where people are coming from in terms of they're coming, like people who work downtown, where they're coming from, or people who are here for entertainment, was that looked at at all? Kind of what type of people are coming here? Or
yeah, I think we definitely, when people answered the survey, we had a sense of what zip code they were in. So we had a sense of sort of who was providing us that information. In terms of a sort of origin, destination type thing, that's we can certainly sort of look at that, where people, you can get that employment data, so you can see where, if they work in downtown, where are they coming from. So there's a couple other data sources we can look at on that, but yeah, it's a good question.
One other data source that's the tourist development at the county. They now have software that's tracking people by their cell phones for where they come from for tourists. And downtown is one of the areas they have marked off, so they could track and see where people are staying and how long people from out of town are actually staying in downtown. That is available as well from them.
Great.
The First Avenue, you're 100% right. And I don't know if we could take some action today just to start that process or see what, I think that's something that we need to make a decision no matter which direction we go. The sidewalks, I guess one question for the city manager. Sorry. I know. And it's like,
She's shocked you're bringing this up.
Money.
it's not, no, this is not, I mean, it is a money thing too. To Commissioner Ariola's other point on walkability, I mean, on Main Street and University Avenue, 20 feet from that corner, you can't take a wheelchair next to Primary. Like, there's a sidewalk that just is impassable.
Yeah.
How are we currently, or are we funding, or what are we doing? Just like, that's an issue where you can't even use a major thoroughfare in our city in the heart of it. How is that being dealt with currently, or are we dealing with it currently?
I can't answer if we're dealing, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I'm sorry for just butting in like that, but I'm not sure what we're doing currently, but I do know what you're talking about. We've been having those conversations with Public Works and Transportation and Mobility. I know they have some funds, but they are earmarked for ADA purposes, relative to street, to sidewalks, but we do need to address that. And it kind of speaks to core services, as we were talking about several days or so ago. And evaluating the level of service that we really want to invest in from a budget point of view, in those kinds of not only downtown but neighborhood infrastructure amenities.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Jesso, you brought up students. I think that's I think one of the reasons why I've seen more students move downtown is there has been development in Midtown, and it's currently illegal to build bars right there on Midtown because of the zoning code. And I think that's why we've seen more college bars coming downtown, is because you can't build new bars over there too because of the restrictions on zoning. So if a bar closes, a new one can't replace it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the consultants in our team who have been doing a lot of hard work over the last several months on this. Gainesville is a great place, and it's beautiful. I think it has a lot of natural and historic beauty that we have captured and that we can continue to build upon. I want to kind of take a cultural perspective on a few things to begin my comments. And one of the places that I'll begin is with a specific neighborhood. And part of this is really, I guess it's for my colleagues first. One of our historic Black neighborhoods has asked that we refer to it as Porter's Quarters. It's a historic name. Yet, on all of our materials and in our conversations, we simply refer to it as Porters. And so just so that I can have some context, I'm not sure who it is today who can speak to that. I'm not sure whether it's Mr. Persons, whether it's Eric, or whoever. I would like to hear how we came to drop the quarters from Porter's Quarters, because there's a history in that. And one of the things that I don't believe that any of us on this dais are interested in doing is participating in any type of erasure of a community. And I believe that's what we would be doing if we dropped the historic name. We know some of the challenges that have been faced, and we know that we want to participate in helping the community to feel not just involved and included, but in the history being preserved in the most meaningful and authentic ways. So is there someone here today who can speak to me briefly about how we dropped the quarters from Porter's Quarters? And I'll just go ahead and say in advance, my request is going to be of my colleagues here at this commission that we, whether it is by direction to our city manager, make sure that we don't do that again. That in our writing, I don't know how it got dropped in the first place. And I just want to make sure that A, I understand that, and B, that we take the necessary steps, if it is the consensus of my colleagues here, and I hope it is, that we bring that back, because it's an important part of preserving history.
Thank you. Ma'am, we're not quite ready for public comment yet, but we'll get you. When it's your, absolutely, when it's, and we'll give you a chance, absolutely. Madam Manager, did you look like you wanted to
Well,
get in there?
Mr. Mayor, I clearly do not have an answer. If I had known prior to, I would have done some research, but I didn't have a chance. And so I don't see anybody from staff stepping up. So we will research that and I will bring it back. If you want me to do it for GPC next week, I will.
Please.
Or if you want me to just, do a report and submit it, I'll do it that way as well.
Thank you so much.
Whatever that preference.
Yeah, I think when you get the answer, just send it out in a memo, because
Okay.
ever since I've been on the commission, it's always just been porters. So that's been a while. It's been a while since, just as we've talked about it in public. So yeah, to make the change, I think we just need to be intentional about making the change.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thank you. I was just going to add. Well, I don't have the history in terms of the name. I will say that there may be an opportunity, as you know, the commission later tonight will hear the second reading for the neighborhood workshop changes. One aspect of that neighborhood workshop piece of code is the reliance on a neighborhood mailing list, which is basically a list of registered neighborhoods in the city. That may be a good place to start in terms of like identifying ways that we can make changes to neighborhood names, make sure it's reflective of Porter's Quarters. So we can look at that as we're moving forward with sort of looking at where the city has Porter's Quarters referred to in some of our documents. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Persons. We just heard it quite a bit from the longstanding residents of that neighborhood, and I agree with them wholeheartedly. We want to make sure that we are authentic and that we're true and that we are fair and that we identify that history. I was glad to hear that was a part of the consultant's presentation, that you were listening to the need to hear and meet communities where they are. I would also like to, I guess if we could go back really briefly to that slide that discussed the housing ecosystem. I don't know which one it was, and I apologize. If you can't get to it right away, it's fine, because
Probably in the 30s or 40s.
in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah,
Well, that's okay. I would just like to say, we heard from one of my colleagues that, it's not just about students. We need diversity. And I would say that I look forward to future conversations with my colleagues about equitable development. We've used that term a lot. I would ask that our consultant take a look at that, because it is a mechanism that is being used widely across the country. It is a way for us to make sure that our communities evolve in ways that are fair and equitable for all of our citizens and our neighbors. We had, and I know we're no longer utilizing GARE, but the Equitable Development Toolkit was a part of that GARE framework. So it's already embedded in the work that we said we were committed to as a commission, and I certainly hope that we don't have a problem with dusting that off and actually bringing that to bear, because there's policy in there, and that's going to be the next thing, some of the next things that you'll hear from me about, some of the policies that can and should be born out of that when we start talking about how we prevent displacement, when we start talking about how our communities should evolve. That equitable development piece is very, very important. It feeds into the whole idea of neighborhood stabilization as well. There's also something wonderful that this commission and the city began work on a number of years ago that feeds into the green space and the trails that we've been talking about in our presentations, and it is the Heritage Trail. So we see some nodding of some heads that we remember that project, and you've heard me mention that project a while ago in a couple of meetings prior to this one. I am so excited about us going back to the table and bringing that back forward, because when I think about a vibrant downtown, I think about one that is diverse. I think about one that succinctly reflects the diversity of the people in the city. And that Heritage Trail is one of the ways that we can do that. It does go through that Pleasant Street neighborhood, but it falls into Fifth Avenue. And Eric, you'll remember one of my initial questions to you was, how did we leave Fifth Avenue out of the downtown area? I'm not so focused on that right now, honestly, because I have a different idea for that. But I will say that the Heritage Trail project is something that should be illuminated
Yes.
in my mind.
Yeah.
You know, I just got back from Birmingham and had an amazing experience in their downtown. I've had the opportunity to go to a number of places that have these vibrant downtown areas, and they weren't always vibrant. Some of them are having or did have the same struggles that we're now currently facing. So it was inspiring to see that they were able to go from kind of being a little less active to now being hustling, bustling places that people enjoy coming. Part of that is a vibrant cultural scene. Eric, you'll remember those conversations that I've had with you about creating somehow a vibrant arts and culture scene. As an artist, myself, someone who has both participated in performing in visual arts, I have a real appreciation not just for participating in it, but what it does in terms of galvanizing and bringing community together. All sorts of opportunity lie and exist in that. So how we're able to do that is very, very important to me, and something that I know is going to attract people.
Right.
I think when we look at the difference between why a celebration point is able to draw so many people versus what we're currently experiencing now downtown, it's just simply an opportunity. That's a completely different experience out at Celebration Point. We want to do something completely different in downtown. It's beautiful. It has all of this historic and cultural richness that we need to celebrate and figure out creative ways to play up. The Heritage Trail is one way. How we incorporate affordable housing into the mix, and I will pair it once again, that really is going to be something that's important to me. The developers have no problem creating student housing on their own. They're doing a wonderful job of that.
Right. Yeah.
But we could definitely use more creativity and innovation and opportunity to create that affordable housing. I certainly don't want to speak too much longer, but I will say that I've been doing just a little bit of research myself, and there are a number of different communities across the country that have some really interesting ways that they have folded how they're developing affordable housing into their downtowns. You all are the experts. I don't want to tell you how to do your jobs, but I will say that clearly it's being done other places.
Yeah.
I look forward to hearing from you in the future about what you think, and if I should need to interject some things that I've seen in other places at that time, I will definitely do so. But Heritage Trail, Heritage Trail, Heritage Trail.
Yeah.
Heritage Trail.
Totally agree.
Heritage
Totally
Trail.
agree. And we'll definitely be bringing, I think, in this work as we go ahead, those case studies from other places. So I'd love anything that you have in your mind of things you want to share there. It'd be great. We work with 2 organizations right now that are downtown development corporations that are starting to build affordable housing, and we'll definitely highlight those. But any other ideas you have, we'd love to hear them.
One final thought that I'd just like to say to my colleagues. I heard a few of us mention that we might be interested in pulling someone to the table to only focus on downtown. And I don't know what kind of appetite we have for this. I'll mention it now. Perhaps I'll go home, I'll sleep on this, maybe bring it back to a future GPC. But as many of you know, I'm sure, there are places that have downtown development authorities. And I don't know if that's something that we want to consider. But I'm going to go home, I'm going to sleep on it, and think about whether or not that's something I want to bring to a GPC. But it's something that's already in place. It's models that already do this. We're dedicated individuals, simply focus on downtown. And there's some places that are really doing it well. Miami is one of them. There's one in Jacksonville. So maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
That's right. There's lots of
Okay.
different flavors out there.
Absolutely.
We'll definitely be showcasing those as case studies as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut, back to you.
This is just an aside that I couldn't let pass. In talking about maintaining historic names, I made a referral to the manager's office this week to look at a street. And the street name was on top, but underneath that was Pistol Alley. I was happy to see that because it was maintaining the culture, the name of the area, and people who are here would know how to find it. But anyway, I found that interesting. Question is on any businesses that you've talked to that have returned or decided not to leave downtown after looking at the cost of going to another area, like Celebrations.
So we did interview a number of business owners last summer that had relocated from downtown to other places. And then we talked to existing downtown business owners as well. So we looked at
Who
both
stayed, yeah.
who were still, that are here and doing business, and those that have left, and trying to understand why they did.
Right, because I'm familiar with one of my favorite restaurants, had planned to go out there to celebrations, and then as he looked at the cost, he decided he'd better
Yeah,
stay here.
yeah.
So he's still downtown. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Duncan Walker, GARE's Equitable Development Toolkit, I think I would love for us to adopt it. I think I'm very supportive of all the things in it. The downtown or business improvement district or downtown authority, we have $50,000 sitting in a bank account, like kind of ready to help get one started or to move forward. So I hopefully what comes out of this report shows that as well, because I think that is an essential tool for business areas to going. I'd like to put a motion on the floor, or if you want to speak first.
Yeah,
Mayor.
please, and maybe take public input before the motion too, because I think most people are here for this item. Yeah, so thank you. It's good to hear from my colleagues, and certainly the report. So first thing I wrote down was a bit of business improvement district, downtown development corporation, or there's a lot of names for it. I am absolutely convinced that the only way that this is effective and sustainable over a long period of time is if we have that sort of quasi-independent authority that has their own taxing district, therefore their own revenue source to do infrastructure improvements, marketing and promotion, to host events and put on programming. It wouldn't be in place of, but to augment sort of core functions that the city already has. Because at that point, it becomes a true public-private partnership. Everybody has skin in the game. So everybody is going to be active and fully engaged in what works and what doesn't. If it's just the city, then we're not going to have the resources necessary, and it's always going to be, city, why aren't you doing it better? Why aren't you doing it different? Do this for us, not with us. And so to me, that is one of the cornerstones that I think ultimately makes this successful or not. I'll call it a bid. You called it something else. I mean, you saw there's like Cleveland has its own name, and Columbus, I know quite a bit about those two. But it helps with identity. It helps with marketing. It helps with keeping things clean. I love the ambassador program. I know Columbus has a really effective ambassador program. They do everything from, hey, you're a tourist, let me help you find where you're going, to there is a person potentially overdosing. I know the crisis number and can get someone here within 2 minutes.
That's right.
So it creates a safer and a much more welcoming environment. So that helps with programming, amenities, all those things. We have absolutely got to, and I know this is going to come back to us, I think, in a month or so, but we've got to change our mentality about parking. We cannot give our most valuable parking spaces away for free. And going to the streetery sort of idea, the First Ave, we shouldn't dedicate a massive amount of unbelievable space to cars. Like that is the opposite of what's going to create a vibrant downtown. So we've got to rethink how we approach that. I love the Sweetwater, what I'll call an Emerald Loop. I'm sure other people have already called it that, so it's not my original idea. But creating a real sort of bicycle pedestrian ring that no matter where you live or where you're coming from, you can basically get on that and then get to anywhere within the downtown context area. That to me, I think, is one of those 2 or 3 priority projects that will determine success or not. Neighborhoods, so I've been to cities where they get it wrong and where they get it right. The adjacent or even nearby neighborhoods there needs to be a seamless and welcoming transition of those neighborhoods into the core sort of downtown commercial and entertainment areas. But people also need to realize that if I'm visiting this area, these are people's neighborhood, and I don't sort of invade it and pretend like it's an extension of the downtown. And that's not an easy thing to do, you know, because if you wall off the neighborhoods, you kill the entire atmosphere you're trying to create. So there needs to be a sort of even free flow, but there needs to be visual signals that say, hey, you're going from an entertainment district or open green space to somebody's neighborhood, and you need to be respectful of that. And I've seen where it works and where it doesn't work. I can't tell you what the checklist is of the things that make it successful or not. Housing. I like what you presented. We need so much more housing in this city. And we're talking about downtown right now. So, you know, where are the opportunities? It's obviously in dense multifamily housing. We don't have a bunch of space in downtown for single family detached housing, right? So we have got to not only be open to that, but actively seek it. And I want to go back to something Mr. Blount said earlier, and Collie, I'm glad you came back, that to be the type of city we want to be, there has to be access to all levels of housing in all parts of our community. There can't be an affordable housing section of our city and an upscale, affluent section of our city. So we need more market rate housing downtown, we need more upscale housing downtown, and we need more affordable housing. And there are ways to bring that all in and find a mix that is going to work. Because we know when we're talking about retail and recruiting and all that, they're going to look dollars on rooftops or dollars in condos or apartments. And so, you know, there's a real value to everybody if you have all those levels of housing. And we just have to have the courage to sort of lift the regulatory and sort of restrictive barriers that are preventing that from happening. Because if we don't, people will move here. Gentrification will be accelerated, and this will be a city that only wealthy people can live in. And we've seen that over and over. In Boulder, Colorado, a very similar city to Gainesville, the median home price right now is over $900,000. And they are a very, very different city. I mean, a very, very similar city to Gainesville, except they've had an anti-housing policy for the last 40 years. They have not allowed or encouraged multifamily or dense development because they wanted to keep the character of their neighborhoods and their community. And now there's two consequences, and it was very predictable when they did this. But now, you know, the median home price is out of anybody's reach that doesn't make an unbelievable amount of money. And B, it's accelerated sprawl all around there. So you've displaced the low-income people from the city already, and then pushed them out and created a significant, issue of sprawl and traffic and pollution and everything else that you're trying to avoid in the first place. So all those things need to be taken into consideration. I like where we are in this right now. I like what I've heard. I think the right questions are being asked. Based on what you've shown us, you've gotten feedback that is really representative of the sort of diversity of our city, both the people that live here, that work here, that have means and don't. And so I think if you can take the feedback that you've heard thus far and incorporate that, I feel really good about something that we can approve and hopefully start working to the implementation phase this summer. But again, I'm going to go back. I think that a critical part of this is some sort of business improvement district or some type of agency like that. So I'm with you, Commissioner. I think you've heard from a couple other people as well. We're to that point where I think that is just such a critical piece to this. All right, so let's go ahead and open it up to members of our public. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Armando Grundy Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Armando Grundy Gomez. I want to echo the comments of our commissioner from District 1, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's pertinent. I don't know how inclusive that the racial equity toolkit was utilized here. I'm looking, I'm like, kind of, sort of, maybe not. I don't know. I'm interested in really seeing how that was, because in all of our things that we utilize, it is important to making sure we're doing that, because you brought up, Mr. Mayor, Boulder, Colorado. That's not mutually exclusive to just there. You compared it in something contrast. You can look at San Francisco as another model, where in 2000, the percent of population of African Americans was over 20%. And if you go there today, it's less than 4%. So it's not mutually exclusive to just there. Housing price, and I travel a whole lot too, a whole lot. And I will tell you that when we're talking about preservation, I heard one of you bring up about an art walk, but you're talking, one of the commissioners just mentioned to you about the Heritage Trail. If you go to a city about 5 hours north of here, it's a great town called Atlanta. Atlanta has what's called a green belt that has art, has ability of multimodal transportation to allow you to move around the city. It invites economic opportunity and investment, which is also sorely needed. But when you're taking things off of the tax rolls and you're concentrating, especially in certain areas, it's almost like it's socially engineered and designed. We have this great ability here in this town to do great magnanimous things when it comes to our downtown, and as we should. But when it comes to other sectors, we get close when it comes to it. This GCRA talked to you many times about what we could do to improve the downtown. But the magical thing is when it comes to issues of equity and people that look like me, we don't seem to have that level of same innovation and energy. We do not. We go so close. Depot Park was a working project for many years. Ask the people at Porter's Quarters how much they want to have innovation and shop. Ask the people. You all get close because you all love the Power District so much. But the people that look like me in communities that live like me that want meaningful impact, y'all don't seem to have that same level of innovation. And that's why Innovation Square happens and all that energy is there. And you know what I'm talking about, Commissioner Duncan Walker. And it's nothing new. It's nothing new. Unfortunately, what we could have, this level of innovation, which could happen, doesn't, because we seem to go small in certain areas for certain demographics of folks. And I know the mayor's heart is in the right place, because I know he means very well and wants to do well for all people. We're all in this together. I just want us to make sure that when we not talk performatively about equitable development, because it needs to happen. We are losing out in East Gainesville. Sprawl would be an improvement for East Gainesville. It would, absolutely. So when you're talking about development, the reason why we're losing out, there's many reasons why we're losing out. Liquid Ginger or other restaurants are going, I want to be cognizant of your time. So I'm going to
appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Janice Gary.
Jeez, quit being so pushy, Eric. Jeez.
Hi, folks.
Welcome.
First of all, thank you to all the bright minds and the diligent hands that have gone into this incredible work and presentation. The amount of information that was presented so eloquently is really wonderful. I'm really pleased to see the breadth of things that are addressed, retaining our culture, retaining our quirkiness, I'm going to use that word, and finding ways to connect all the wonderful places that we enjoy so much. The glaring void here was we are in a climate crisis. And there was absolutely nothing in that plan that talks about how we are going to respond to the climate crisis. This is an opportunity for ensuring that our buildings are weatherized, be ensuring that our homes, that the new homes and whatever housing is, I'm extraordinarily pleased that housing is included in here, but it needs to be sustainable housing. We have opportunities for solar on rooftops. We have opportunities to make sure that pedestrians and bikes have services like water fountains, maybe air stations for bicycles, maybe plug-ins for e-bikes. E-bikes are a terrific way for people to get around, and they'd be a terrific way for people to enjoy this loop. So I would like us to revisit this. Every single thing that we should do in our city should include the element of responding to the climate crisis, because none of this stuff matters if our planet is not inhabitable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Gladys Perkins.
Welcome.
I came here because I received a call in reference to the tot lot importers, that once again you all were considering selling the tot lot. Mrs. Ruby Williams, they had decided to create the tot lot, and I can't give you the year at this time. But Mrs. Ruby Williams nominated my mother to have the tot lot named after her because of the work she had done in the community. Everyone agreed, and it happened. So I'm basically here because of that, but glad I'm here because of what I've been hearing. And it's always the same old thing. The people from Porter's are included in everything you all do. We are included, but never considered and never heard. When Commissioner Chestnut brought up the question of affordable housing, I was so thankful she did, because we're not concerned about 25-year-olds in Porter's. We're concerned about the 81-year-olds in Porter's. When you continue to push them out of their homes, where are they going? They can't afford to buy a $400,000 home when you only want to offer them $60,000 for their homes. And that's what's happening to the people in Porter's. I don't know who these people are meeting with, but it's not the families that they truly affect in Porter's. And this continues to happen. So I'm hoping and praying you all will give them some consideration. Now, I know I can't stop you all from moving the tot lot, but I ask that you consider renaming Tumbling Creek Park for my mother. If not, we will try to think of something else, and I will be before you again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's it? Okay. All right, thanks again. I hope that you got the feedback that you were seeking. Are there any outstanding sort of issues or items that we didn't hit that you need? Are you good for moving forward? Okay. So yeah, there are some questions. We may have some discussions related to this between now and the next time it comes. So we'll just make sure that if we do have anything, like if we do have a discussion of a bid or anything like that, that gets back to you as you're preparing to come back to us with the final proposal. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That's a three-part motion. First part is that in the plan, they address and incorporate the feedback from the City Commission. Second, the staff come back with information on the Porter's Quarters naming. And then third, the City Commission in the next 45 days have a discussion on the Southwest First Avenue.
Okay, motion is second. Any further questions? Okay, Commissioner Ward, be at the ready. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD4. residential rental unit permit and inspection program update with a recommendation that the commission hear an update from staff, receive a report and presentation from Barry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker LLC, approve and direct staff to move forward with the proposed modifications for inspection and self-inspection checklists, and approve increasing the current residential rental unit program annual permit fee from $122 to $155, and direct the city attorney to revise the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons, good to see you. I wrote down Ms. Payne's questions, but in my typical chicken scratch and abbreviated note-taking, I'm not sure how thoroughly, but one was about some 8,500 units.
Right.
Okay, so, and then another was about who's making sure the landlords are applying.
Right.
And then finally, the last one was making sure that water and energy efficiency stuff was being addressed.
Right.
You don't need to address them up front. I just wanted to circle back because she did make those requests at early public comment.
Sounds
So
good.
at some point, if we can come back to those, that would be fantastic.
That
But-
sounds good. I think we'll cover some of those questions in our presentation.
Fantastic.
So I'm going to rely on the mercy of the clerk to pull up my presentation. Like magic. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I'm Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. I've had the pleasure in working on this rental housing ordinance update back right as we were working on the ordinance with the attorney's office and my folks in the code enforcement department. And I want to sort of preface my comments and presentation by recognizing that this is a very, and has been a very exciting and ambitious program that the city has undertaken. During the course of 2021, staff from the Sustainable Development Department, my wonderful staff, really kind of built the program and implementation side sort of from scratch during this time, and it was a huge undertaking. So I did want to recognize all the hard work on staff before we get started. So I'm going to, can you go ahead and advance the slide? Perfect. So I'm going to real briefly kind of cover the history of the program. As you know, the ordinance was originally adopted in September of 2020. During 2020 and the beginning of 2021, my department, along with staff from the OEI department with Zariah's folks, we actually held a number of different community outreach and engagement events to help answer questions about the ordinance and about the anti-discrimination side of the work that was done. The commission did, after those workshops that we had, the commission did make some tweaks to the ordinance based on some feedback during that time. And then we started accepting applications in August of 2021, and inspections started in October of the same year. Those are 4-year rotating random inspections of the entirety of the regulated rental units in Gainesville that are subject to the ordinance, and then 8-year energy audit scores that are done through the DOE standards. Next slide, please. So talk a little bit about the numbers. We, starting in August, we made outreach to roughly about 15,000 potential rental units. We have, I think to date, issued about a little bit over 7,000 rental permits. These are actual rental units that have applied and are subject to the regulations. So we have, that's sort of the working number of actual rental permits that we have. The 8,500 units, this is what Ms. Payne had talked about. This is the sort of constellation of units that have either one claimed an exemption, a variety of exemptions that are in code or in the ordinance, or we have, I think, around just shy of about 2,000 application or 2,000 properties that we've mailed out applications, but we have not received a response yet. And so the first question about sort of what are we doing with those, we actually have a team of field collectors in the Department of Sustainable Development, and they do both on-the-ground investigation, field visits, they make phone calls, they do research on property records, and then they actually make contact with owners to follow up on those permits. So we're actually in that process now. We're working right now primarily through the list of properties that we believe have regulated rental units but have not turned in applications. So they're working through that list, and then we'll once we've worked through that list, then we'll also be moving on to the list of applications where somebody has made a claim of exemption. To date, we have conducted through our inspection vendor, CAP Government, a little bit over 400 inspections. These have been randomized inspections throughout the city. Next slide, please. And we've seen a variety of code issues through those inspections. These are some examples of some of the rougher-looking properties. There's been a variety of code issues, as you might imagine, everything sort of from minimum housing code to some of the energy efficiency standards. It sort of runs the gamut of what we've seen. I would say most of the large property management held properties do a pretty good job. They've been generally in compliance. We've had more challenges with some of the smaller sort of mom and pop landlords. But those are just some examples of some of the pictures. Next slide. And so we've actually learned quite a bit. This is a brand new program, as you all know. And there have been a couple of learning points. We want to make a couple of recommendations for the commission to consider today. Next slide. So the first recommendation that we'd like the commission to consider is changing the requirement for the self-inspection checklist. We have, as you know, a self-inspection checklist, which is a condition of application for all the rental housing permits. And the self-inspection checklist is essentially just what it sounds like. It's provided to the owner to go through and to review essentially what the city is going to be basing our inspections on. During the rollout back in August, we experienced a significant amount of concern that had been expressed to us from some of our regulated properties with the self-inspection checklist. And you've probably heard the same issues, but there was a concern around getting a shortage of labor, getting qualified inspectors or contractors to fill it out. There was questions over some of the terminology with the self-inspection checklist. There was concerns around COVID and access to units. And then there was generally just concern in terms of like timing with the applications. So when we sent out applications, started getting back, we had started from about 400 or so applications that had been ready to go, ready to process, except for we were still waiting on the self-inspection checklist. So we actually made we provided an extended grace period to allow those applications to get the checklist in beyond the October deadline. We've whittled that list down to about 100 today, but we still have a number of applications where we're still missing the self-inspection checklist. So our recommendation as staff is to continue to use the self-inspection checklist as a piece of information that would be provided to the owner for use to make sure that this is what the city is going to be inspecting on. And to provide to the tenant, but not to make it a condition of application. So we can consistently process permits and make sure we don't have folks sitting out in limbo on a year-to-year basis for these permits. So that's our first recommendation. Next slide, please. Our second recommendation revolves around the city's use of CAP government for inspection services. I think the commission is aware the city made a decision to contract our inspection side of the program. So my department does all the intake, processing, permitting, but when it comes down to scheduling actually doing the inspections, we rely on CAP government, which is a third-party inspector. We have faced some logistical challenges with the way that the contract is arranged with essentially CAP has students who are in the field here locally, going out to units, taking pictures and documenting the state of housing, and then those materials are transmitted back to a CAP inspector remotely, who's then reviewing that material and then issuing a pass-fail and documenting code issues. What we've experienced, there are, I would say, some sort of legitimate sort of bumps in the road as a new program that we and CAP have had to work through, particularly some with COVID, where at one point we had a lot of students who had all contracted COVID, unfortunately, at the same time, so we were down for a little while with inspections. Just to in terms of challenges with scheduling and whatnot. I would say where our recommendation is coming from, which is to sunset the contract with CAP and then authorize the city to hire staff that we would then run the inspections in-house. The main reason is that a lot of these logistical issues that we have experienced are really kind of baked into the framework of the way that the city is doing this contract, with having using students and doing it essentially sort of with this remote environment. I don't see, as students have normal sort of lives and will eventually maturate and leave the city, we're always going to be sort of in a cycle of having to sort of restart and retrain students. We had some issues with training, some issues with certification through DOE to do the energy audits. But from staff's perspective, we feel like we could provide sort of a more direct and accountable and integrated approach by running the program in-house. So that's our second recommendation. And then next slide, please. And then the third recommendation, and I won't get into a whole lot of detail because I actually have Jesse Mayod from Barry Dunn to present a few slides about cost of service analysis that we had. But if you recall back in September of 2020, we brought what we felt was the sort of projections for regulated units. That number was around 15,000 based on our best available data with property records. What we've found is that the actual sort of number of regulated units, and again, as I mentioned, like we're still working through that list of applications that have either not been returned or that have claimed an exemption. But we're looking at roughly, I think, about half of that 15,000 is what we are actually going to have in terms of units that we're going to be inspecting. And so what that has done is that it's decreased the revenue projections, the initial revenue projections, which has necessitated a need to calibrate the permit fee to make sure that the program remains cost neutral to the city. What that looks like is changing the current fee, which is set at $122, increasing that by $33 to $155. And can I have the next slide, please? And we feel like this is very reasonable. This is actually a graph of the old landlord license permit, which the commission remembers was sunset when the rental housing program was put in its place. And the landlord license program was essentially a registration program. So there were not sort of the staff resources that had to go into actually doing inspections in the field. In 2021, the landlord license permit fee was $154. And so our recommendation to keep the program cost neutral is to increase the permit fee from 122 to 155, which is essentially right in line with what the final number for the permit fee for the landlord license program was. So that is my portion, and I'm going to go ahead. Can you advance the slide? And I'll turn it over to Jesse Mayat from Barry Dunn, who can talk to you a little bit more detail about the cost of service component. Jesse, are you there?
Great. Yes. Thank you, Director Persons. And just a quick audio check. Can everybody hear me sufficiently?
We sure can.
All right. And I believe I'll go ahead and share my screen. I'm not sure if the current presentation needs to be taken down. There we go. Thank you. With me 1 second here. All right. And can we see that okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, once again, thank you, Director Persons, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the Commission, staff, and then members of the public present and joining us virtually. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to present our approach to the project, some of the core and main results and findings of the Department of Sustainable Development Neighborhood Enhancement Division Cost of Service Study. And subsequently, we also did a cost of service study for all services and permits that the division provides, but took that deep dive into the residential rental unit permit and inspection program to add support and context to what was just discussed previously. Brief agenda for our set of slides is I want to just go over a few core components of the project background. Of course, touch on a couple of the major results and findings that we uncovered, and offer some future fee levels and policy considerations and/or recommendations based on the information that we did uncover and analyze, and leave ample time for discussion. So just briefly, about 6 months ago now, we did partner with the city to assist with performing a cost of service analysis for the Neighborhood Enhancement Division. Again, that encompassed all services in addition to all elements related specifically to that residential rental unit permit and inspection program. Over the course of 4 or 5 months, we met on multiple occasions with city staff and stakeholders, performing the cost of service analysis, really looking at all aspects of the financial sources and uses of the division. That involved looking at personnel across the division, non-personnel expenses, contract expenses that we just heard a little bit about, and applicable indirect expenses to really determine the full cost of providing all division services. On the other side of the coin, we looked at the revenue generated for those services and permits that are fee applicable, and really assigning which revenue is associated with which service, effectively giving us that cost of service environment for the division, and allowed us to really determine cost recovery at a percent level based on the revenue generation and full cost of operation. We spent the month of March, more or less, putting that all together and developing some of the recommendations that we'll go through here today. And of course, we're here in April presenting to the Commission our results, approach, and findings for consideration, questions, and acceptance. So briefly, just want to go over 2 core elements of the findings, starting with the entire division as a whole initially. Looking at a full fiscal year of annual expenses and rolling that up into a total cost to provide all division services, looking at about $2.3 million on a fiscal year basis to provide all division services. And this was reflective of the majority of expenses for fiscal year 2021. On that other side of that coin, the revenue generated was about $439,000, and that's represents about an 81% subsidy or funding needing to come from other sources to support division operations, or looking at another way, about 19% of total costs recovered. I just want to pause there and say that while those numbers may seem low, this is kind of indicative of a division of this type in general, in that the menu of services provided that are fee applicable applicable is generally related to code enforcement and fines. And in this case, the residential rental unit program, while we didn't look at a full year through 21 because it wasn't active for a full year, but the percent that we did look at, that program is accounting for about 86% of revenues on an annual basis, on a fiscal year basis. Looking specifically and extracting out the expenses and revenues associated with running the program for a full year and projected expenses, both on the personnel and non-personnel side needing to do that, and then the other side, the projected revenue that would be generated at that current permit fee of $122. We could see that we're projecting about an annual cost recovery percent of about 72% at that $122 level. And that's based on that current rental environment of that 8,000 units that Director Persons had mentioned, more or less. So basing our analysis on that core number. To hit that 100% ceiling to recover the full cost of operating the program, we'd look to need to generate about another $356,000 of revenue on an annual basis, and that was calculated out, based on that 8,000 unit rental landscape environment. The permit fee to recover full costs would need to be $155, and that would get us to about 100% cost recovery on an annual basis, fiscal year basis, excuse me. That leads us into some recommendations and/or considerations, and we talked a little bit about should we want to approach that 100% cost recovery ceiling, consider raising that fee from the current 122 to the 155, and that also brings up the entire division cost recovery in general. If we left it at that 122 and ran the program for a full year, the division baseline of that 19% cost recovery would most likely increase to around 35 or 36%. However, if we run that up and recover the full cost of operating the rental unit permit and inspection program, we'd be looking at a division overall cost recovery of about 44%, which is very good, again, when compared to similar operations, not only in the state, but across the country that we work with. And then finally, we always wrap it up with, looking at fees on an annual basis. Our projections are accurate and as good as they can be, but we always encourage that things are looked at and reviewed, especially after the program has been operational for a full year, in some sense, a calendar year or a fiscal year, to really allow that reverse looking, that backward looking look at complete expenses and all of the revenue generated. So with that, I'll go ahead and just pull down my slides and see if there's any specific questions that the commission has related to anything that I've just went through on the financial analysis side of things.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Persons, are you done as well?
Yeah, we have just our recommendation as a commission, consider the proposed changes and provide direction to us.
Sure, why don't we throw that up and we'll turn it back to the commission and start with Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all the detailed presentations. When we first started writing this ordinance, we were going into a lot of new territory, not just for Gainesville, but really for cities in the southeastern United States. So I think that we were always open to the idea of modifications. Certainly when I was chairing, I always had the intention that we were going to introduce the reading at first, the ordinance at first reading, and then, in about a year, 2, 3 years, we'd see what the actual estimates, what the actuals were, and compared to the estimates. One of the points that Ms. Payne brought up earlier, Mr. Mayor, was in relation to, there is a huge gap between what was estimated and what is actually coming back as rentals. I happen to know, just by anecdote, that a lot of folks renting property in Gainesville, they do not register with the landlord permit program. This is a huge aspect of the ordinance that we need to pursue. So I would like to get some recommendations from our staff on how we can pursue those individuals to make sure that they are abiding lawfully when they're renting their homes. And I think we could probably have a discussion about that at a later date. But I'm in favor of the recommendations. I think that they're very sound and they've looked through a lot of the issues. But before I put a motion, I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Sure, thanks. And if you all don't mind, we'll also hear from our neighbors before we get a motion. I appreciate that. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. To me, the same Commissioner Aiola's points on when we wrote this ordinance, we knew there was going to be changes. That was part of it, and hearing and seeing kind of the feedback that we got. I'm supportive of the changes that have been put forward. On the first one, self-inspections, I do think it's important that those are still done. I don't know if they have to be done yearly, maybe before a new tenant is put in, and that also if the city requests it, that the landlord has to provide it as well. So just another check. But I do think having that be given to a new tenant, it kind of reassures that tenant that this place is actually registered with the city, but also that the place is in good working order when a new tenant comes in. On the second one, I do believe that we should move inspections to within the city, and I think we should do it as quickly within reason. I think that we will be able to address the issues that Commissioner Areola with those units that are not abiding. If we have more staff, then we can actually be able to investigate those. So that's something I would like us to move. And I know it's hard to hire people and stuff like that, but I'd like for us to move in that direction. And then third, I would like for us to consider the permit fee moving up over 2 years instead of a 1 year jump. That's just one thing that just so we don't, I worry that if it goes up to the full amount, then people will try to pass on that cost to tenants and be like, oh, it's the city's fault this is going up. And if we have a smaller amount, I think it might spread it out over time and not see jumps in that area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am curious about, ironically, I went into my little bag and I pulled out one of these forms because my grandfather is a part of the program. And I had questions about some of the requirements that really at this point are not so much about this. But let me ask, for those who have tenants who are, say, a part of either the Gainesville Housing Authority's programs or Alachua County housing programs, there's already an inspection process that's in place, and there's some requirements that are a part of that. How does this dovetail? What are the differences between the two? Can we speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, that actually came up. We met recently with a few representatives of the of GACAR, the Realtors Association, and there was I think two of the realtors who actually sat on some of the housing authority boards, and they had mentioned that they are subject to inspections, minimum housing inspections. I think I can't probably speak, and I don't want us to speak incorrectly about. There is some overlap in terms of the types of inspections, particularly I think on minimum housing code. Where I'm not 100% sure is on the energy efficiency side. But I would say if that's something that the commission is interested in us taking a look at, we're going to need to bring back ordinance revisions depending on the commission's action, and we can certainly bring back more information at that point. Get a little bit more detail about where there is overlap and where there might be some gaps with if the interest on the commission is to provide some sort of exemption or something for those housing authority units.
Thank you for that, Andrew. I have, since the beginning of this process and taking a look at some of these, always been concerned about those individuals who are mom and pop based. And so I'm curious, do we know anything about their sentiments about this process? Have we done any types of conversations, interviews, focus groups, any kind of conversations with them about where they are on this?
So I can say I know code enforcement, before they became part of sustainable development, they were very heavily involved in a lot of the rental subcommittee work, and there was a great deal of input and discussion at that point. I would probably have to defer to some of the commissioners because I personally wasn't at a lot of those meetings, but I know there was a great deal of discussion at those meetings. And then, as I mentioned, during the outreach, sort of after the ordinance passed, we held how many, Mr. Backhouse, 4 or 5? Yeah. Zoom webinars, and we had hundreds of people on each of those webinars, talking about concerns or talking about their perspective, and so it was intended to try to answer as many questions as we could for that. So hopefully that answers your question, or at least gives you a sense.
Somewhat. If you don't mind, Mr. Persons, if you could. I'm glad to hear certainly that those engagement efforts were in play.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know roughly if we had good participation from some of the mom and pop organizations, or I'm sorry, individuals? Because that's really who I'm kind of really concerned about. Any unintentional consequences of this and any types of impacts that aren't the greatest for them. Have we heard anything? What were they saying in those conversations to us about how we can improve this process for them, or things that weren't working as far as they're concerned?
Well, what I would say is I don't want to I don't want to represent landlords. I do believe a GACAR representative is here tonight and can probably talk a little bit about what they've heard in terms of their constituency. I will say we have heard that in terms of the program implementation, that scheduling has been a big sort of challenge point, and making sure that that units are being inspected when they're scheduled, and but I would say, yeah, I would defer probably to input from the industry itself than me trying to guess at what they.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
And did you say that representative was here?
He is, yes. Yeah, I don't know if you want to. It's a.
Yeah, they'll have an opportunity
Yeah.
to speak.
Oh, great. Okay. As long as I have a chance to hear from him.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing up the self-inspection form. I think this is on a lot of the stuff. I think it needs to put in more layperson language for that. On all the stuff is very like legalese and things like that, and I think it is. Yeah, it's too complicated for. But we can make it much more layperson. I think that's an important thing to make it as we're going into the next year. That's how the visuals look, and just making it. Yeah, there's a lot of changes there. To Commissioner Duncan Walker, that subcommittee, we actually had like 20 or 30 people every single meeting, and we met for months. That was probably the most community engagement we ever got on any committee or anything we've worked on. So we had people from mom and pops, we had renters, we had people who had thousands of units in the city. So I think we did get a wide range of feedback. I mean, some people don't want to be regulated. Some people did. There was a wide range of opinions of that there as well. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So let's hear from some of our neighbors. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Our first speaker, I don't see him in here anymore, is Donna Jackson.
Welcome. Ms. Jackson, if you don't mind pulling that mic down just a little bit.
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
Perfect. That's great.
Okay. All right, so I think we should do away with the self-inspection requirements. There are a lot of items on the sheet that aren't relevant to energy efficient, such as a trash can stored out of public view. I'm not sure why that's even on the list. The lawn maintained, and there's a few others on there. These are things that can change daily, so I'm not sure why, we're inspecting them now when, the contractors are hired to, check this stuff months or maybe even like years down the road. So we hired inspectors to go out and do ours, and so there are extra costs associated with these inspections. on top of the increased taxes and energy bills. Now there's an added cost that gets passed along to the tenants because of, this new ordinance. And we've had quite a few issues with cap government. So I would question the training of these individuals. We've had no-shows for the inspections. There was one inspection where I was there for an hour with the homeowner. The homeowner took off work. I was there waiting for an hour, and the tenant was there waiting for an hour. And, I kept calling and calling, wasn't getting an answer. And then finally, the person that was supposed to do the inspection, he just says, my bad, that he overslept. So these are things that we're dealing with. We have 3 professionals sitting there waiting on someone that overslept. There's no consistency with the inspections. Every time they're like checking different stuff. They started out, they weren't checking the electrical outlets. Now they are checking the electric outlets. They don't always check the water flow. There's, for one, in one house, there was attic access in the garage. It's not a living space. They went in there, they checked that there was no insulation in there. They marked that. They didn't even check the house. I mentioned that, and they said they can't go in the attics. So there's marking that there's no insulation in the living spaces, based on the garage. They said they're not allowed to climb in attics. That's probably a good idea. And then last inspection, they asked for the documentation for the HVAC maintenance over the past 12 months. On the self-inspection checklist, it asked for the past 24 months. So, which is it? Is it 12 months or is it 24 months? And this is something, we've done quite a few inspections because we have quite a few rental properties that we manage. And this is the first time last week that they've been asking for that. So, how are they gonna go back and ask for documentation for all that stuff? And then one inspection last week, they were checking the ductwork in the attic to see if it's insulated to a minimum R6 value with the appropriate insulation material. The inspector made a comment about it not meeting that rating. And this particular property had ductwork where you couldn't visually see the insulation.
Right.
So he's instantly saying that it's not up to standard and they can't,
Thank you, man. And that's all very valuable feedback, and I appreciate you sharing it with us. I'm afraid your time has expired.
Okay.
And I just have to be kind of fair and equal to everybody. But that was very helpful feedback.
Okay.
And
Thank
I
you.
do really appreciate you sharing that. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Alicia Phillips.
Welcome, Ms. Phillips.
Hi, I'm with Turlington Real Estate, and I guess, wanted to say that our office is in agreement with moving the inspections to in-house city staff and doing away with the self-inspection requirement. We have had numerous issues with the existing system as it is currently. As Donna mentioned, we've hired licensed home inspector to complete the self-inspection checklist. In order to avoid liability to our company as well as to our owners. It obviously came at a cost. And then now it's being subbed out to students who aren't licensed, who don't know what they're looking for. It's not been consistent at what they're looking at. We've had issues with inspectors leaning ladders on tenants' cars, dropping insulation out of the attic when they're trying to inspect it, not cleaning it up, not having proper ladders. So there have been a lot of issues with that. We are continuing to have issues with notices of the inspections being sent to the owners and to the tenants, but not to our office. We are listed as the point of contact on all of our landlord permits on properties that we manage, but we are not being notified of these unless the owner or tenant happens to let us know. So that's a problem. We're supposed to be, I think, my understanding was we're supposed to be getting notice at least 2 weeks ahead of time. So we're not getting that a lot of times. We're being called the day before with a 2-hour window of the next day for when they will be inspected, and then let us know 30 minutes ahead of time the day of. But when tenants and owners are missing work, and I have property managers who are having to schedule around all of this, that's not sufficient notice. I also just want to say that I feel like this program has really negatively impacted the people that it was set up to help the most, which are our low income and affordable housing tenants. Our owners have raised their rents to cover the costs that have been associated with this and doing different upgrades, and it's pricing some people out of their homes. So I just wanted to make that comment as well.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if somebody on Zoom might have their mic unmuted. I feel like there's like a slight breeze blowing in the background. Yeah, it might just be me and I'm losing my marbles. That's like,
I hear it.
okay. You heard it too? Okay, good. It's not.
I heard it too. I heard
Come from that
it.
way of, City Hall.
It's not a far journey to insanity for me. I don't think. I'm trying to keep on the good side. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Deborah Martinbeck.
Welcome.
I ditto on what they said. I'm not going to repeat it. A couple of things I do want to bring up is I was one of the individuals who is a commissioner on the Alachua County Housing Authority, and they do have full set of inspections. I even provided that when we were going through the studies, a whole list of everything that they do, and they go well and beyond. They are also bringing up all their inventory to meet current standards. They're going through and rehabbing all their inventory. So I would encourage you to go ahead and exempt Gainesville Housing Authority and Alachua County Housing Authority. And I'm in favor of this doing away with the self-inspections, having the information, but put it into simple terms. Tell them that they will have to have this, but tell them what that means. R19, R30, they're not able to go in and look and say this meets that criteria. And they have no way, the average individual does not have a way to do that. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Pennin.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Oops, this thing fell off. That must be the air you were listening to, right? And Madam Manager, good to see you again. My name is Carlos Penin. I'm the president of CAP.
I'm sorry, you mind starting this clock over yet? I want to give you the full time, and I didn't want you to be docked because you were adjusting the mic.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mayor. Yeah, my name is Carlos Penin. I'm president of CAP Government, and also this year president of the Florida Engineering Society, which is a great privilege. I'm here with Shane Kittendorf, who is our manager, and he's passed out his business cards to two ladies who spoke before me. I'm also here with Christian, Nicholas, Daniel, Jose, and Roxette, who are juniors and seniors engineering students at the University of Florida. That's this motley group back here. And they are all employees of my company. We have a total of 19 engineers or soon-to-be engineers that I took on this new way of providing these services in some part because I was an engineer like them 45 years ago here at the University of Florida. And I know how difficult it is to get employment and how difficult it is to build your resume. So if something that I failed in that. Every one of these students that goes out, they have to be either juniors or seniors in their respective field of engineering. They've been vetted through the University of Florida with Professor Hadfield, and Shane or Henry Fisher are both always on the camera when they do their inspections. So to that, I apologize. We heard last week that this was going to happen. We had a meeting with Andrew and with Peter. We meet with Peter every week at 1:30 every Monday, and I had not heard of the atrocities, and I apologize again for that. The report we saw, the first time we saw the report was when it came out on the agenda, and the report I think has some holes in it that probably should be corrected. We were never contacted, and here we are, a huge part of these services. Nobody ever contacted us and saying what works and what doesn't work. Because if it's about hiring new employees, we can certainly do that. We've been using part-time employees because I think it's what's best for them, but not because of what's best for the company. The kind of trouble that Shane and Henry go through to make sure that everybody's got somewhere to go is extremely difficult. I heard about the problems that are the logistical challenges is what the report says. Well, the logistical challenges are both of us, ours and also the city's. And we believe in a public-private partnership, and that's how we approach this thing from the very beginning. We collectively started late. It wasn't probably until January when we started doing this thing. That's why there's 447 inspections instead of more. The Department of Energy changed the rules in the middle of this whole thing going on, and we adjusted to every one of them. And I'm confident that we can adjust to make things better. And I respectfully request that you don't throw out the baby gators out with the bath. And give us an opportunity to work with staff and with you, Madam Manager, to make it a better product. If you need 5 new employees, add those to the 71 that are on your list today. I feel your pain. We have 250 employees and we work in 60 cities across the state of Florida. And on April 13th, I got the phone call, but on April 10th, my company celebrated 33 years in existence.
Well, congratulations.
So thank you very much.
I'm afraid your
And
time
I
has
want to be able to
expired.
continue to work here in the city of Gainesville.
Thank you. And I know you're going to stick around. If folks have any questions for you, I know you'll be available.
I'd be happy to. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shane Kittendorf.
You good? Okay. Thank you. If you change your mind, we'll come back around.
Our next speaker just stepped out, so I'll call him after. We'll go to Matthew Umanos.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Matthew Manos. I'm here on behalf of the Gainesville-Alachua County Association of Realtors. I live just north of here in Deborah Heights, so pretty close. We are in favor of removing the requirement for the self-inspection checklist. As you've already heard, concerns of getting qualified inspectors, the timing to get those done, the labor shortage, and then passing that cost on to the tenants is what often happens. And just, for inspections, they often have to refer to home inspectors, which just kind of drives up the cost and timing a little bit more. And the biggest thing that I heard was, as was mentioned, was the liability to the owners and to the property managers if they were going to be doing it themselves. So strongly in favor of removing that. Also in favor to have in-house folks because we need better scheduling, communications, like general communications, and then also communications and clarifications to expedite the process. So somebody already mentioned the attic was the reason why the permit was being held up, but once we got in touch with city staff, they showed a picture that it was in the attic and got it cleared up and moved along pretty quickly. So just another example of making timing that much easier. And then I'm also concerned about the permit fee being increased. The cost, whatever it may be, will be passed on. So just that cost will most likely be passed on in most cases. So if anything can be done to make that lower, the better we think it would be. And Commissioner, the biggest unintended consequence that I've heard is more landlords and or landlords specifically selling because the extra inspections, the extra dealings with all the different aspects, the timing and everything, they just wanted a simple investment and not have to go through so much. So they're just pulling out. And often when that happens, the next investor that buys it is going to try to get a little bit more out of it. So the rent will probably go up. The cost in general living will generally go up. So just please keep those in mind and definitely in favor of the first two recommendations. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions if you all have.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, man.
Okay, our next speaker is Collie Blount.
Welcome.
Hello, I want to first concur about the housing authorities. The housing authorities go through multiple layers of inspections, not just once a year, but many, many times. In fact, our operating subsidies can be docked depending on poor conditions. So we are definitely held extremely accountable for conditions. But now as to private landlords, I'm going to relate my own experience. After my great fire in May of 18, I leased an apartment about a block from my old place so I could be nearby to work on it. It's a small, simple concrete block construction on slab, four apartments in a row, small complex, built in the early 70s. The original windows, aluminum frame windows, are so loose you can scance them in the frame about 12 to 15 degrees. So they're like a wind tunnel, no attic insulation. The original HVAC is there. If I run it for heating or cooling, a typical month of running it, heating or cooling is an extra $200+. It's so raggedy and inefficient and wasteful. When I moved in, I took pictures of things and sent it by certified mail to the manager, Berkshire Hathaway, and the owners, Purvis and Purvis trustees, and still had to beg for attention to certain things like the water control on the tub being loose to the touch. And the plumbers came and found that heavily corroded pipes were about to burst in the wall. Bathtub with damaged finish painted with latex wall paint. And guess how that looks after cleaning it like an ordinary bathtub. Numerous other flaws, yet this apartment rents for $200 more than its 3 neighbors because of superfluous renovations. A laminate floor, nice cabinets and stone counters and faucets and light fixtures, none of which addresses the utility expense of living there. I wish there would have to be an inspection to this place. In fact, it's so terrible, I decided not to renew my lease, and I'm going to move into the shell of my house, even though it's not truly ready, because I'm tired of being ripped off. But so many people have no other alternatives. And so much housing we call affordable is affordable because it's pumping utilities through the roof. And that's why this program was set up. So letting the inspections go is certainly not an answer. Getting them done in-house where you have full control and know that they're going to roll efficiently is crucial.
Okay, thank you all for sharing your perspectives. I think some of that feedback was incredibly helpful to us as we come to a decision. Let me go to Commissioner Ward, and then I'll come back for a motion if you're ready. Commissioner Ward? He said, never mind. Who wanted to, I forget, was that you, Commissioner Ariola?
Yeah, I mean, I was, thank you everybody who came to give feedback. There's so much to sort of pick through. I would be open to the idea of having us, continue to contract the cost of service. I don't necessarily want those decisions to be made from the dais. We're the governing board. Our job is to hand this work off to our management and our staff and to go with their best professional advice. And for a new project like this, for a new ordinance like this, I think I'm just a little bit reluctant to go against this advice because there are still so many modifications that are being made to the ordinance itself. So, before I put a motion out there, I want to hear what my colleagues think on that. I'm okay with, a step for the permit fee. And when we were in the rental housing subcommittee, we heard the same threats from landlords that they were going to raise rent if we passed this. One of the added benefits, I was chair of the board, and I was selected chair because I am a renter, and I have been since I moved out, at this rate 11 years ago. And I've only had one landlord that never increased my rent. That was my first landlord in St. Augustine, Mr. Ken. He did not increase my rent, but every other one of them did. Every other one of them did, and I wasn't a city commissioner passing these policies all those years. So when landlords say we're going to pass this off to you, that is a threat that they're going to increase your rent. And I don't think that this commission should be intimidated by threats. So I'm okay with stepping the increase because I do think that when you set a cost and that's what you're expecting for the rest of the year, if it has to go up, if you can phase it for a couple of years, I think that can be appropriate. But I do want us to get to that cost of service analysis, rather the cost of service neutrality, as it were. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward did decide he wanted to jump in. Go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to, I've gone back and forth several times between thinking well, I've just gone back and forth several times in my thinking on this. The point of this to begin with is to make sure that we have safe housing, that people are not renting homes that are not safe to live in, right? I mean, it's a consumer protection measure as I understood it from the beginning. It needs to work smoothly. It needs to work in such a way that we actually achieve that landlords who by and large are providing safe housing in the first place, all provide safe housing. So if that's the goal, then we should work at it from that direction to make sure that everyone who rents a home in Gainesville has a safe place to live. Because we can't really approach price from this ordinance. That's really not what this is intended to do. I've heard a lot of complaints. I've heard complaints from both renters and landlords about how this has been administered. And I do think that we should take action. I think that the staff recommendations are useful and appropriate. I'm comfortable with stepping the increase over a 2-year period. But I want to make sure that we're actually delivering safer housing, if that's the point. And I believe it is the point. And we're not getting that when inspectors don't show up and perform professionally. And I'm sure that's not the case for anyone in the room, but it appears to have been the case at some points. We had some missteps with this. I'd like the opportunity for us to fix those missteps. I think the best way to do that is to bring the inspections in-house. I agree with taking out the self-inspection as a prerequisite for a permit. I know there's been confusion on that from renters and landlords. It has not been a clear process. Has been for a lot of people, but for a significant number of people, it has not been. So I'm supportive of staff recommendations with the addition of stepping the increases. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. On the bringing inspections in-house, this is one of the rare times in this whole entire ordinance where the regulated landlords and then the Alachua County Labor Coalition and the activists who were fighting for this ordinance are agreeing. Everyone who's kind of a part of this on the ground is agreeing that we should bring it in-house, and I think we should listen to that, the people who are being affected the most. Mr. Persons, for what would be a timeline of bringing it in-house because of the complications that we're continuing to kind of see if we did decide to move forward?
So we have an increment that we've submitted for the budget. We would move forward with utmost haste. The good news is we've actually we've done our own minimum housing code and training. We have staff members who hold the DOE certification. So we have the framework in place to really be able to train folks really quickly. It is a tough job market. We are we're actually I think looking for code officers right now, but our intent would be to move as quick as possible in terms of the HR process to bring folks on, get them trained, and get them up to speed so we can get them out. We do feel like we can still hit our quarter deadline in terms of inspections for the 4-year cycle. We'll just have to do some more in the next cycle than just doing a quarter. So, yep.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Edson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would definitely support a motion to bring the program in-house. I think that what we're hearing from renters and what we're hearing from landlords is that they want accountability. I think that accountability lies with us handling it in-house, so I would be in support of that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I too am in favor of uncomplicating and kind of streamlining this process. I think the best way to do that is for us to be accountable to the people who are depending on us and who can immediately reach out to us and express their concerns and have them addressed in an immediate way. So I too support the dissolving of the self-inspection checklist. It is long, it is wordy. Though I understand it, we can retire that. But I also do believe it's very important that we move this process in-house, and I'm quite confident that our staff will be able to accomplish the goals set forward and make sure that we are able to be as accountable to our neighbors as they expect us to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we went into this eyes wide open that in the first few years there were going to be some pain points. This was new, and building out a new program was going to be tough. After those first few years, either the non-complying rental units were going to be brought up to standard, or they would already been there, and that would have been validated. After that cycle, then it should be a much smoother process. The energy efficiency component is critical. I mean, that's one of the big reasons. This was part of the payoff, that they would get more in energy efficiency savings than a corresponding increase in rent, even to pay for those. So I would like, in whatever motion is made, for staff to come back and look at sort of overlaying the Gainesville Housing and Alachua County Housing Authority inspection standards with ours. I'm guessing the energy efficiency component does not align, but I don't want to make that assumption. So whatever their requirements are versus ours, just an easy table with the differences. So we could, because I would like to know if we can exempt those or not. I mean, ultimately, if we can, because they're already being inspected, that's great. But we just don't know enough right now. And so at the time the ordinance comes back for amendment, that would be helpful to know.
We'd be happy to do that. I did, since you gave me an in on the energy scores, I did want to mention that hopefully I'm not pulling the rabbit out of the hat here, but we actually did receive recently, I think there will be some press release about it. We were recognized as the first in the nation by the Department of Energy as incorporating the home energy score into a rental housing ordinance. So that was we just learned of that last week, and so we've got an award. It's going to be coming. The city's going to do a press release about it, but it is exciting, and we do feel that is a really important part of the program. Looking forward, I think our intent is what we'd like to do is build a online public-facing dashboard where we actually can have all the audit scores available to the public for transparency, so renters can look at how energy efficient using those scores are when they're looking for rental properties to rent.
Good, yeah. Thanks for sharing that with us. That's great to hear. I'm fine with the 2-year step up fee. I would vote for a motion either way, but that seems to be the consensus. The self-inspection checklist, I just want to give folks something that's easy to understand up front so they can sort of compare where they are with what they'll need once an inspector shows up. I'm okay with it not being a sort of preliminary requirement for the permit. But again, that's, I'm at the will of the commission on that. And finally, I think the only way to truly be accountable is to bring this in-house. That's not a indictment of the current public-private partnership we have, but ultimately, people don't care. They're going to call us, and they're going to expect us to deal with it. They're going to hold us accountable, so we might as well just take it on. And I have confidence in our codes that they'll be able to do that effectively. Okay, back to Commissioner Chestnut. That'd be fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to bring the inspection program back to city staff. 2, approve and direct staff to move forward with proposed modifications for inspections in the self-inspection checklist. And 3, approve increasing the current residential rental unit program annual fee from $122 to $155. I think we wanted a phase-in there, a 2-year phase-in with that increase. And 4, direct the city attorney to revise the ordinance.
Okay, and can we add one thing to that, which is to bring back the comparison between the housing authority inspection
Oh, yes.
requirements and ours?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll add that to it.
Okay, very good.
You got
Motion
that,
and a
Madam
second
Clerk?
by Commissioner A.
Thank you.
Santos. Any further questions? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Commissioner Ward, I didn't hear you. Was that an aye? A thumbs up. Okay, we'll assume that's a yes. I believe that most people would agree yes. Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate your time put into this. And we will go ahead and move on to our next item.
Our next item is BD5, the Energy Authority Guarantee Increase, with a recommendation that the commission authorize the general manager or his designee to execute the revised, restated, and amended electric advance agreement for TEA, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. And as a reminder, we do have Mr. Cunningham with us via Zoom.
Okay, very good. Mr. Cunningham, I hope that you are coping. I know that you have been in a lot of pain. Oh, you look fantastic.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. As Ms. Gainey said, we have the Energy Authority. We're a member of the Energy Authority. We have a representative from the Energy Authority on the line today that will give a brief presentation about the organization and our relationship with the organization, and ultimately address this electric advance agreement and a revision that we're working on with them along with the city attorney. So Jamie, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Excellent.
That's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I hope that you can see this presentation well.
Yep, no problem.
Great. So as Tony mentioned, I'm going to give just a brief overview of the Energy Authority, who we are and what we do with and for Gainesville Regional Utilities. So the Energy Authority, we kind of think of ourselves as the bridge between public power utilities, so locally owned nonprofit utilities such as GRU, and the energy market. And so in 1997, the Energy Authority was formed to trade power and natural gas on behalf of GRU and our other clients across the U.S. And we do that using electric advances that are provided by GRU and our other owners. The 7 owners of the Energy Authority range across the U.S. from the Midwest down to the Southeast. You see GRU there, JEA in Jacksonville. Santee Cooper is a state-owned utility in South Carolina. MEAG Power in Atlanta, Georgia. American Municipal Power in Columbus, Ohio. City Utilities in Springfield, Missouri, and the Nebraska Public Power District. So in addition to those 7 owners, TEA currently serves about 53 other public power utilities across the United States. So GRU really is part of a nationwide organization that provides energy marketing across the U.S. We are nonprofit, as is GRU. We are an instrumentality of the utility, and the GMs and CEOs of our 7 owners make up the board of directors for the Energy Authority. Our core mission really is to maximize the value of our clients' assets, make sure that we are bringing them to market and or going to market to purchase gas and power on GRU's behalf, ultimately to reduce costs to the customers of GRU in Gainesville. We do that by providing a suite of services. The one that we're kind of talking about today is portfolio management, as well as that power trading that we perform. Portfolio management for us, what that means is really, as you might sit down with your financial advisor and talk with them about your long-term goals, about gaps in your portfolio, about where risks are as you look forward to retirement, those type of things. We sit down with GRU and our other clients, and we have the same conversation with regards to the utilities portfolio. So what are our generating assets? What are the fuels that are used, whether it's coal or gas or wind or solar? What is the mix? And where are the risks in the market from a price perspective or maybe from a physical perspective? And how do we hedge those risks and put in transactions to make sure that GRU and the customers are protected from wild price swings across the U.S.? The board has really put into place 3 things that really define how GRU benefits in terms of being an owner of the energy authority. And the first and primary one is through avoided costs. So if you think about economies of scale, by banding together with 6 other public power utilities, it's just cheaper for GRU to participate and contribute as a member to the energy authority than it would be to build all of this functionality and do all of these activities on its own. And so we measure the value of that avoided cost to GRU. We also have an advisory business, meaning that with those employees that GRU is invested in, we're able to provide other types of advice and optimize the portfolio to make sure that we're not just doing it right, but that we're doing it smartly and looking for the best value in the market for GRU's assets. And then finally, we mentioned that TEA serves 50 plus other public power utilities across the United States who are not owners of the energy authority. Well, the margins that are created from that service, so they pay us for on a contract basis for the services we provide, and the revenues that we make from those contracts go back to reducing the costs to our owners. So on a typical year, GRU typically benefits between $3.5 and $4 million a year through its membership in the Energy Authority. And really last year we had a record year, and that was actually more than $10 million that was benefited to GRU based on its membership in the Energy Authority. So all of those activities that we perform really are based on the guarantees that are provided by our 7 owners. And that is what allows TEA to go to the marketplace as a creditworthy entity and enter into these transactions. And so we do that with over 300 different counterparties across the U.S. So it gives us really, a wide breadth of scope across the U.S. to make sure that we're finding the right price, the best price, by being able to compete against multiple counterparties on GRU's behalf. Because we can serve so many portfolios, obviously that allows us to have a deeper knowledge and a deeper staff that allow us to make better decisions to optimize your portfolio and, of course, to serve those other clients and generate those benefits back to GRU. So as I said, those guarantees are really foundational. They've been in place since TEA started 25 years ago and since GRU joined TEA 23 years ago. Due to our corporate structure, we have a very small balance sheet, so we don't keep a lot of the assets or the money that comes into TEA. We turn that back over to GRU and the other owners. We do that by design. We want to make sure that as much value as possible goes right back to the owners. And so we don't have a big balance sheet. We don't have a lot of cash sitting around. So the way that we establish our credit worthiness in the marketplace is through these guarantees. So each of our members say, I back the activity of the Energy Authority. And if they should ever not be able to pay their bills, GRU and the other owners are standing as a backstop behind TEA. These are guarantees. This is not cash, so there's not an account that GRU would send money into. This is really a footnote on your annual statement, your audited financial statement, saying that as an owner of TEA, we provide a backstop of a certain amount. Those guarantees have never been called on in TEA's history, and we certainly don't plan on them ever being called on in the future. But they are integral to all the value that GRU derives by its membership. The reason we're here is because our need is increasing. So currently, GRU provides $9.6 million in guarantees to back TEA's activities. We are seeing increased market volatility, really everywhere. And what we mean by that is energy prices are becoming more erratic, and they're also going up. And so the price of energy is going up and becoming less certain. The reasons are myriad, but we're going through an energy transformation in our country. And as we add more intermittent resources, as we retire a lot of baseload coal, those type of things, then in any given hour, the price may go up or down a little bit more volatile than it has in the past. The second is that because of that volatility, we are recommending to our clients, including GRU, that we need to look really hard at the purchases that we have in place, at the risk management mechanisms that we have in place, and that's going to result in more transactions because we want to make sure that we're providing certainty in the marketplace through those transactions. And so our volumes are going up in terms of how much we're interacting with the market. And then finally, the Energy Authority, as I said, we serve those other entities who are not owners, we continue to grow, and we continue to look for additional municipal utilities who need our services. And so that growth obviously will also increase our needs in terms of all the transactions that we perform. So the increase that we're seeking is from $9.6 million to $20 million in guarantees. We haven't touched this number in 15 years, so this level, this is kind of, it's basic in terms of the business and that we've always had in place with GRU, but in terms of the level, we've been managing it very closely for the last 15 years so as not to have to increase it. But it is time. If you were looking at that over that time period, if we went from 9.6 to $20 million, that would be equivalent to about a 5% annual increase over that time period, compared to a 12% annual increase in TEA's volumes. So we've certainly seen a tremendous amount of growth, and we've been able to manage with the existing level of guarantees, but it's time for us to increase those. We're going to $20 million. We're looking at a level that one can service on the peak day, so the most transactions at the highest price. That's really what we need the backstop to be in place, so that we can remain enabled with the marketplace. And then the second thing is we want to make sure that this lasts for another, maybe not 15 years, but certainly at least 5 years. And so that's why we've sized it the way that we have. If approved, the planning timing of those increases would be phase one. We would move from 9.6 to 15 by June 1, and then from 15 to 20 by December 1. But I believe the approval we're asking for today is for the commission to approve all the way to 20, and then we'll step into that just based on the agreement that we have in place between the members. So that concludes my presentation, unless there's any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Jamie. Appreciate it. We'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just going to go ahead and make the motion that we approve the staff recommendation and change the execution with the TEA. And thank you for all the work that you all have done.
Okay, motion and second that we approve the staff recommendation and authorize the manager as a designated to execute new contract. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, any other questions? All right, all in favor of the motion say. There's nobody signed up? Oh, there is?
He has various items, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, I apologize. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I guess I would have to ask the question to the interim general manager about a couple of things when it comes to the TEA.
Go ahead.
Is that Mr. Cunningham? So if we're going to be hedging and we're asking for the Energy Authority guarantee, I guess, how is this going to place when we're hedging and we have fuel diversity, which we do have fuel diversity already in Gainesville, yet we're talking about a conglomerate of other energy authorities that are going to. How is this going to put us in better footing? That's one part of the question. I guess my second part of the question to the general manager is how is that going to help also put us on better footing in fixing the structural budget deficiency that is already within the utility already? And that is to Mr. Cunningham, if he's still on there.
You get both those, Mr. Cunningham?
Did
Yes.
you understand them?
Yeah.
Did you
So-
understand my question?
So what I'll say is, we work with the Energy Authority as an advisor on the hedging. And so we have a risk oversight committee that works along with TEA as we decide where to hedge, what to hedge, how much to hedge. And so, we use their expertise along with our in-house expertise to make those wise decisions.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, also for our continued renewable energy goals for the utility, our goal was to meet Kyoto protocols when it came to our carbon footprint and greenhouse energy emissions with some of these other utilities who may not be on the same footing, and we're hedging that because I know pretty much with JEA, they use petro-coke when it comes to their fuel diversity mixture. They are not as diverse as GRU, and some of the other ones have a tremendous more amount of coal. So how would the general manager, when it comes to our energy goals of hedging fuel with our diversity mixture as compared to the ones that are also in this conglomerate?
So yeah, Mr. Mayor, we're always considering our different fuel sources, looking for the most efficient way, as well as working toward net zero carbon emissions. And so we're balancing all those on a daily basis And again, the relationship with T allows us to just continue to value their broad knowledge of the industry and make those decisions.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, so Jacksonville, JEA, they don't have any, no longer have any generating stations. They get theirs from nuclear power, that's one. Two, they also get it from other coal burning sources. So again, the question still becomes is, we're green and some other ones are not. So are we saying we're gonna be buying more petrol, Coke, and Coke? Is that what we're talking about? Just asking. I'm not trying to cause angst.
No, I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah, so each utility independently has its own model. So they dispatch or
Okay,
don't.
that makes sense.
They buy fuel or don't. So for this, the main benefit with T is natural gas. And that's not something you can stockpile or save. You can't buy it cheap and store it up, right? It's like real time, you need it.
Right.
So they're trying to get us the best prices on natural gas at that point in time based on their sort of economies of scale. That also is true for electricity. When we have to buy off grid, same thing. But for every utility, it's a little bit different. Yep, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, approve the staff recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes, thank you, Harvey. That motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Okay, I think we can get our last item in this afternoon. So let's go ahead and introduce that.
BD 6, transferring management of the Gainesville Regional Utilities Bulwer Springs Historic Waterworks Facility to general government with the recommendation that the commission approve the MOU, which transfers the operation and maintenance of the Bulwer Springs Historic Waterworks Facility structures and grounds in perpetuity from GRU to general government.
Okay, and Commissioner, did you, before the presentation, Commissioner Chestnut, or after? Okay. Excellent. Well, let's get the presentation first, just so for those out there watching are kind of at the same speed you are, and then I'll come right over to you. All right.
So, Mr. Mayor, Debbie Doherty is going to give a presentation. As you all are aware, we're really excited about us working as one city, and the city manager and I, along with a lot of staff, working together to get to the point we're at. And I'm not going to give away the punchline, so I'm going to let Debbie go through the presentation. But the thing I do want to share is we are not transferring the property or the building. We are transferring the operation and maintenance of and management of the Bulwer Springs site. I think just for clarity, based on some comments that were made earlier today. So with that, Debbie Doherty, our engineering director, will take us through a brief presentation.
Hey, Ms. Doherty, welcome. Glad you're here.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Debbie Doherty. I'm the Water Wastewater Engineering Director, as Tony said. So just going to give you a little bit of information. This is something, like Tony mentioned, that has been in the works for a few years and been talked about a lot. Next slide. So just a little background, Bulwer Springs, which you guys will know a lot of this, but 1898 was when Bulwer was providing drinking water to the city. In 1905, they used it to help entice UF here to come to the city of Gainesville. We abandoned it as a water plant in 1948 when we built the treatment facility up on 53rd Avenue. So there's a lot of history with that site, and it became part of the National Register of Historic Places in 1985. The last renovation that was done to the facility was done in 1990. There was a grant that was obtained once it was a historic place, and we did a renovation then, and that was the water department did that work back then. We have maintained the facility through the water department since then. It did fall in disrepair, and there was some situations that we ended up closing the facility in 2020, boardwalks and things that weren't safe, so it was closed. So that's kind of the history of the facility. If you'll, next slide. Through the conversations we've had along that one city idea that we're not, the water plant operator is not the best guy to go out when there's a problem at Bulwer with, the bathroom or the boardwalk, or it's not the best use of our resources. And, we basically have discussed that the Parks and Rec department is the best to operate the facility and maintain it. It's a beautiful park. And to clarify a little bit, the land is actually owned by the city of Gainesville. GRU does own the building because we did the renovation in 1990, and it's been a water plant facility. So just to clarify that a little bit. So this new memorandum of understanding that's been written clarifies all of that information that we now understand, and it sets forth that there's a few things GRU is going to take care of before we turn it over to the city in October. So we're demolishing the caretaker structure right now. And then we're also going to help out with some removal of sediment. Our wastewater crews have some equipment that will do that easily for them. So, and then on October 1st, at the beginning of the fiscal year, general government will take responsibility of operation and maintenance of that facility then. So that's what is explained in the MOU. Next slide. Again, this is something I know y'all have all talked about in March. Wild Spaces Public Places got direction from you guys to use those funds to renovate the facility, and they have just started that project. Parks and Rec is here if y'all have specific questions about the future of the facility. That is something they're going to continue to update you about, and they will do a renovation as part of that facility then. And I think they just provided an update recently last week at General Policy. So, next slide. So just kind of reiterating the money side, there's no fee or asset transfer taking place at this time. The property is the City of Gainesville's property. The building is an asset on GRU's books. However, I will say that because it was built in 1990, those assets are depreciating off at the end of on September 30th, 2022. So you will see a request from general government in their budget request. You'll see an increment of the $30,000 to operate and maintain. That matches what the water budget had been carrying for this facility, so it's just transferring over to general government. And then, like I mentioned, that the Wild Spaces will fund the site improvements, which I believe they're planning for next year. Next slide. And the last is just the recommendation that the City Commission approved the memorandum of understanding, which transfers operation maintenance of Bulwer Springs Historic Waterworks Facility in perpetuity from GRU to general government. And I'm available to answer any questions, and Parks and Rec is here also.
Very good. Thank you so much. Commissioner Chestnut. Move the recommendation.
Thank you. Move staff's recommendation to approve the memorandum of understanding, which transfers the operation and maintenance of the operation and maintenance of Bulwer Springs Historic Waterworks facility structures and grounds in perpetuity from GRU to general government.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we approve the recommendation. Anybody signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk? Okay, we'll move back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. All right, we have reached the end of our business. Is there any commission comment at this time? Okay, we will then be in recess until 5:30. Okay, good evening. We're going to call this meeting back to order. Again, April 21st. 2022 regular city commission meeting. Madam Clerk, our first order of business.
The Pledge of Allegiance.
If you please stand if you're willing and able, join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk.
Okay, our first item is early public comment, and we do have one speaker signed up, Mr. Robert Mounts.
Okay, Mr. Mounts, welcome up. If you don't mind, just telling us which item you're speaking to.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Robert Mounts here on behalf of citizens seeking a greater voice in development decisions, specifically Ordinance 2007-22A, which will be heard later this evening, second reading. I need to explain why I reacted so strongly to the staff's unwillingness to accord any reviewer the authority necessary to give the public a real voice, saying no matter who reviews it, they will have very, very little discretion. That as long as the project complies with the rules and standards set forth in the 2017 Form-Based Code, it must be approved despite public opposition, that if it should be disapproved, the city would be sued. That was very frustrating. The outcome of Seminary Lane caused this concern. Citizens' failure to stop the massive Seminary Lane luxury student apartment complex I said 354, that's not an exact number. Some 300 units, 891 bedrooms on a 6-acre tract of land previously set aside for affordable housing in a historically African-American community. Despite wide public opposition and over 300 people on the call, demonstrated to many the injustice of the city's application of the rules and standards in the 2017 code. You may remember my appeal to you, asking you to direct then City Manager Feldman to review the staff's decision in light of the clear overriding policy intent of Section 30-1.4 of the Land Development Code to, quote, protect the character and maintain the stability of residential areas, close quote, especially those with a special character and history. I said this was the gateway through which that development plan should never have passed. Council representing the city on appeal dismissed that argument, saying those objectives were fulfilled in the rules and standards of the code passed by the Commission in 2017. How much do any of you really know what those rules and standards are, and how much developers are allowed to do by right? There was little discussion of those rules 5 years ago. I looked at the video, and no mention of the term by right. However, after 5 years, we have all seen the results, and many believe there must be a break on by right development. As much as we appreciate finally achieving tonight a public hearing in the Disciplinary Review Board of major development plans, improvements are still needed to ensure your lofty objectives are fully considered and enforced, thereby giving the public more than false hope.
Thank
A
you,
copy
Mr.
of my
Mouse.
comments and an earlier statement is left with the
Appreciate
clerk.
that. Thank you. Anybody else sign up for early public comment? Okay. Then we will go to our first item.
That the Commission adopt the resolution, which authorizes the city manager or designee to execute all agreements and any other documents with FDOT pertaining to this project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Move resolution 211046.
Motion and a second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, this is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Chestnut. Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Walker. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sacco absent. Next item, please.
RE2, resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2022 Series B bonds to refund all outstanding 2007 Series A and 2008 Series B bonds and to terminate certain interest rate swaps currently hedging the 2007 A and 2007 B bond. And as a reminder, we do have Mr. Cunningham with us on Zoom.
Thank you. And Mr. Cunningham, I'll just cut it right over to Mr. Benton. He's here at the ready. And so, Mr. Benton, welcome.
Perfect. He will actually present the next 3 agenda items. So Mark, take us away.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. I think we have a PowerPoint. Or if not, I'm happy just to entertain questions.
No, I think it's very instructive and helpful to see this brief presentation.
Next slide, please. Mr. Mayor, as you know, we receive proposals for financial transactions all the time at the financing group. We advance those that we think have merit for your consideration, and that's what we have here tonight. We have the opportunity to issue fixed rate debt, to refund variable rate debt, and terminate interest rate swaps that are hedging that variable rate debt. Next slide. This specific transaction will issue about $239 million in Series 2022 B bonds. With those proceeds, we will do 2 things. We will refund all of the outstanding 2007 A and 2008 B bonds. That's about $203 million. We'll also terminate $222 million in fixed to floating interest rate swaps that currently hedge that variable rate debt. Next slide. There are a couple potential benefits from this. First, we're going to significantly reduce our liquidity facility fees. Since we're taking out all of the 2007A and 2008B bonds, we no longer need the supporting liquidity facilities. That's going to save us just under $1.3 million a year. That $1.3 million in savings, when taken against the debt service costs associated with issuing the fixed rate bonds, will give us an annual savings of about $200,000 a year from 2022 to 2038. Next slide. And this just breaks out those savings year over year. It's a total of about $3.3 million over the term. Next slide. This transaction is also going to do a couple things. It's going to reduce the risk in our portfolio. For one thing, by changing the composition of our debt. Right now, about 62% of our debt is fixed rate. After this transaction, that percentage is going to increase from 62 to almost 75%. Next slide. We're also going to significantly reduce the complexity of our portfolio. Terminating the $222 million in interest rate swaps, that makes up almost a third of the notional amount of the swaps on our books now. So it's going to reduce our counterparty risk significantly. It's also going to significantly increase the mark-to-market value of our swaps by about $27 million at today's rates. So we're going to be issuing about $35 million in additional debt, and our principal will go up about $35 million. So it'll increase our leverage just slightly. And in exchange for that, we're going to generate about $200,000 a year in savings over the next 17 years. We're going to reduce the risk in our portfolio, and we're going to significantly reduce the complexity of the portfolio.
Okay.
So I'm happy to try to answer any questions. We also have Mike Weiner here from Holland & Knight, our bond counsel, if you've got any questions for him.
All right, Ms. Weiner, we appreciate you being with us as well. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 211096.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this? No? Okay, then we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Okay, our next item is RE3, resolution authorizing the extension of the $50 million taxable line of credit with Truist Bank, with the recommendation that the commission approve the supplemental subordinated utilities system revenue bond resolution, and thereby approve the extension of the $50 million taxable line of credit with Truist Bank, approve the form of the purchase contract, and authorize the execution and delivery of certain amendments in connection therewith, subject to the approval of the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, Mr. Benton?
We currently have two lines of credit open with Truist Bank, a $50 million taxable line of credit, and a $25 million tax-exempt line of credit. They give us access, 24-hour access actually, to relatively low-cost resources in the event that we have an unforeseen event. The $50 million taxable line of credit is set to expire next month. We have been negotiating with Truist to extend that. We've come to very favorable terms, essentially the same terms that exist for the current agreement. And they've also indicated that they'll have some flexibility in merging those two lines, the $50 million and the $25 million line, the next time the tax-exempt line comes up, which will give us the ability to pull down, on a taxable or tax-exempt basis as we need to. So basically, what we're asking tonight is simply to authorize the resolution extending the $50 million line with Truist.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 211097.
Motion and a second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, back to the commission then for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
RE-4, resolution authorizing the issuance of variable rate subordinated utilities system revenue bonds, 2022 Series A and 2022 Series B, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $150 million and authorizing a credit agreement with respect thereto, with the recommendation that the Commission approve the resolution authorizing the issuance of variable rate subordinated utility system revenue bonds 2022 Series A and B, and the execution of a credit agreement thereto, subject to the approval as the city attorney as to form and legality.
Okay, Mr. Benton.
I think we have a PowerPoint for this one also. Next slide, please. First thing I want to point out, there in big bold letters at the top, there's no new additional debt with this. I'd like to be able to lead all of these with that statement. There's no new debt with this. We were simply proposing that we replace $150 million in commercial paper lines with a $150 million revolving line of credit. Next slide. We talk to y'all all the time about how important our liquidity structure is to us. It's you know, like I said on the item before, it gives us access to low-cost resources in the event we have an unforeseen event, and it really is key to us keeping our financial and operational flexibility. Next slide. Currently, our liquidity structure is laddered so that we have money available for events that range from short-term to long-term. We just talked about the truest lines of credit, $75 million, where we have 24-hour access. Currently, with the commercial paper lines, we have $150 million broken into taxable and tax exempt. It takes us generally about 30 to 45 days, if everything goes smoothly, to access that money. And then if the event is of longer duration, we've always got the ability to issue debt to fix out that commercial paper. Next slide. This transaction replaces those two commercial paper lines with a single revolving line of credit. In early February, our financial advisor sent out an RFI. We got a response from 5 banks looking for a revolving line. We evaluated it based on the amount, the term, the commitment fee, and the rate, and U.S. Bank came out with the highest rated proposal. Next slide. The features of this transaction: we have daily access rather than the 30 to 45 days that it takes now under the commercial paper line. We've got the ability, if we draw, when we draw, to designate each time whether it's going to be a taxable or tax exempt draw based on how we use the money, so it gives us the flexibility to deal with both capital and O&M events. The unused facility fee on this proposal is 17 basis points, and that's compared to 43 basis points for the tax exempt portion of the commercial paper and 70 basis points on the taxable commercial paper line. And we have the flexibility now to go up to $150 million in either mode, taxable or tax exempt under this proposal. Obviously, under the commercial paper, we're limited to 125 on one and 25 on the other. So it's a little extra flexibility. Next slide. That 17 basis point figure that I just quoted equates to a savings per year of about $457,000 versus the commercial paper cost of the facility. We have talked with the rating agencies about this because we wanted to make sure that they were going to treat the revolving line of credit in the same way they do the commercial paper line when it comes to evaluating our liquidity metrics, because obviously as we've talked with y'all about before, our strong liquidity metrics kind of offset our challenges with leverage and with GFT when it comes to developing our overall rating. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benton. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt resolution 211098. Madam Clerk? Okay, we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Santos. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Aye. Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent, and Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent.
Our next resolution is RE5, fifth budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022 general government financial and operating plan budget, with the recommendation that the commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Ms. Fiore, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Karen Fiore, Budget Manager. The fifth budget amendment for the general fund revenue has a reduction around $1 million for charges for services, and this is related to us truing up our indirect costing allocation. It also includes a $218,000 transfer from our Technology Administration Capital Fund, and this is for the ERP Workday Maintenance Program, and a carry forward of $100,000 for a one-time increment that was adopted in our fiscal year 21 budget that was for digital conversion of records, and we're asking for that to be rolled into 22. On the expenditure side, you have the appropriation for the $100,000 for the digital conversion of the records, as well as the transfer of $218,000 for the workday maintenance, and all the additional expenditure transactions you're seeing in your backup is just due to the reorg. So we're just moving from department to department, but no additional funding was allocated. In our special revenue fund, we are correcting some carry forwards in our transportation concurrency exception area fund in the amount of $32,000. We're also allocating fund balance and recognizing revenue for various programs within our fire, recreation, housing, and police in the amount of $420,000. On the expenditure side, within our Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Fund, here you see that we're releasing $15,000 back to fund balance, as well as reallocating existing programs for new programs and to increase funding for new programs such as the community partnership grants, My Neighborhood Grant Program, property acquisition programs, and model block programs, to name a few. In our tree mitigation fund, we're releasing $25,000 back to fund balance for a completed project that was called Chen Moore and Associates. In the Transportation Concurrency Exception Area Fund, here is the releasing of $32,000 in fund balance, as well as appropriating a new funding for Southwest 42nd Street sidewalk for $100,000, and another one is the Southwest 62nd Boulevard extension for $500,000. Both of those are TMPA programs. The $420,000, as mentioned in revenue, that is for programs such as the car seat check and installation. There's a Reichert House donation and $230,000 from the Florida Department of Corrections for the contract for the Nspire Interrupters program. Our special revenue funds also include our grant funds, and here we're requesting to allocate $21 million in new grants and awards. All of our grants are listed in your backup under Attachment A, starting on page 15 for your information. Some of the new grants that we're requesting: $1.9 million for the Home ARP grant, $2.3 million for Public Transit Block Grant, and $15.1 million for the Southwest 62nd Arterial Connector Grant. Our capital project funds, here we're releasing back $21,000 back to fund balance for reconciled carry forwards. You will also find the other half of the transfer to the general fund. Here, the $218,000 from the technology fund to the general fund is listed here, as well as reallocating Wild Spaces Public Places funding, $50,000 for the Tom Petty Park improvement, $209,000 for the Northeast 31st Ave Unity Park project. And we're also requesting to close out old projects and reallocate this funding in the amount of $416,000 for the Grace Marketplace Laundry Building renovation. And our proprietary funds, this is the other side of the true up for our costing allocation. So we're releasing back $851,000 back to fund balance within our proprietary funds, as well as releasing back $7,000 to our fleet maintenance fund for a completed project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fiore. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move Resolution 210965.
Is there a second? Motion is second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, then we go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Adoption reading of ordinance 210571, land use change of .60 acres of property located at the at the 1200 block of Southwest 25th Place. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately .60 acres of property generally located at the 1200 block of Southwest 25th Place and 350 feet east of Southwest 13th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from single family to urban mixed use, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I don't see a face, but by the PowerPoint, I'm guessing it's Mr. Calderon. Am I correct?
Maybe you need to unmute Mr. Calderon. We can't hear you. Or maybe we hear you very faintly and your volume needs to be upped. We still can't hear you.
Yeah, that's the police radio. Yeah. Hopefully nothing too exciting going on. Never know. You do not. Always our preference, though.
Now we can't hear you. I'm reading your list, though. Can't hear you.
So we can see the presentation. I'm guessing, yeah. Madam Clerk, has he?
Hear me now?
Has he
Yes,
logged
we can
on?
hear you
There we
now.
go.
Good, thank you. Let me share my screen again. I think it's this one. Share the screen. Okay, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now?
We sure can. And I just want you to know, having not seen you or heard you, I saw the presentation and knew it was you.
Thank you.
And that's only
Well,
because
that's
we've
a
worked
mark
together
of
for
Lawrence.
14 years.
Yes.
I know your fingerprint.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, Mr. Mayor, I apologize for this little brief interruption, but here we go. This is petition 21159 LUC, a proposed land use change for property that is located on the south side of 13th Street at 25th Place. The petition was requested for this property, as you see shown in red, and it was created as a separate lot split as part of a larger single-family dwelling, single-family residential property that extends covering this area. This petition is in association with this property, which is proposing redevelopment, and they needed additional area to contain stormwater, so they proposed this section to accommodate stormwater for the area. Some relevant areas or aspects of the area I want to talk about would be the transportation corridor along Southwest 13th Street, the historic non-residential character, as most of you who've been in Gainesville know that Southwest 13th Street is a primarily kind of non-residential commercial area fronting the US 441, and at the back of it would be residential on both sides of the street. You can see the application of transect zoning and land use in the area has indicated or shown some changes that are successful in this area. Our key focus in this area would be the protection of neighborhoods, both on the east side and on the west side. There are some very low volume traffic that goes towards the east, as you can see them branching out there, but they are very low low volume traffic. And the area has been a very, what we call a dying commercial activity. During my field trip, I spoke to the owners of this property and some of these properties, and they are struggling with what to do with the transition from hotel use primarily and businesses and the use of transect. And they're looking to us for direction in terms of how they proceed with redevelopment. Again, you can see the area, the bike area that goes across 13th Street through the Kirkwood neighborhood and up to Main Street and through Depot and some of those surrounding areas. The impact of this land use would be actually to assign the most appropriate land use and zoning to the subject property. It would remove what I call an kind of an encroachment into the UMU and the transect zoning, which occurs right here, by flushing this out. But not only that, but it also addresses some physical attributes in that area also. The change is consistent and compatible with the community's vision for the area, and it creates a clean match between the topography area and the land uses that occur on both sides. As you can see here, this is 441, this is the subject property. There is actually a paper right-of-way, that is an unbuilt roadway from the city that stretches all the way to about here. And we attempted to get it to extend down to this side, as well as a power line that runs this way. And that creates a break, as you can see right here. You can see the route of the power line, and you could see a totally different type of vegetation exists on this side, also on the west side. And there are also environmental concerns here, such as the FEMA floodplain. So when we do rezoning, it's not only in terms of purely land use, but also to straighten out physical, environmental, and some of the other concerns. So that property, that land use would address some of those issues. What's happening in the area on Southwest 13th Street corridor is you have all these developments fronting the main corridor. And as you know, one of the characteristics of those roadways would be kind of what we call mixed use, kind of scattered commercial or strip commercial along these routes. And it actually acts as a buffer. That route actually acts as a buffer between the uses that occur west of it, in most cases residential, as you see in this area, the Kirkwood area, and the corridor itself. And as such, we need to ensure that the corridor has fronting activities that are really healthy, sustainable, and that can maintain the buffer and provide a relationship between the residential as well as the corridor and the movement of vehicular traffic up and down. The result would be a very positive one, as you see in this area. What's happening, we're seeing the transect land use and zoning which are applied along the roadway. We see that it is reflecting what the literature calls a major aspect of transect zoning. A major feature of the transect planning is when you have mixed uses coming together to form a unified development, which is classified as a mixed neighborhood. And we see that's the kind of things that's happening within this area along 13th Street. In order to adequately review this development, what we need to do is look at the criteria for reviewing land use and zoning, and we did so in terms of the land use. And what we found is that these are the characteristics that we evaluated. We found that the request is consistent with the overall objectives of the comprehensive plan in terms of providing space for redevelopment, preventing urban sprawl, preventing, the decay and decline of areas. And one thing we notice in this area is that we're seeing evidence of decline. When you start seeing for sale properties and you see businesses boarded up, that is a sign of decline. And we have a situation where an applicant is requesting permission to do this redevelopment, but because of the need for stormwater, which was not provided in the earlier development, there is a need for additional area as shown here. So the applicant has purchased this property and tried to use it. The reason for the change is that you cannot use stormwater for commercial within a single family residential area. Hence the reason for this request for land use. There are environmental issues at stake, as I've shown in terms of the flood area and the low area that exists between these two single family areas. There's impact in terms of affordable housing, and as the transect development occurs and mixed use is created, we have an increase in the number of housing units that occur. And anytime you have an increase in housing, it goes towards the overall objective of increasing the total number of units and thereby moving towards affordability. It has an impact on transportation by keeping this corridor alive, as well as filtering the routes that go east and west off of that main facility. Availability of facilities, as you do those improvements, the older infrastructure that you see there gets improved, and both neighborhoods, the residential area, the non-residential area, both benefit from the need, from the provision of new facilities. And of course, in this case, there is a need for additional acreage, as we see here, to accommodate stormwater. So with that, we presented the application to the City Plan Board, and the City Plan Board granted approval, but with a condition that there should be an amendment that limit the use of the property to stormwater recreation. In evaluating that, our recommendation remains the same as presented to the City Plan Board, which is to approve the petition. But what we wanted to present to you is that looking at this situation, this is the subject property, this is the parcel that's up for rezoning and land use change, and these are some of the commercial development that occurs. And right here, you can see the single family residential unit. So this relationship, as you see in this way, they are the same relationships that will exist as along the full length of 13th Street, that is UMU and single family development. Again, you see the relationship here between the adjacent UMU and a single family. And we have a compatible relationship existing both on this side and on this side. This development is securely protected. And besides zoning and land use, we have a slew of additional development standards that go towards compatibility and allow for two different types of zoning, such as single family and commercial, to coexist together. And again, these are the factors that we showed, and I have showed this corridor and the amount of the differences in physical and environmental aspects that exist along both sides. And again, the corridor, as we've seen. And the other criteria would be discouragement of urban sprawl. And obviously, when we allow this development to undergo a positive redevelopment and to establish sustainability of the corridor and the adjacent land uses, what we are doing is preventing urban sprawl. There'll be the criteria calls for the creation of jobs, and we can see that both in terms of employment at this after the development, as well as employment for the work that is going to be undertaken because of redevelopment, we think that it meets most of these, it meets this criteria and others. And of course, it talks about making allowances or improving older subdivisions. And what more better case? This is an older subdivision that's been created many, many years ago. And in this case, we are taking steps to amend these kind of old subdivision requirements. So with that, Mr. Chair, I wanted to show you some trending relationships that exist. You see the residential developments that occur in here, as well as some of the non-residential and the uses that occur in there. A lot of those uses are permitted in both districts. Some are not allowed, especially in the single family areas, the high density residential are not allowed. Again, you can see the relationship of the two different types of uses, the single family and the non-residential. And you can see that they currently exist side by side compatibly here as illustrated, and in this case, as we can see. Again, the same thing for the single family residential, and you could see it in terms of the land use. And when you look at the corridor from Archer Road going down south, you see various types of development which have been approved over the years, the Wildflower, the Nine, the Shands development here, the CVS development, multifamily across here, some multifamily in there. And as you move towards the south, you see individual buildings. As you can see, construction being undertaken here, and full along the corridor, we see new development taking root as a result of the transect development. On the south side, again, you see this development is occurring. Right here, you could see development is proposed right in this area. We see development here, and across the street and on this side, we see new developments occurring. These are to demonstrate that the transect relationship which has been applied to this area works, is working, and would be a positive change to the area. As you can see here, the CVS, this is the entrance into the area, as you can see, and this is the development that is requesting change. With that, Mr. Mayor, we're presenting the City Plan Board's recommendation as listed here, but staff's recommendation is that you approve the development as presented and authorize the City Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance. I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calderon. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff's recommendation of ordinance 210570 on
adoption reading.
On adoption reading.
Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance on adoption reading. Madam Clerk, do you have anybody signed up? Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
We have first reading of ordinance 210570, quasi-judicial rezoning of .60 acres of property located at the 1200 block of Southwest 25th Place, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately .60 acres of property generally located at the 1200 block of Southwest 25th Place and 350 feet east of Southwest 13th Street, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from single-family residential to U7, Urban 7, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am going to try and share my screen for this petition. 158. Wrong petition.
Oh, we had it.
Let me try sharing my screen. 150. There you go. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this request is the corresponding zoning to change the zoning of the property from RSF 1 to U7. The slides that I'm going to show would be primarily the same in terms of the surrounding residential, the historic character, the location of the subject property, the rezoning from single family to U7, some of the surrounding issues related to it, what's happening in terms of the transect and the mixed uses that occur, a reference to how the literature sees transect zoning and neighborhood development. Again, the actions along the corridor, and we examined the criteria. We looked at some of the uses. Again, we ran through some of the same development characteristics. And in the end, our recommendation is to approve the development as the rezoning as presented. And this is the recommendation from the City Plan Board. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210570 on first reading by title only.
Motion and second that we adopt a proposed ordinance on first reading. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak? Okay, back to the commission. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210837, vacation of the public right-of-way, 400 block of Northwest 12th Terrace between Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 4th Place. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close a certain public right-of-way generally located in the 400 block of Northwest 12th Terrace between Northwest 5th Avenue and Northwest 4th Place, as more specifically described in this ordinance, subject to terms and conditions, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
Forrest Edelton, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. I'll be presenting this item for you this evening. The slides that I'll be showing are roughly the same as the slides that you have seen in your backup, except edited to reflect some of the changes from the Plan Board and with a associated special use permit, and then also just to reflect the current date and things like that. So the item before you is this, the right-of-way vacation. That's the question here. And it is, as I said, associated with a special use permit that has already gone before the City Plan Board and was approved by the City Plan Board. So as you see here is the map of the overall project area. It is two locations. There's Area 1 and an Area 2. This right-of-way vacation is in the southern section here. That is the Area 2, and it's that white strip, the white band there in between the lower section. So that section is UMU land use and the Urban 6 zoning. The U8 zoning is to the northwest. Here's with aerial. And you can see that as a part of the request is to vacate this Northwest 12th Terrace, but as a condition of this vacation, it would be to extend the Northwest 4th Place to the west to connect the two. And that will, of course, create a overall block and a coherent block. You can see to the south here as well that there's the University Heights North Historic District, and that blue section that you're seeing is the 100-foot buffer that is associated with the height limits and some other compatibility requirements for the historic district. Here's a conceptual site plan for the overall project, just to show you the full scope and scale of what is being proposed here. On the southern page, you can see where the 12th Terrace would be or should be, and you can also see that it is vacated, or the extension of Northwest 4th Place here going westward. So the conditions and criteria for reviewing the right-of-way vacation are here before you. And I'll go through some of those now. So of course the first one here is whether the public benefits from the use of the subject right-of-way. Of course, this will facilitate redevelopment of the area and can have many public benefits in terms of improvements to the right-of-way and new development in general. The proposed action is consistent with the comprehensive plan. We believe that this meets several goals that are outlined in the comprehensive plan. It's consistent with the minimum block size requirement, and it creates a more coherent block to the middle block section there of the overall project. The proposed action would not deny access to private property. The proposed action, the effect on public safety could be argued that it is an improved effect on public safety. The Northwest 12th Terrace today makes a 90-degree bend and actually ends in somewhat of a dead end, an informal dead end, if you will, at the western side of that 90-degree turn in Northwest 12th Terrace. So that removal of a dead end could have positive effects in terms of public safety by making the street more open, visible, active, and used by the public. The safety of pedestrians and vehicular traffic, this will make a more coherent streetscape, a more coherent street grid, and it also, with the redevelopment, will provide improvements to the sidewalks, close many of the driveway openings that are there today that can cause conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians and cyclists. The effect of the proposed action on the provision of municipal services is expected to be as typical for a project of this size. The necessity to relocate utilities, both public and private. Again, this is something that is expected to be typical to a project of this size. And the effect of the proposed action on the design and character of the area. This is an area where there is the new Seminary Lane project going on directly to the east. There are several other projects along Northwest 13th that are very similar in the use and design and style. Additional criteria here at the bottom is if this is a street, and that the city shall not vacate the right-of-way except if these additional criteria are met. And that is, the loss of the street will not foreclose reasonably foreseeable future bicycle and pedestrian use. It will not do that. If anything, those uses will be improved with the redevelopment. It will not foreclose non-motorized access to adjacent land uses or transit stops. The proposed development will not do that. The loss of the street is necessary for the construction of a high-density mixed-use project containing both residential and non-residential uses or creating close proximity of residential and non-residential uses. The closing of Northwest 12th Terrace will allow or facilitate for the construction of a high-density development and the development that will be in close proximity to many other commercial uses. And the final one is there's no reasonably foreseeable need for any type of transportation corridor along that Northwest 12th Terrace. Any transportation corridor needs will be met by the extension of the Northwest 4th Place and the existing Northwest 5th Avenue. So the City Plan Board saw the associated special use permit at their meeting on January 27th and approved that special use permit with conditions. One of those conditions was to work with the city architect on designs, and the other condition was to extend that the 4th Place. And with that, I believe that concludes my presentation. But I believe that the applicant is here as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bashir. Good to see you. Come on down.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening.
Good to see you.
I'm Craig Brazier with CHW, representing.
How many years I'm
Oh
still
man,
this year?
if I only had a nickel. Sometimes I'm beginning to think I'm the one that's wrong. But anyway, thank you for the presentation, allowing the borrowing of materials here to. Do I need to get anything to make it show up?
Yeah, they'll pull it up for you. You don't have to do anything to that computer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect, thank you. So yeah, Craig Brazier with CHW. I am an AICP certified planner. I do have a copy of my resume that I would like to give to the clerk to have on file. And I also have some printed materials that are backup that I would like to also submit. I can do them at the end of the presentation, end of questionings, whenever you best see fit.
That'd be fine, sure.
Okay. So just to create a complete record. So, but with that, I appreciate staff's presentation and the recommendation for approval. I'm going to repeat and echo a lot of what they said, but I do have some visuals to go with it that may help you understand and provide a little additional information.
And so, yeah, I don't think it's on that computer, right? So you just say advanced slide and they'll do it for you. We're running it from back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, on to the next slide.
Mr. Mayor, I think I pulled a switcheroo on you. We're working from the laptop.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there we go. I can't control it. There we go.
Sometimes I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's all right. I'm always inclined to believe you, though. So, okay, yeah, the request is to vacate a portion of Northwest 12th Terrace. As staff explained, it's not only vacating, one of the conditions is that we extend an existing roadway to further the city's gridded network system in the core of the city. This will result in redevelopment of the property, which will bring a lot of benefits to the building form, to the relationship between the public and the building, and to bicyclist and pedestrian space. Here's a map of where the site is located. So there, highlighted in blue, is the portion of roadway that will be vacated. Just to the south and to the west of it is the portion of Northwest 4th Place that will be extended. So as you will see, that will create a gridded roadway system, which is typical for the urban core of the system or city. Along with myself here tonight, have a representative from 908. 908 will be the developer of the site for redevelopment. This will be their 4th project here in the city of Gainesville, so it's been a successful relationship between the city and 908 to this point. They produce a high-quality product and have found the city of Gainesville to be a very good place for them to do business. We also have Ms. Patrice Boyce, who is the attorney for the project. And Jerry Diedbach is also here from CHW. And between all of us, we should be able to answer any questions that you have. We did hold a neighborhood workshop on the right-of-way vacation, as well as the SUP that has been approved for this project. We held the neighborhood workshop for them at the same time back in November of 2021. Here's a closer look at the timeline. We had the first step meeting prior to that with city staff, and we'd had a few meetings with city staff to really work out the best form and the best layout for this project. And what we see now with the right-of-way vacation and the extending of 4th Place, that was the preferred system for planning staff, for mobility staff, and for public works. So the project that eventually was approved for the SUP was not the original layout, was not the original project that we came in with, but through coordination with city staff, that is where we ended up. And so we have a project now that we think works best for everyone that was involved. So again, I'll walk through some of the requirements for the street vacation. And like I said, I'll add some visuals to support what staff has already said. The first is that we'll not be closing access for pedestrians and bicycles. We see it as we'll be enhancing it. The redevelopment that stems from this vacation will create enhanced pedestrian spaces, wider sidewalks. We'll be reducing those conflict points between driveways and pedestrians. So we see this as a positive benefit to bicyclists and pedestrians in the community. We're not closing off access to transit stops for non-motorized vehicles or for non-motorized modes of transportation. In fact, you'll see on a slide I have, there are a dozen or more transit stops in the area, which there again, we're enhancing pedestrian and bicyclist access in this neighborhood. The project will the vacation of this right-of-way directly results in a high-density project that's located in a very mixed-use part of town that's walkable to the university, that's walkable to shopping, that's walkable to the grocery store, to restaurants, to potential jobs. So this is very consistent with the comp plan and the land development code's vision of creating a higher density population in the core that can support things like mass transit. And then the fourth is that there is no longer a need for this 12th terrace portion of right-of-way, which it doesn't really serve. It just kind of tees into another right-of-way that kind of dead ends at this point. So we're not just asking for a vacation, we're also creating and continuing the network of roadways in this neighborhood. Some additional comp plan policies that this is consistent with is increased density near UF, promotes multimodal transportation options, and there again, it enhances the public realm. So here's the image that shows 10 to 12 transit stops within a few blocks walk of the site. You can see there the star identifying where the project site is. Here you see the project site and its relation to the mixed uses in the area. Of course, this is a couple of blocks away from the university, so we know all the different types of entertainment, shopping, recreation that can take place within easy walking distance of where the project will occur. So now, those came from the comp plan. Now I'll walk you through some of the requirements from the Land Development Code. The first is whether the public benefits from the use of the subject right-of-way as part of the system. The existing 12 Terrace does not serve any special benefit to the public in large, and we would agree with staff's presentation and their findings that the right-of-way vacation and the high-density development that comes behind it actually creates public benefit beyond just that roadway access. So with that, we can look at some pictures of the existing sidewalks and streets around this block. Obviously, there on Fifth Avenue, those pretty purposed sidewalks that are 5 feet now will become 20-foot sidewalks. Fifth Avenue is designated as a storefront street, which is a street where you want the building facade, you want activity along that corridor. The redevelopment will promote that, as well as the 20-foot sidewalks and the 20-foot space that comes with it. Again, you can look up north on 12th Drive. That is also an under-designed roadway for traffic in the neighborhood. There are no sidewalks currently on this. We will be creating sidewalks on the east side as part of the redevelopment that comes along that results from this right-of-way vacation. Again, you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen the current intersection of where 4th Place and 12th Terrace are. And then if you look to the west, where 4th Place, where the right-of-way continues, but today it's not improved to any extent, and it just kind of dead ends to the back of some of the properties that'll be part of this redevelopment. So here you see the floor plan for the building that would take place on this block where the vacation occurs. One of the benefits that comes out of this is there's a park plan just to the east here. This project, and this was approved as part of the SUP process, will be donating land to help square off and create a bigger park area for that public space. Additionally, you can see here the enhanced pedestrian areas that I was talking about that will surround the building. This is really the true benefit, and we've had this discussion many times at the plan board when we're going through special use permits and whatnot. Is like through this redevelopment, the city can achieve this development form and these design standards that they put forth in their transect zones when redevelopment occurs. So as this occurs, all the pieces start to fit together. So some of the direct benefits of the roadway vacation: it promotes a lot of the goals, objectives, and policies in the comprehensive plan, which we touched on already. And like I said, it was the transect zone and the form-based code that the city has adopted for this core part of the city. It reduces the number of curb cuts, which are currently potential conflict points between automobiles, the pedestrian, and bicyclists. And I have an exhibit that shows that. There again, the enhancements to the public realm, that around the building, how the building interacts with the pedestrian space, all of that gets achieved through the new form-based code standards being put into action. It does improve connectivity through extending the city's gridded roadway network, and it does enhance mobility through those larger sidewalks and areas around the building for non-motorized users. It does, you'll see in another image that I have in the presentation, it creates 2 code compliant blocks. So the blocks it creates are smaller in size, roughly 1,200 linear feet all the way around. So it's much smaller than what's required for these transect zones. And the smaller the blocks, the more walkable the communities are in the city. And it does remove what is now a dead end right of way. The approved SUP provides more walkability. Like I said, when all these redevelopments start to occur and all these enhanced pedestrian areas start to link up, you do have a much more cohesive network that is much more pedestrian friendly and caters to non-motorists. It does, in theory, reduce the vehicle miles traveled. When you increase density around all these other drivers, such as the university, people can walk to their destinations. The idea being that you put mixed uses together, people will have easier access to all of these things. It does create an eyes on the street safety So the more people that are there, the more activity that there is on the street, the less chance that that criminal activity can take place. It does promote transportation choice and multimodal lifestyle, as we've discussed, and it does discourage urban sprawl in the sense that there again, if you create density in the core, you reduce the pressures for people to move to the fringes of the city. So moving on to the other criteria in the Land Development Code, whether the proposed action is consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think we've addressed that. It's consistent with many goals and policies that the city has identified. Whether the proposed vacation is consistent with the minimum block size requirements. That's what I was speaking to. And here you can see the 2 blocks that are created, 1,200 linear feet. So that is well below the standard for these transect zones. Moving on through the LDC criteria, whether this would deny access to private property. The portion of 12th Terrace that would be vacated has 2 driveways on it right now. The 2 driveways, the property that are connected to those driveways will be redeveloped as part of the project. So it is not denying access to any other property in the area. The effect of the proposed action upon public safety, there again, there's sort of 2 elements to the enhanced safety. It's the eyes on the street component of redevelopment, and it is also the enhanced pedestrian space and the extension of a safe gridded network system. Thirdly here, the effect upon safety and traffic again. So we've addressed that. So here's an image that shows all of the current driveways and curb cuts within this block on the property, on the project site. And so with this, all of those will go away. So all of those potential conflict points go away as part of this redevelopment. And then these are the last 3 for this section of the Land Development Code requirements, and staff went through those. I don't have any visuals to help explain those, so staff's explanation was consistent with what we have. There was also a second section to the Land Development Code requirements, but that is also the exact same as the requirements from the comp plan. So I think we addressed those. But here are some images to demonstrate that a high-density project will become a reality as a result of the right-of-way vacation, which is one of the criteria for the right-of-way vacation. So here you can see, and the gap that you see in between the townhomes and the 5-story building is where the extension of 4th Place would come through. And to be compatible with the historic district located to the south of the project site, you'll notice that the project does step down consistent with code requirements. So that is why the townhomes are located there. And here is a rendering of what the project would look like, looking from the corner of the townhome back across where 4th Place will be extended. And this is the 4 criteria that I was talking about that's located in the Land Development Code, but is a repeat of the 4 criteria that were in the comp plan. So I'll spare you from going through those again one by one. But again, this project, this right-of-way vacation, which will lead to a redevelopment project, has many opportunities, which we've talked about here in detail. So there again, we would ask that you support staff's recommendation for approval. And then I would also like to point out that at the plan board, there was also a unanimous recommendation of approval from the plan board, which was, I considered that quite a success in and of itself if you follow right-of-way vacations at the plan board. So we would ask that you support this as well, and our team would be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, both.
And I'll give these to your clerk now. If you
Perfect, yeah. Ms. Kenny will take those from me. Appreciate you both with the presentation. We'll turn back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this swap of right-of-way will create a connected grid street network and will remove a dead end. I would move ordinance 210837 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and second that we approve the ordinance on first reading. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, very good. Then we will turn back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
I'm sorry,
Aye.
Madam Clerk, we had a question. Yes, sir.
Is there no public comment on this?
There is. Did you fill out a card?
Oh, I apologize. No, I did not.
Okay, yeah, so anybody that wants to speak to any item, you just fill out a card and hand it to the clerk. Since you didn't know that, we'll go ahead and just take you right now. Go ahead, you can come up and then do it later. Just introduce yourself.
My name is Joel Parker. I live at 1202 Northwest 4th Avenue. So this project is going to directly affect me and my family. And also Ron is here and he lives right at the end of Northwest 4th Place. There are a couple reasons we do oppose this vacation of the street. Number one, I believe that it actually doesn't fit the land use code in terms of the item I. If you look at the current character and design of the neighborhood, you have the University Heights, which my house is in, historic district that is within 100 feet of, well, it's 150 feet of this new proposed 5-story building on the south side of 5th Avenue. My wife and I are not against development. We believe that by vacating the street, the developer is going to be able to build a much larger building there. We would suggest that smaller buildings are built there for the purpose of encouraging different types of families and young professionals to live there. Currently, the design with the 4-4 units and things like that is not really inclusive of lower income or young professionals who might want to walk to work. I work at UF and walk every day to work or bike. We went 3 weeks without using our car recently, so we do want people around UF to be able to live there and walk, but we would like to encourage a diversity of folks living there. In terms of the character, as the lot and the property currently stands, on Northwest 12th Terrace, Northwest 12th Place that's going, or is it Northwest 12th Drive on the western side of this property and 5th Avenue. Currently, that property would butt up to, if the developer was to build a building there, would butt up to the 100 feet buffer zone for the historic district. So they need the city to grant the vacation in order to build this site. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to build such a large building. Miss Mary, who couldn't be here, she lives right across from this space, spoke to me today. She, of course, opposes this, but does not feel she will have a voice ultimately. Ron is here also. He opposes this. If the city thinks that it's wise to build this, then I would ask that the city get something in return. You know, we've already increased the density. The plan board voted to up the density and allow for this development to have 50 more units, but there wasn't much in return for that. And I think that has often affected why we might have retail on the first floor that doesn't, in different areas, that doesn't actually have tenants in it, because we often give away these SUPs without anything. So
Thanks. I'm afraid your time has expired, but we appreciate you being with us.
Sure thing. One last thing. I did talk to the developers, and they were amicable to, if you guys approved it, doing something like a grant to support windows and replacement and bettering of the houses that are around there that will be affected by this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Absolutely. Did anybody else want to speak? Did you fill out? No?
No, I wasn't aware.
Okay, come on. Yeah.
I'll keep it brief.
It's fine. It's not about the time. We try to keep a record of who speaks and keep it orderly. So,
Great.
For the next time you're here.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Parker. I'm Joel's wife, and I live in the same house. And I just wanted to kind of just point out, just from an overview, that this will be like the 5th project that is very much focused on the style of design that caters to undergraduate students. So you had the standard come, 2 hubs, now a second standard, the legacy version, and now the Seminary Lane project, and then now this one. So I don't really want to single out this project per se, but kind of, because this is like the 5th building that's only going to really cater. I feel like it's a type of discrimination, because certainly, you know, you could say, yeah, like Joel and Jennifer, why don't you just like buy one of those 4-4s or rent a 4-4? We don't need a 4-4. You know, we barely need a 3-2. It's unrealistic. You know, Andy Coffey did a great job making these beautiful homes closer to 7th, but they're 5-5s. I don't think that any of us are realistically living in those homes. It's typically undergraduate students, occasionally graduate students. So I feel like it's actually, we just have an overabundance of housing for what tends to be undergraduate students. And it would just be really awesome if we could have this big development, because I love the fact we're getting sidewalks. I love the fact that we're increasing density. It's just going to be the same people type that we've had over and over again. This is the 5th building. And so it's just kind of one of our last chances to say, could we consider and ask the city plan board, ask you guys as commissioners and mayor, to just realize that as you make these codes, and sure, it's legal for them to make these applications, by all means, why don't we redesign what we're looking for and be a little bit more specific in how they're designed so that we can offer that diversity and not discriminate on, you know, who wants to live there and how many people you would need to be able to afford it. So that's kind of our point of view too, in case that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Go ahead and give that to the clerk, Greg.
Hello, my name is Greg Stutz. Thanks for your time. I've owned and managed these properties since around 2007, and I'm just here to talk about a public safety thing with the street, because in 15 years, the amount of crime that I've had to deal with because of this cul-de-sac is kind of astounding. Just 6 months ago, 7 months ago, someone broke into the home at the very end of it, and the tenant walked in and was surprised, and I think she broke her wrist because they slammed the door shut on her. So it's dark, it's unlit, there's no access to it, and it's always presented a safety problem. The amount of things that have happened in that darkened cul-de-sac at the end where how it loops around, that's actually supposed to be a city street that's back there, but it's never been paved. And the way that the current turn works, it sends massive amounts of water there, and so the units always flood. So there's a bunch of problems there. It's that street, no matter what, needs to be corrected, and I think that this solution of pushing it through makes a lot of sense. I own most of the properties over there, and I'm fully in support of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, we'll come back to the commission. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm grateful that we had members from the community who were able to get in and make some comments to shed some additional light onto this particular matter. And I'm also grateful to hear that there had been at least some sort of conversation with the developer about a potential community benefit. And I wonder if there's anyone here from the developer's team who might be ready, willing, and able to speak to that.
Welcome. Just tell us who you are.
Andrew Harris with 908 Group. Yeah, so we had a quick discussion. I think in concept, we're more than willing to further conversations about some type of grant or financial donation, whatever we want to call it, that is used for community benefit. As we showed in our presentation, we are donating land to be used to the park. So I feel like we've put a good effort and good faith effort in that. But more than happy to continue those conversations and see if that helps with the approval here.
Thank you. Was it Mr. Ayers?
Harris.
Harris.
H-A-R-R-I-S.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for being willing to do that, Mr. Harris. So one of the things, colleagues, that I think you've heard me mention is the need to kind of begin to entertain some sort of community benefits strategy or mechanism when we're looking at certain types of developments. And ideally, they're done like on the front end and not necessarily having to be brokered by the residents or the neighbors in the neighborhood. But I'm grateful that at least that could be offered. I actually would be much more comfortable with hearing what that would look like before I would support something like this. I think it might be a little bit better. We might actually get towards actually ensuring that for the residents if we did that on the front end. I don't know what my colleagues are willing to do, But I know that if I could see something, or at least hear from the residents that they had something they were comfortable with, that it truly was going to be a real tangible, meaningful benefit for the people that actually live and will be impacted by it, that is something that I'd be willing to support. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear you. And, look, this is what I see the community benefit being from this proposed action. You get a safer road network, you get a more connected road network, you get a better pedestrian access through wider sidewalks, and you get land for a community park. Those are all very direct benefits to certainly the immediate neighborhood, but also folks from a broader area. So those are all positives, and they're all certainly a much better outcome than if the project has to work within the constraints of the street if it's not vacated. You're going to get a less compact, more cut up, less safe sort of road grid network. You're going to have sort of less than ideal sidewalks, and you're not going to get the land for the park. So all of those that were mentioned were, to me, public benefits that were sort of above and beyond the immediate footprint of the development. So that's where I am on that. Anything else? Okay, we do have a motion on the floor, so Madam Clerk will go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-1 with Sacco absent and Duncan Walker in dissent. Okay, next item, please.
We have the second reading of ordinance 200722, text change for neighborhood workshop and site plan review process, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code by amending development thresholds and applicable reviewing authorities, by amending section 30-3.1 Development Review Coordinator, by amending section 30-3.2 Technical Review Committee, by amending section 30-3.7 Neighborhood Workshop, by amending section 30-3.8 Public Notice, by amending, thank you so much, by amending section 30-3.18 Review Procedures, by amending section 30-3.36 Minor Subdivisions, by amending section 30-3.45 Levels of Development Review, by amending section 30-3.47 Review Procedures, by amending section 30-3.56 Land Use Hearing Officer, by amending section 30-6.4 Level of Service Review, by amending section 30-6.6 Design Standards, by amending section 30-6.12 Outdoor Lighting, by amending section 30-7.2 Off-Street Vehicle Parking, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Persons. It looks like you're available. This is a second reading. Are there any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support this ordinance as it will increase the cost of housing and delay much needed housing in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Which was distinctly not a motion. Anybody have a motion they'd like to put forward? Commissioner Ariola?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move the adoption of the ordinance on second reading.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Motion and a second to adopt ordinance 200722 on second reading by title only. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this? Okay, then we will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Chestnut? Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Ariola? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Nay. That motion passes 4-2 with Poe and Hayes Santos in dissent and Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Happy to not have to read that one again. Second reading of ordinance 210729, comprehensive plan amendment, property rights element, and ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Gainesville by adding a property rights element, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Again, this is on second reading. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210729 on second reading by title only.
Motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner A. Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Second reading of 210461, land use change of 283 acres of property located on Southwest Williston Road, south of Finley Wood subdivision. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 283 acres of property generally located west of Southwest Williston Road and south of the Finley Wood subdivision is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Estate Residential to City of Gainesville Residential Low Density, Mixed Use Office Residential, and urban mixed use, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause or repealing clause and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Again, on second reading, Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210461 on second reading by title only.
Motion and a second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up?
Yes, sir.
All right, roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Second reading of 210463, quasi judicial rezoning of 283 acres of property located east Southwest Williston Road and south of Finley Wood subdivision. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 283 acres of property generally located west of Southwest Williston Road and south of the Finley Wood subdivision, as more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County Agricultural to City of Gainesville Urban 2, Urban 4, Urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210463 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance in second reading. Were there anybody signed up to speak? No? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Duncan Walker. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent. Next item, please.
Second reading of 210465, land use change of 68.46 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road and west of Interstate 75. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 68.46 acres of property generally located south of Southwest Archer Road, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest 62nd Avenue and east of Southwest 44th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County medium density residential, light industrial, and heavy industrial to City of Gainesville office and industrial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210465 on second reading by title only.
Motion and a second. Anybody signed up to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Ward. Was that an aye or a nay? I thank you. Just Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Sacco absent.
Second reading of 210466, quasi judicial rezoning of 68.46 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road and west of Interstate 75. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 68.46 acres of property located south of Southwest Archer Road, west of Interstate 75, north of Southwest 62nd Avenue, and east of Southwest 44th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance from Alachua County residential single-family low density, residential single-family medium density, manufacturing and mobile home park, multifamily residential, agricultural, and manufacturing services to City of Gainesville medical services and business industrial, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210466 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak?
No, sir.
This is you, Mr. Diedenbach? We were not going to put you, you didn't have to run.
Okay, we have public comment from Mr. Jerry Diedenbach.
Thank you, Jerry Diedenbach. I'm not used to that either. I wanted to say thank you on behalf of the thousands of jobs you are creating for North Florida Regional Medical Center by allowing their expansion in the Gainesville market. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right. Commission comment? Commissioner Ariola.
Everybody relax, all right? It's not even 7. It's not even 7 o'clock. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, I understand that the underpasses for the interstate are not in our jurisdiction, but is that the FDOT that manages those? So what I'd like to do, I never know what the right way to go about talking to FDOT is, because sometimes we get great responses, sometimes we get no responses. But the trash situation under the underpass on Newberry Road has gotten pretty untenable at this point. I've had some people reach out to me about it, so I'd like to reach out to FDOT and see if we can't schedule just a general cleanup at their leisure, I suppose.
I think without objection, I can just send a letter letting them know the commission is requesting that, and maybe co-signed by the city manager would be fine. Yeah, we'll do that.
I appreciate that. Also, have you had your meeting with the Alachua County Chair about discussing our next joint meeting or items?
We have not yet.
Okay, I'm still interested in the 16th Avenue.
Yeah, I'm not going to schedule that for the joint meeting until we discuss that as a commission, so it'll depend on when we can get it before us, and staff's going to have to do a little bit of assessment on what that would entail.
Okay, then let me get with staff then, and let's put that on the agenda for sooner than later. The sands are hitting the hourglass, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to be very frank with you that if the majority of the commission doesn't support that, I'm not going to put it on a joint meeting with the county because there's no commission support. There's not a majority commission support, but we have to get to that stage. We have to have that discussion with us first before we.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to have the opportunity to explain my reasoning why. It isn't just, I would just like the opportunity to explain why.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been speaking with the city manager about that. So. Okay, was that your last item?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to share, I've had a chance to speak with a couple of you briefly just about the wonderful time that I had traveling to Birmingham recently. It was an outstanding trip that initially was designed to tour the Crossplex, but I decided while I was there that I wanted to see a little bit more of a very interesting city that I had never been to before. As you know, very rich in history, very rich in culture, and I had the opportunity after I took a look at the Crossplex to also go to the Civil Rights Institute. And I probably spent a little more money than I needed to, my personal money. I probably spent a little more than I needed to in the gift shop, but it was something you absolutely had to support the institution itself, but then the amazing, amazing exhibits that they had in there. For anyone who has not had an opportunity to go, I really, really highly recommend it. It is situated so perfectly right next to the 16th Street Baptist Church where the 4 little girls were bombed. It is a very, very powerful exhibit. The staff is absolutely incredible. And I found this very interesting book, actually titled On Our Watch, The Growth and Development of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute from 1995 through 2014. And I'll just place that right there. No, and I'm saying that because she knows all about it. She's been there. But I say that because, you know, in traveling, a lot of times we have the opportunity to see what other cities are doing well. And this is one of the things that I thought was absolutely astounding. As we look towards what we're going to do with the Cultural Arts Center, there may be things that we can borrow from that. I also had a chance, because as you all know, I drove. I went down to Montgomery shortly after that. On my way back, I stopped at the Legacy Museum and was wowed once again. Had a chance to tour their exhibits and literally got stopped in my tracks in the very first room, which was dedicated to the Middle Passage. It is required travel, I believe, for everyone, because it's a part of our history and our story as a country that we don't tell enough and that we don't confront enough. And I think that Brian Stevenson has done an amazing job pulling that exhibit together. The Legacy Museum, from enslavement to mass incarceration, is absolutely astounding. Have 2 other picture books from that as well that I've added to my arsenal of coffee table books. I failed to mention too that while I was in Birmingham, I went to the Kelly Ingram Park and did their cell phone tour. Outstanding, outstanding. These are all things that were very inspiring to me, especially because, you know, we have these wonderful things that we're planning here in Gainesville, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. This, once again, speaks to the idea of our heritage trail. It is very similar to what I believe staff has planned, and I'm just looking forward to being able to do some of those things in our own way here in Gainesville. But I had a wonderful trip. And met a lot of great people, saw a lot of wonderful things, and look forward to having that conversation in a much more specific and detailed way in the future when we talk about Crossplex. Thank you.
Awesome. We are so glad you came back inspired, and we appreciate you sharing that experience with us. Okay, well, we got a lot of work done today, y'all, so appreciate it. Thanks for being focused and sticking to it. So you all go and enjoy your weekend. With that, we are adjourned.